Warag Earthlets, and welcome back to the Galaxy's Greatest, celebrating 45 years of 2000 AD. We're on to our second day. I hope you're not missing the hour that you just lost if you're watching in the UK. We've got another packed day of panels hearing, not just from people who work at 2000 AD, but also those who have been influenced far beyond its pages. And also, Walter the Wobot is still here. Good morning, Walter.
Morning.
Did you have a good night?
Oh, I'm recharged and ready to go.
Fantastic. So, ever since the year 2000 AD has been owned by the video games company Rebellion. Back in the late 90s, it wasn't entirely certain that 2000 AD would reach its title year, but fortunately, Rebellion came along in the year 2000 and purchased it, and it's gone from strength to strength ever since. So it seemed like the perfect opportunity to sit down with Jason and Chris Kingsley, the owners of Rebellion, as well as Ben Smith, head of publishing and films and TV at Rebellion, and Tharg's mighty minion himself, Matt Smith, who's now been the editor of 2000 AD for longer than anybody else. Every single week he puts together a packed issue of 2000 AD, and every month a packed issue of the Judge Dredd magazine. If you want to subscribe to either of these publications, then you should go along to 2000ad.com and check out our subscriptions offerings. You can subscribe physically, in which case you get some absolutely Zarjazz free gifts, or you can subscribe digitally and get free back issues. Search on the App Store or the Google Play Store for the 2000 AD app, and you can subscribe through that as well, and hopefully it will work better than Walter's emojis.
What do you mean? I love my upgrades.
Yeah, I bet you do. So the first panel for today, we'll be talking to Jason, Chris, Ben and Matt about not just the past 22 years, but also what's coming in the future for 2000 AD. Over on our Fringe, which is happening on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/2000 AD online, we have the Changing Face of Art, which is hosted by podcaster Scott Weatherly, and has Chris West and Jake Lynch, Simon Fraser and Steve Yoel, who are artists who have their own unique style, and 2000 AD has always been known for allowing creatives, particularly artists, to really show their colours, to experiment, to try new things, and produce something really quite special. So they talk about how art has changed over the last 4.5 decades. We shall see you back here in about an hour's time for the next panels from the Galaxy's Greatest Comic. Welcome to the next panel for 2000 AD at 45, the Galaxy's Greatest, where we're looking not at necessarily the last 45 years, but talking about the next 45 years. And I'm joined by the people who are in charge of that. We'll start off with CEO of Rebellion, Jason Kingsley.
Hello, everybody. Glad to be here. It's delightful to be able to speak to the fans. It's been a long journey, and it should be a long journey into the future as well, I hope.
We're also joined by CTO of Rebellion, Chris Kingsley.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm the younger brother.
By our head of books, comic books, film and TV.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Ben Smith. And by Tharg's minion himself, Matt Smith. Hi, Matt.
Hello, Warag Thang.
So, like I said, we're talking about not just the past 45 years, but the next 45 years. I mean, it's been 5 years since the 40th anniversary in Hammersmith, where we kind of did this panel in a just similarly, talking about what it means for 2000 AD to be at Rebellion, what the plans are, what our the ethos behind our comic book publishing is at Rebellion. Chris and Jason, I want to come to you first because this is familiar ground for us, but for anybody listening or watching who doesn't know the story of how you came to be the owners of 2000 AD to, I mean, I guess to effectively save 2000 AD. Do you want to just kind of quickly go over the mythology of this moment?
Yes, it is a bit of a mythology. It's becoming faded with time, like or it's maturing like a fine wine. The story. It all started when we were very interested in licensing Strontium Dog from 2000 AD catalog. We wanted to make a computer game, so I approached the team. We approached the team in London, and had a vague conversation, but it was really sort of an unsatisfactory conversation. It wasn't really a no. It sort of was a no, but it wasn't a sort of no, we don't want to do that. It was almost, we can't do that, which I thought was a sort of very odd way of putting it. Anyway, fast forward quite a few months, and I found out that, of course, 2000 AD wasn't owned by the company that was publishing it in England. It was owned by a Danish foundation. Now, for those of you that don't know, Danish foundations are sort of like charitable businesses. I don't think we have the equivalent in England or the States, but it's run on the basis it's for profit, but it's also for good causes, and it's called a foundation. It's weird. Anyway, they had 2000 AD, but they didn't really know what to do with it. So, cut a long story short, we managed to negotiate acquiring it and sort of bringing ownership back into the islands of Albion, and where the ownership has remained ever since. And that was in the year 2000, which is quite useful. As I get older, as age kicks in, I'll be able to remember that, I hope. So yeah, I mean, I've summarized an incredibly long, convoluted story, which involved an awful lot of no's and an awful lot of, go away, stop bothering me. But we felt it was really important. I mean, both Chris and I have been huge fans of 2000 AD as readers from the very first issue. And I can remember buying it from a newsagent's next to a chip shop, which I used to get chips from on the way home from school. I can remember that, buying it in February 77. And I've been a huge fan ever since. And I just felt that it had sort of gone in a slightly odd direction. And I'm kind of pleased to know a little bit about why, because it was really on the kill. It was in the kill pen, if you like. It was being run as a business, as an ongoing business, but it wasn't being expanded. It wasn't being invested in. In fact, the exact opposite. It was sort of being sort of slowly allowed to wither, and that wasn't good for creative inspiration. It wasn't good for the editorial staff. It wasn't good for for creativity with all the freelancer writers and artists that we use, and it wasn't really good for the fans. So it's a fantastic opportunity. Good timing. People sometimes say luck plays a part, and of course luck always does play a part, but this was quite a lot of hard work from quite a lot of enthusiastic people, and here we are today, many years later. How weird.
Well, I was going to say that next year, in another year, Rebellion will have owned 2000 AD for half of its entire lifetime.
I find that kind of quite not baffling exactly, but a bit weird, because it doesn't seem like that, because it's just so full of energy as a comic book and as a world, and everybody's so enthusiastically working on it. It's great, and there's so many new opportunities as well, new forms of media that have come up in the time.
Chris, what was your recollection of the time? Was there any doubt about this process? I mean, Jason said it was long and convoluted. Was there any a moment when you kind of went?
Yeah. Well, there are always doubts. I mean, you sort of you start out with one idea, and then it kind of morphs into something else. But you're sort of like, could we really take over and run this business? Do we know what we're doing? Have we got any qualifications? And I guess we're a bit bull in a china shop. We thought, yeah, of course we can do something like this. Why not? Let's give it a go. And we managed to convince Egmont that it made sense. But yes, all sort of business deals, they can fall apart at a moment's notice for all sorts of obscure reasons. But luckily in this situation, there was enough momentum, I think, to get us over the line. For some people, what we see as an opportunity, other people is just like, I just want to get rid of this, or I'm not interested in it. I'm not saying that's the case with Egmont, but we presented them with a positive opportunity on how to sort of move forward with 2000 AD, and they seem seem happy with that, and the rest is history.
Well, I mean, let's talk about that history, because at that point, did you have a plan? Did you have an idea of a trajectory, or was it once we get this thing, then we'll find we'll work out what to do with it?
I would of course officially say yes. It was carefully crafted and thoroughly researched and analysed up the wazoo, and we knew exactly what was going to happen, and our plan unfolded to perfection. But the reality is, no, we felt it was a really good idea, and we knew there was a lot of value. And quite frankly, sometimes in life you've got to do things that make you happy and make you feel like you've done something good. And cultural heritage is a big thing for me. I feel that, especially what I have been told is called low culture, which as a description, I absolutely hate, as opposed to high culture, which I think is things like theatre and opera and stuff. But comics and the equivalent sort of mass market stuff often just gets sort of dismissed as not important. And in many ways, I think it's more important because it represents what real people really want to consume and what matters to them. And it's not done with any sense of legacy. There are an awful lot of people in high culture who are working towards their legacy and what they're leaving behind. And I think things like comics and books to a certain extent are all done because somebody wants to make that and wants to have people read it and be entertained by it without any sense of pretension.
What would you say has been your ethos as owners over almost half the life of the comic, and how do you feel that has differed from IPC, Fleetway, Egmont over the years?
Well, I'd like to think we're a lot less corporate. And all the horror stories of the things that editors were told to do or not to do in the past they're not things that we've gone and told Tharg and the other guys, the team, to do. We've been pretty much hands off and let the creative team be creative. That's always been our ethos. I think it's the same in games, really. It was, we want to make the most entertaining and fun things we can, because ultimately we're fans as well. And I think probably that's the difference between us and a lot of other people that run a lot of media companies, is a lot of people, they're just the suits. And Jason and I think probably will be seen dead in the suit, and that's about the only time.
Probably literally, yeah. We might actually, somebody might put us in a suit as an ironic statement when I'm put in a coffin and buried. But I think Chris is absolutely right. We're very, very hands off. Especially in the last few years where we've hardly seen anybody, but we see Matt walking up and down the office sometimes, putting posts where it's going to go out to various people, and see him walking back with armfuls of what probably are artwork, although it's covered in brown paper usually, so it's all a secret, so we don't get to see it. And it's nice to empower, challenge, support, and empower the creative people that are out there. Hopefully they appreciate it. And if they don't, please tell me quietly afterwards. But I know that I'm not an expert editor, and therefore I'll give my opinion if I think it's needed. But broadly speaking, I just leave it alone and enjoy reading 2000 AD on a weekly basis, and the magazine and the collections. And increasingly, I'm actually enjoying reading the some of the treasury of British comics as well, some of the old stuff that I never encountered when it was first published. So there's the whole value for me is letting people do their best job they can.
Well, a perfect point to turn to Matt, who, correct me if I'm wrong, is now officially the longest serving Tharg's minion in the history of 2000 AD. How old do you feel, Matt?
in Tharg years, about 800. But yes, in Earth years, yeah, I've been doing it just over 20 years now. I kind of became editor at the beginning of 2002. So yeah, there's a lot of progs under the bridge in that time.
Obviously, the last couple of years have been a challenge for everybody. As somebody who deals mostly in digital files that come in and get sent out. One would assume that would be slightly easier in the during the pandemic, and I guess seeing 2000 AD coming out every week without interruption during an incredibly disruptive time. How much of a challenge was that to shift that production into people's homes rather than all sat together in the office?
I mean, it was a bit of a panic right at the very beginning when they first announced that lockdown was happening and offices would be closing. That was a real panic to get into the office and get what I needed, and also establish a remote connection, so that I could access all the server and all the files and the FTP and everything where people can upload artwork to. But once that settled down, then it's been fairly straightforward. As long as I can, I've got access to email and I've got access to the server, then I can do it fairly easily. There's only a couple of artists that deliver physical artwork. So Simon Davis was hand delivering his Thistlebone pages to my front door, socially distanced, of course, fully masked up. And John Burns and Colin McNeil posting in their pages to my home. And then I could, the office was open, I could come in and bring the artwork in for it to be scanned. But one positive of the last 20 years has been the actual nuts and bolts of putting the prog together has got so much easier. Just being able to work digitally. You can put the prog together in a couple of days if you've got all the files all ready to go. So in that sense, it's a lot easier these days than it used to be. So.
One thing I assume hasn't got any easier over that period is balance, and the kind of churn of stories and making sure that you're getting the right mix. Has it got easier for you over time? That have you developed a kind of a sixth sense for how things are going, how things are going to fit together, or is there always that slight element of panic?
Yeah, I mean, there's always something that's going to go wrong, and you have to have a backup plan. Certainly with a weekly, you're constantly looking at what's coming up, where artists are, and writers in their schedules, and whether they're going to run out of time on something. So you have to be constantly on the ball about whether these things are on schedule. In which case, you do have to drop things back, bring things forward, drop in something, and constantly you get a kind of sixth sense for how long people are going to take to do something. So you kind of factor that in accordingly. But yeah, I mean, I look at my schedule and see what the lineup is, and I try to get as much of an even balance as I can. I tried not to have too many similar creators or writers writing multiple stories running at the same time. Just to get a nice mix of styles and story types, just to make it a balanced prog.
Well, I was going to ask what your ethos as an editor is, because 2000 AD is in a unique position in that it has this incredible legacy of characters and stories and creators. But also, I think you've mentioned before, it can't be a nostalgia product. It can't be something that only harks to the past. You talk a little bit about the challenge of maintaining that feel, that balance.
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly become harder as the years go by. When when we sort of lose creators like Carlos, who's a huge part of 2000 AD, and then suddenly Strontium Dog becomes a series that's no longer a possibility. I mean, we could run more Strontium Dog stories, but there is always the thought that maybe it would be best to leave it for a while. As time has gone on, some of the more classic stories that used to be sort of part of a regular lineup have drifted away somewhat, and I've sort of like tried to find new stories that would fill that balance. So yeah, I don't want 2000 to become purely a nostalgia title. I don't want it to be seen. We've seen other sort of comics that sort of harken back to the 70s. Sort of like these are the comics you read when you were 8. Let's get more of that. And I don't want 2000 to become that. I want it to be be a modern comic that's kind of like pushing forward. So I'm trying to find new stories and new creators that can give it a sense of a 21st century sensibility. We've also got a huge pool of characters that we don't want to sort of like just vanish into the mists of time. So there'll still be references to those. They'll still pop up every now and then. Just to keep the feel that this huge weight of history in 45 years. We want to celebrate that past, but also look forward as well.
We talking about the balance between the past and the future. I want to turn to Ben now because, of course, since we did the 40th anniversary in London, we have completed the purchase of the old IPC archive. So now that's finally back under, well, quite literally one roof. At the office in Oxford, and again, I want to ask you about balance. About we have the Treasury of British Comics, which is putting out reprints of things, but also we're doing specials, we're doing new titles. We've got Monster Fun, which launches next month, which is our first brand new comic. As an ongoing title. He tells it a little bit from an overarching kind of publishing point of view, what it means to balance the past and the future.
I mean, opportunity. Weirdly enough, it sounds a strange way into that question, but the whole thing about 2000 and the comics that we now have is that legacy that we're building on. That there's an extraordinary body of work that is proven and tested time and time again as having just such a sheer amazing quality to it all, that basically being able to build on top of that, throw new light onto the past, because I assumed naively when I started that we do you do one really good edition of a book, and then you'll keep that edition of the book in print forever as that's that. And in fact, what readers want, I came to discover, other people knew already, was that people want different lights thrown on the stuff that they already love. They want it to be kind of represented or curated or explained or indeed reissued in ways that suddenly clear up things that we hadn't cleared up before, or contextualize things in ways that we hadn't done before. And in fact, and that's not about simple nostalgia. That's more about the depth and love and interest there is in those works. And then for us, really, I think I said at the time at the 40th anniversary that it's really, nobody expected 2000 AD to save, to still be going originally, but to be the comic that saved the rest of British comics history, IPC and Fleetway's catalogue. And really, it's been, the last 5 years have been exploring all of that and seeing what parts of British comics history are important for the future, pulling out what will help build the future of British comics. I mean, that to me is the amazing thing about the non-2000 AD work is all of this extraordinary storytelling, artwork, and the rest that people have not had the opportunity to enjoy, to appreciate. That most of the books that Treasury puts out are stuff that people haven't been talking about because they haven't had the opportunity to talk about it. They haven't got their eyes on it. And for us, that's really exciting, because then that's it's taking that stuff, putting it in front of people, and then commissioning new and interesting stories build off of that. So humor comics, and Monster Fun, exactly, people of a certain age will just assume the world is full of gag strips because, you know, the Beano's still going. But actually, the Beano does a very particular thing and does it very well. But it's very much and the whole kind of zaniness and craziness and laughter that was Buster and Whizzer and Chips and Crazy and all of these other things, you know, kind of disappeared out of British comics entirely. And there's loads of exciting things to build off there. So I think, you know, commissioning new work that learns the lessons of the past and goes off into new and interesting places. Because I was going to say the next 45 years for me is all about all the new things. I mean, I find it fascinating that Matt, you know, has so successfully had the comic predict the future. You know, it's a decade ago that we did President Trump, you know, and Al Ewing put that in there, and you know, and 2000 AD's predicted so much of what's coming that I think, you know, and that's one of the reasons actually why I think Matt and Rebellion did so incredibly well when the pandemic started was, you know, Matt had published The Day of Chaos in the prog, you know, over a couple of years, and we'd thought about pandemics and apocalypses and what do you do and the rest of it. And Chris and Jason, I remember, well early had a store of masks coming in to the office before anybody else was talking about respiratory borne pathogens, and you know, and the fact that the very company is always thinking about the future creatively and literally allowed that moment when Matt suddenly had to flip from being in the office to being at home, you know, is that we were actually, thanks to Chris as in particular as Chief Technology Officer, you know, able to switch the company over from 1 week to the next was remarkable. And but that kind of speaks to the forward-thinking nature that goes along with 2000 AD, that you can do it. And we had other contingency plans. Yeah, you probably remember that we had a whole emergency session, like with what if the paper supply runs out? What if the power, you know, what if the printing presses suffer such an outbreak that the presses can't roll? And we had a whole system in place ready to switch on where the entire readership would be able to go digital for however long it required. And happily and thankfully, we didn't need to do that. But, you know, it's all about learning the lessons of the stories that we've told and then employing that to do new and different things in the future. That's kind of...
Can I just interject here? Because I agree. I think actually reading science fiction and sort of science fantasy and alt future things actually helps your brain cope with changes that are happening in the real world. And I think the sort of bad things that could happen, you can anticipate them because you read creative works, and I think it actually helps your brain deal with it in an interesting way. I mean, our current disasters in the world are awful, but they're not as awful as some of the disasters that 2000 AD has imagined. So in some ways, we feel, oh, okay, it's terrible, but at least it's not the, you know, it's not the apocalypse wars. So yeah, I actually think the idea of fantasizing about the future helps you deal with real changes in the real world.
I think 2000 AD readers are better prepared for the future than pretty much anybody else because of that very thing.
I agree.
Well, yeah. Matt, I mean, in a comic book known for its grittiness, its you know, a little bit of black humor, cynicism. We've had lots of apocalypses and dystopias in 2000 AD. Can it get a little bit much when you know living through your own dystopia?
Yeah, I think it was I think Brendan McCarthy coined the term of 2000 AD being a post-atomic comic, which I loved, and ever since it started, you know, it's been sort of created in the shadow of nuclear war. You know, the apocalypse war was running in the early 80s when, you know, sort of like America and Russia were standing, or the Soviet Union were standing off against one another. And all the thing about, I mean, so many stories like from this Dredd or Strontium Dog have been set in a future that's seen nuclear war, and we're living in the aftermath of it. And then you've got a story like Meltdown Man, where a guy is, you know, thrown into the future because of a nuclear blast, and sort of like the whole comic is kind of with its mutants and robots and stuff like that, it's kind of existed under in the shadow of a mushroom cloud. You know, it's sort of like the future is kind of like, you know, is post-nuclear, or, you know, so it's and that kind of faded away a bit when you know, Glasnost and sort of the Cold War kind of faded away, and now it's come back, and the comic feels horribly on point, more on point than I'd like it to be. You know, when you've got the current Dredd story where it's flashing back to the Apocalypse War and the Sovs are invading. It's weird how 2000 seems always seems to be kind of like current and pertinent and stuff like that, and through sheer strangeness of the way of the times. Really, it's constantly it's so current. I think it's partly because it's weekly, and partly because the creators are feeding on what's around them. It just feels like, you know, what we're putting out every week starts bringing in everything from around us, and it's the future is now. We're living through it, and 2000 is part of that.
I think it's really true. And I think Brink as well is a great one, because Brink, you know, obviously humanity's up in habitats, up in space, but they're all, you know, it's a different experience to being in the pandemic, but we're all used to living in we got used to living in very small spaces and not being able to go out and enjoy the big wide world and the rest of it. And, you know, and Brink had been, you know, talking about that and the problems for humanity of that, let alone Elder Gods. But literally just, you know, the shock of the world being not what, you know, you evolved for it to be. There are so many times that 2000 AD just is capturing the zeitgeist, or is running ahead of the zeitgeist. Is really, you know, just, you know, sometimes it's a few years ahead, sometimes it seems to be a few days ahead.
I mean, that kind of goes back to, you know, John Wagner and Alan Grant sat on a carpet in their farmhouse reading the newspapers, and then you know, by satirizing what they're reading, they're actually plucking at the sinews of those events, as opposed to just, you know, the surface level parody that you'd get from normal kind of satire. And those themes are sadly timeless. So, you know, so when things do come round again, it does seem disturbingly prescient. I mean, what I want to do is not necessarily dwell on the idea that we're all going to be fried to a crisp fairly soon, but to look more to a hopeful future. One thing it would be absolutely remiss of me not to talk about is the kind of wider licensing, exploitation, adaptation of 2000 AD. Because when we did the panel 5 years ago, Jason, you announced that you were opening up our galaxy of characters to potential licensed video games from other developers. And I wanted to get essentially an update on that, and to ask you guys about what, you know, it's been a disruptive 2 years. What we're thinking about in the future?
Yeah, well, it's been super disruptive. I mean, we got quite a long way with developing a number of ideas for TV and film. And we even made one of our own feature films, Schools Out Forever, which is not a 2000 AD product, but is sort of in the vein of 2000 AD. It's sort of set in a post-pandemic world, just before a real pandemic happened, which was extraordinarily surreal to be finishing off a fictional post-pandemic story and then to actually be entering a real-world pandemic. That was just bizarre. But we are really picky with how we work and who we work with. We probably could have done a dozen or more 2000 AD TV shows if we just signed the deals that were offered to us by various people. But that would have meant we would lose any kind of control, we would lose a lot of ownership, royalties wouldn't flow back to creators and writers and artists, which they should do. And we don't, I'm always confronted by Hollywood assuming that they're more important than 2000 AD. And I always point out to them that they're not. I'm happy to work with them, but I'm not going to work for them. Neither's 2000 AD. And so the pandemic's just completely thrown a spanner in the works of all sorts of negotiations. Everybody's production lines are confused and conflated and conflicted. So it's a real mess. But we are making some progress. We are getting there slowly with some ideas. And hopefully there'll be some stuff coming out, in the next year or so. But it's not going to be at any cost. It's not going to be, if we can't get the kind of structures of deals and the right creativity and the right stories told, we're not going to do them, because 2000 AD stands on its own. It's a perfectly valid, it's its own thing. It doesn't need TV to be successful. It doesn't need feature films. It will be great to have TV and feature films, but they've got to be done in the right way, and we've all got to help curate them. There've been a number of pitches which haven't gone anywhere back in the day, where somebody said, I've got this really good idea for a Judge Dredd story, and let me just summarize it. And they said, Judge Dredd throws his badge on his, on the desk and says, I quit. And he goes down to and sits in a coffee shop and has a cup of coffee. And then we explore how Judge Dredd, finds his humanity. And I'm thinking, oh my God, you haven't actually read any of the comic at all, have you? And or how about this one, the pitch for Rogue Trooper, which went, this is from an well-known action star of, I really like the little blue guy that fights. Hang on. This is a pitch from an action star, quite well-known one, who said, I want to be the little blue guy that fights. And I was thinking, Sonic the Hedgehog? We don't have Sonic the Hedgehog. That's Sega. You'll have to talk to them about it. He said, no, the guy in blue with a naked chest and everything. And I was thinking, where the freaking hell is this pitch going? And it suddenly dawned on me, he was talking about Rogue Trooper. And I went, well, it's not exactly little. I don't quite know how that works, but anyway, so that's sort of where that didn't go anywhere, understandably, because he didn't understand the character, and he just sort of wanted to grab on to the components of the story no components of the story at all, just the character. And that happens. You'd be surprised how often that happens, that the pitches are so risibly poor that you just can't possibly work with the person.
Are you kind of acutely aware of the situation from the point of view of the fans? They see Marvel movies, they see DC movies, and they think, well, why can't we have 2000 AD movies? Because to them it's just, we'll just get it done.
Well, absolutely. No, I can understand the frustration, because quite frankly, I'm a fan myself, and I've got a lot of frustration. I'm at front and center of the battle to get these things made, and I read stuff online, and I think it's not that simple, guys. What I don't want to do is give what we have to other people to screw up horribly. And that's really important to me. We're curators, technically we're owners, but we're actually curators of 2000 AD for the future. I want 2000 AD. I want people to be talking about this interview in 50 years and wondering what was going on, thinking about it. I want researchers to be researching the decision making that went on, and about why the characters were, and all that kind of stuff. What I don't want is somebody who doesn't really care about a project taking it in a totally weird direction, and a direction that we don't think is right. I mean, Matt curates hugely successfully the stories, and keeps them fresh and invigorated and sort of appropriate. And we've got to do the same in other media as well, and that's hugely important to me. And I really don't want to be blamed for putting shit product out in the marketplace. I don't want that as a legacy. I want it to be good, or at least I want us to think it was good, and other people may disagree, but I want it to be as good as it can be. And that means working with the best people, and it means working under conditions that we're comfortable with. You've got the most leverage in a negotiation when you've got something the other side doesn't want. So you've got the most leverage in a situation where you've got something the other side wants.
And it's not that lots of work isn't being done all the time. I think that's the frustrating thing, is that there's lots of things that we can't talk about and and don't want to talk about until there's something material for people to latch onto and enjoy. And I certainly am conscious of how frustrating it can be, because we want them just as much as anybody else. Because we know that the stories that we want to see on any kind of screen, we know are so good already as comics. The world-class comics, and we want to see a world-class adaptations of those. And that's just an awful lot of work, and also doing it in a way that is looking to the legacy and looking to the longevity of it is harder than simply banging it out.
Well, it's substantially harder because it's not the way that most of these places work. You're working against their standard procedures, and you're saying, no, we can't do that. As simple as thing as having Dredd not show his face, because that's part of the narrative, part of the story. Even I had to have that written in. Luckily, with DNA in the recent movie, they absolutely agreed with me, and that wasn't challenging. I still made it written into the contract that would be the case, even though Carl and everybody else kind of wholeheartedly agreed. I felt that if it wasn't actually in the contract, there was always a possibility that some senior executive who didn't really understand Judge Dredd and would go, we can't have a movie and pay Carl Urban and not see Carl's face. And they'd have to reshoot a sequence where we get to see his face. And I was worried that might happen. There was no chance of it happening in the end because it was the way it was filmed. But it was always, a worst case scenario, and that would have been awful.
But I just also say, there are other opportunities that come along, and that's because of the quality of the comic. The fact of the matter is, that one of the largest video games in the entire world, in Call of Duty, came knocking on our door last year, to bring a Judge Dredd skin into that platform. And so, there are, constantly other kind of interesting, new and exciting things happening and going on that other people are inspired by 2000 AD and come along with an idea that we can kind of run with and make happen fast. And so, it's there's constantly interesting opportunities coming up, so there'll be more and interesting things.
Yeah, what we can't do, we can't kind of micro announce we're having an interesting conversation with this person, because there's a fair chance it won't go anywhere, and we don't want to keep teasing the fans and saying, oh yeah, there's this. I mean, I've tried to be positive. People will say, oh, this project's dead, and it's like, it's not, guys. It's still chugging along. And if you knew about projects, you would know there are plenty of movies that took 20 years to make. There are plenty of movies that took 10 years to make. So multiple years in pre-production is not unusual, in fact. But it seems that way to people that really want to see stuff. And imagine how frustrated they are, and then compare it to how frustrated we must be, and we're the ones trying to make the damn thing happen.
So, Mega City TV1 show confirmed for next year then? Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's already filming. Not. Yeah.
How do we delete this file?
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the things. It just goes to show the hunger and the enthusiasm that however it's expressed, that people do want to see these things. They want Carl Urban back. They want to see more Dredd's World. They want to see this series. They want to see that series. Ultimately, TV and film are huge, great, big, validating aspects of our pop culture, really, aren't they now? So
they are, but also we've got to get it right. That's really important to me. It's got to be as right as we can get it, because we've got a legacy to the original creators. We've got a legacy to the people that launched. To Pat Mills and the team that launched the comic. I feel that it's got to be done right, and it's got to be done well. And that makes me an awkward person to deal with when Hollywood is not used to that kind of thing. What's great and empowering is seeing people's enthusiasm remain positive and get excited about it. So the fan feedback and reader feedback is very welcome and very exciting. But as sometimes, I can't say anything, A, because there isn't much to say, but B, because if I do say something, it can potentially get taken out of context.
What do you mean potentially?
Well, okay.
It's always taken out of context. Wait, having been chatting about film and TV and what for the past few minutes, and saying how important 2000 AD is the core of it, I want to come back to talking about 2000 AD and the future for 2000 AD. Matt, on a purely practical level, what's coming up? What's the next phase of 2000 AD going to be like?
Well, it'll be much of what you've seen already. One of the questions I was asked when I first became editor was, what direction are you going to take 2000 in? And I always thought, well, there isn't really a direction you take it in. You commission the stories that you like, and hopefully they prove popular. So I try to keep the mix of action, comedy, sci-fi, fantasy, horror, and that's the sort of the mix that's done 2000 well for the last I
love how simple you make it sound, Matt. Literally, like we're entering our third decade of the second golden age, and you've made it sound your formula seems very, very, very neat, I think.
Well, as an editor commissions as far as an editor commissions what he would like to read personally. So that's basically what I do in 2000 is would this be a story that I would have liked to have read when I was reading it, back in the 80s and 90s? If yes, then I'll commission it. So that's kind of like the thinking behind. But yeah. So coming up in the prog, we've got a couple of juicy Dredd stories. A follow up to A Penitent Man, the story that Ken Lehman and Tom Foster did last year. That sort of carries on the character who may or may not be up to no good. And then Rob Williams and Patrick Goddard are doing a Dredd story called Special Relationship, which sees a standoff between Mega City 1 and Britsit over the Atlantis rebuild. So yeah, those are a couple of Dredd stories that are going to take us through the summer. And then Brink is a massive 24-parter, so that's going to be going on well into June. What else we got?
Well, can I ask, have you been enjoying the Regine comics, and where are they going? What's happening there?
Yeah, they're good for trying out new things. A lot of times you get sort of creators come to you and say, is there something I can write for 2000 AD? And often you think, do you fancy coming out with something new for Regine, because it's can do a 10-page pilot episode and see how that goes down. So it's a good sort of springboard for coming up with new ideas and trying out new people. So that's always interesting. So you always got new stories and new creators appearing in those.
That's something I guess we should talk about, is the move to all ages comics, with Monster. We've had Regine, we've got Monster Fun coming out. There seems to be a very deliberate direction to go. Well, actually, 2000 AD is not going to survive without new readers. So are we rebuilding that old pipeline that used to exist?
The future of 2000 AD has always been, basically, first and foremost, keeping the quality of the stories as high as Matt does, and then it's about building the readership, finding new readers, bringing old readers back on, and finding new generations of readers, and that's what it's been exceptionally good at, and the Regine is proving so popular, in terms of attracting new readers, in terms of giving people new ways into the comic, because it's easy to be a reader from Prog 3 and take all of it as read. But in fact, and the vast majority of comments that we get, and I know there are some people who are maybe less happy with it than others, but the vast majority of the comments are fantastic. I've got something now that I can share with, my grandchild, my son, my daughter, my kids, and the rest of it. And I even know from my own son's primary school, where I have had no influence whatsoever, their teacher is a huge 2000 AD reader, and has got the case files in with the classroom, and then brought the Regine books into the classroom as well. And people have come in both from both directions. And now my son came home to report a conversation in the playground where two of his friends were going, "Oh, have you got to Rico yet?" And the rest of it. And so, this stuff continues to inspire, and it's just about, Regine, I think, is really exciting because it's new. It tells good stories first and foremost, and then it's about giving new readers ways in to the catalogue, to all of the other great stories that they can go on to find. And will be nothing without new generations of readers. But that doesn't in any way, as I think Matt's shown time and time again, that doesn't mean sacrificing the past. That doesn't mean losing what we liked about what we had. It's about building it, and taking it forward and taking it further. That's what the next 45 years are, really. It should be more great stories and more people reading them.
Yeah, Matt, we've had a couple of breakout series from the Regened, the 4 Regened issues, Full Tilt Boogie, Pandora Perfect. I'm sure there's more on the way. What for you makes a breakout Regened story?
Partly the reaction from the readership. They're usually pretty almost unanimous in their positive feedback. So I usually listen to that, and also just purely from a personal editorial standpoint, whether I really enjoy reading it and want to see more of it. Pandora Perfect I love, because I chuckle along reading the scripts, and I think Brett Parsons' artwork is fantastic. So I'm happy to have as much of that in the prog as I like, purely to please my own selfish self-interest, in reading it. Full Tilt Boogie again, is so full of imagination, and it's sort of like a sort of part of the universe we haven't sort of seen before. It's sort of slightly, it's something that the prog hadn't particularly have, slightly sort of manga influenced, but certainly sort of it feels very, very much something that a YA audience will plug into now. So that's kind of the reasoning behind why some of these stories could sort of go further, is that I felt they got the legs to continue, and the popularity to continue.
So we just come to the end of our time. I wanted to round off by basically trying to build a picture of what the next 12 months are going to be like. We've been through 2 years of the pandemic. We're starting to recover. 2000 AD has thrived. Our subscription levels rocketed, funnily enough, when people were at home and relying on the post. But for each of you, what's the next 12 months going to be like? What can people expect? Jason and Chris, let's start with you. What are your priorities for the next year?
Well, let 2000 AE and the team keep on doing brilliant work that they're doing, and not interfere at all. I love reading the comic still, and I'm thrilled. I read it digitally now because it's just more convenient. I used to get it delivered to the office. Ben used to bring it to my office for me on a regular basis. So I'm excited about new stories and things, and I try to keep it real, as in I'm reading it at the same time as readers are reading it, because I kind of want to I don't want to get too far ahead or interrogate Matt as to what happens next in that story, because that would sort of change the dynamic for me as a lifelong reader. We will hopefully be doing a little, more developments in other forms of media as well. There's some really brilliant new action figures that I'm excited by. I'd like to do more kind of merch like that, which is high quality and fun to see. I'm excited about what the broader publishing is doing as well. I read a lot of our novels, and there's some really great stuff coming up. And I'm excited about the launch of Monster Fun as well, because I'd forgotten about humor comics until the team brought them back, and I just thought they're really funny, making jokes about bananas and farting and stuff, and that takes me to a different part of my childhood, and it's a part that I'd forgotten about. So it's really nice that it's still going. It still amuses me in a slightly puerile way, but it's still quite funny, and I'm very excited about that, because that's the first new kind of all new comic that we've been launching for now, and hopefully, you never know, we might be doing more launches. There's nothing planned at the moment, but if things are successful, then we tend to sort of say, great, let's do more of it.
Chris, what about you? What are your priorities for the next?
I mean, what Jason says, but also, Monster Fun is personally a lot of interest for me because of the ages of my kids. So they're right in the right demographic, and bananas and farts definitely, but also making sure we get the 2000E app and digital availability to everyone, for as much of our material as we can, and improving that experience for people, because that's I could see that becoming ever more important for people. It has been very important, but I think it will get more and more important, because after all, it's a much easier way for people around the world to consume their favorite comic on a regular basis and to dive back in. Gone are the days of Australia having to bundling up 4 weeks worth of the prog and then sending them out to people. It's great that the whole world can participate in real time with everyone else. That's important for me, and building that community of people who just love comics like we do.
Ben, what about you? Obviously, you've got fingers in multiple pies at Rebellion. What's the next year going to be like?
The next year is super busy. I mean, I'm excited on so many fronts. Starting new things up or picking things up like the Apex editions. Obviously, we did Zenith back in the day, but the Brian Bolland one, years in the making, and an incredible looking book. And then coming up with more in the Apex series is going to be fantastic. There are new, we haven't spoken, there are new and exciting things coming, inspired by 2000 AD, in comics form, which I don't want to talk about until we can talk about them. There's exciting licensing deals coming up. I'm excited about exhibitions and things that are happening that kind of celebrate the legacy as well. There's just one running at the moment in the Cartoon Museum. There's other things coming up, so those are all exciting. I love the fact that we got people probably don't realise. Somebody's at my door. People don't realise that the apparel, the clothing, the stuff that we do direct, and the rest of it, and and that people can now find, and indeed hundreds are selling every day. At times, all of those kind of things where we take the work that Matt does, the work that's been done in the past, and express it in other forms is just absolutely thrilling. And Mega City One TV is not the only project that we're working on in film and TV. There are other irons in fires that are very exciting that aren't going to be talked about until we've got something to talk about. But it's not all quiet on that front. And so and basically there's just an abundance of opportunity and not enough time, but we're trying to do as many good things, as many cool things as we can.
And finally, Matt, what's the next 12 months? Because was there anything more that you were going to let us know is happening?
What's sort of exciting coming up later this year is this Undead event we got coming in September, Prog 2300. And the magazine that's out the same day. That's starting to take shape. This alternate Judgment Day storyline. It's looking good. We've got a lot of good stories coming in, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. So that's shaping up quite nicely.
I mean that's quite a touchstone to refer back to.
Yeah, having said that, it's not all about nostalgia. We're looking forward. Yeah, we're also referring back to a story back from those years. But yes, it's going to be good fun. There's going to be a lot of things that readers won't have seen before, and some shocking developments that you won't want to miss.
Wonderful. Well, on that note, it's time to wrap things up. So thank you to you all for participating in this. Can't wait for the next 45 years. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. Bye.
Great. Thanks. Cheers, guys. Welcome back, Earthlets. I sent Walter off thinking we were breaking, so thanks very much for joining us on the Galaxy's Greatest. Make sure you go along to 2000AD.com to check out all of the fantastic merch and the prints and books celebrating 4.5 decades of the Galaxy's Greatest comic. For our next panel, we're going to be talking to 4 artists who are kind of the next generation of artists working on 2000 AD. One of the amazing things about 2000 AD has been how it has allowed lots of different styles of art. There's no house style to 2000 AD, and so it was fantastic to chat to Anna Morozova, who's artist on Judge Anderson, and also one of the new series for 2000 AD Regened, which is our all ages comic series. She did a series called Viva Forever. We've got Judge Dredd artists Dan Cornwell and Tom Foster, and also we've got the artist on the reboot of the classic 2000 AD series Harlem Heroes, Karina May Voropoulou. Now, that's a series that is happening only in the collected editions of 2000 AD Regened, and volume 3 is out now. So it was wonderful to chat to all 4 of them just about what working at 2000 AD means, how they adapt and change to the constraints and the freedoms of working at the Galaxy's Greatest, and so it was fantastic to be able to chat to them about...
Wait! I thought we were on a break. What is going on?
We're just like, do you really...
Fwag said you couldn't do this without me.
Do you really have to be here? Like, I've got this under control. I'm sure there's some socks to iron or something.
No. I'm here till the bitter end.
Well, that's super. That's absolutely super. So enjoy the next panel, Earthlets, with Karina, Tom, Dan, and Anna. We'll see you in an hour. So welcome to another panel for the Galaxy's Greatest 45 Years of 2000 AD, and I'm your host, Malchar. And on this panel, we're talking to 4 relatively newly minted art droids about what it means to draw for 2000 AD, how they approach their work, and to really talk about the kind of next generation of 2000 AD creators. So it's an absolute privilege to welcome my 4 guests, starting off with Tom Foster.
Hello.
Karina May Voropoulou.
Hi.
Anna Morozova.
Hello.
And Dan Cornwell.
How you doing?
Wonderful. Well, welcome everybody. Listen, I wanted this panel to kind of get to know you guys, introduce you guys to everybody, talk about your work for 2000 AD, whether it's small or large, and get a sense of the future for 2000 AD in terms of art and techniques and style, and how it plugs into this great legacy of the past 4.5 decades. I think I'm going to come to Dan first of all, because Dan, you've got a story running in the prog at the moment, which is Judge Dredd Citadel, which is written by the mighty John Wagner. You've got quite a close connection with John, and that relates to how you've come into 2000 AD, doesn't it? Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, John had a project on the go, and he was on the lookout for an artist. So he was apparently professionals charge too much. So he was after someone who's cheap, and I'm notoriously cheap. But he saw my work in Dog Breath, the fanzine, the 2000 AD fanzine, and he sent me a message asking if I'm interested in football at all, which I was. I thought it was a joke at the time. I thought someone had spammed my Facebook Messenger or something, because when you see a message saying John Wagner on it, and I was driving a bus at the time, not looking at the message driving a bus, but I was driving a bus at the time, and I saw this message from John Wagner. But obviously I said yes, I'm into football, I can draw football. So he took me on as an artist on Rock of the Reds, and latterly Rock the God. To work with someone like John, who's one of the founding fathers, if you like, of 2000 AD, was insane, really. It was really insane. It was not something I could have ever imagined. But once we'd done Rock of the Reds, at the 40th bash, he introduced me to Matt Smith, Tharg. And well, I say he introduced me to Matt Smith. Apparently, John was doing the panel and he sent Matt over to the table that John was at, and I was just sitting there minding his table for him. And Matt said, "Oh, John says you'd like to work for 2000 AD," which I did. And he goes, "Okay, we'll get you on something then." And I was like, "Is that official?" He said, "Yep." And obviously, as soon as Matt left, straight onto social media, posting it everywhere. But yeah, it's not the normal route into comics, getting to work with someone off the bat, John Wagner, and I've been here ever since. That's 5 years ago now, strangely. Do you pinch yourself? Yeah. Every day. When I sit there and I'm reading the script from whomever it's from, and I'm sitting there reading it, most of the time it's Judge Dredd I'm drawing, which is the character. It's one of those characters that I've always drawn, as in when I was a boy, I used to draw Judge Dredd all the time, poorly. But yeah, whenever I'm sitting there with a script, and I still remember the first Judge Dredd page for a story called Warbuds I did, and I think the first image of Judge Dredd I drew officially was his backside. I'm pretty sure it was his backside, the back of Judge Dredd. But even that, I was sitting there going, "Oh my God, I'm doing this for real. This is an official Judge Dredd story I'm doing." And again, that was John Wagner's story. But it is unreal when you've read it for as long as I have, and I was quite a late comer to becoming a comic. Most comic artists start off relatively young, and I'm in my 40s and start to work for 2000 AD. I've read it for such a long time, and then to, I don't know, 30 years later to get that dream, that break is it's living the dream, basically living a dream.
Wonderful. Anna, I want to come to you next, because everyone on this panel's route was slightly different coming into 2000 AD. Do you want to explain a little bit about how you came to be working for
Mine was a gamble. Really, my way was such a gamble. The common assumption is that new artists come through the thought bubble competition. So this is something I usually get when people go, "Oh, you've completed the competition." I was like, no. By complete accident, I ended up doing digital interaction course at Dundee University in Scotland. And my final degree project involved mixing comics and technology. In fact, it was comics and augmented reality. And I happened to show it to Philip Won, who at the time ran Masters of Comics at Dundee University, just because I thought he might be interested in it, and maybe we could potentially take this project somewhere else. But he said, "Oh, I've actually got this Masters in Comics program, MDes, and it's funded. Would you like to join?" And that was a gamble because at that point I was also offered a job in a financial company doing UX UI, or I could pursue a dream with no guarantees at all and do comics. And my heart told me to do comics. And at that time, I just thought that I could use that year to actually develop a sequential portfolio, because everybody here knows that, just doing standalone pictures is a skill in its own right, but sequential art is a little bit different, and it requires a little bit different set of skills, which at that time I didn't have. So that was really good practice. And at that time, again, Philip Won had an amazing idea, and he thought, we might as well actually contact 2018 and offer them like a live project thing, so that students get the chance to illustrate future shocks, and maybe Matt Smith could give them feedback, because it's really great when you actually get to work with people from the industry, when it's not just kind of conservated in the university, just kind of academic environment, because people need the access to the actual professional environment too. And so Phil grabbed essentially work of the students and sent it to Matt Smith to say, this is what we do. Are you interested in doing something next year, like providing us a script? Apparently the same day, Matt Smith got back to him and was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's go for it. By the way, who's the Sana girl? Because he saw my work. And he said, I might actually contact her once she finishes the course to see if she's up for doing a future show. And he did. And since then, I've been working for them as well. And I couldn't be more thrilled. And I couldn't be a happier person, honestly.
Excellent. That's always nice to hear. Tom, I want to come because Anna just mentioned the Thought Bubble competition, which is for those who don't know, it's the annual convention now in Harrogate, and we run a couple of competitions, one for writers and one for artists. And the artist one is portfolio, and you draw a sample script, and then a panel of creators tear it to pieces in front of what used to be a live audience. Tell us a little bit about your experience with that and your experience now working for 2018.
I entered the first one in 2011. I did okay. Like I didn't win, but I got a kind of honorable mention. I was one of the people where at the end, when they asked the judges, who are you going to go for? There was a couple of people said, oh, well, I like that Tom guy, but he's not ready. Well, that's fine. And then second year came right down to the wire, as I'm sure you remember. But they needed that room for other events, and so it had to be decided somehow. So it was put to an audience vote, which was sort of, I don't even know if that's what decided it or whether I don't know.
Sheer cruelty on my part. I apologize.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter that the person who won then subsequently turned down the commission. It's fine. But then third year, 2013, I entered it and won. And that was great. And I had it was a very I was kind of raised by TV and movies and things, so I have this expectation of what the arc of my life is going to be like. And obviously it doesn't normally play out the way that you might expect, but something like that, after having been trying to kind of get into comics for such a long time and not being successful, but also really not being motivated enough and stuff, and kind of just fannying about, not doing enough work, because I didn't really see a path into it. I couldn't, it felt like the people who got opportunities to do stuff like that were working in a different set of circumstances. And I was in a world where stuff never really materialized. But then, of course, as soon as you actually get the kind of victory and you get in, you think, well, it's totally accessible. It's fine. I don't know why everybody's complaining. And so, like, now that I'm through the door, it does seem like there was a path from where I was, like a very accessible path that other people could take. But it really doesn't feel that way until you've got some hard evidence. Like, until you get your first commission, it never really feels like it's going to happen. Because I would do the convention circuit before that. I would like go speak to editors, get advice from other artists and things. And you would get kind words, but there was never a sense that they were actually looking to hire anybody. So when the competition came along and there was a very strong sense, well, the first year, actually, there wasn't the carrot of actual paid commission at the end of it, but it just seemed like a good opportunity to get seen. But then from the second year onwards, that was the prize was to actually get in the comic. So from that point on, I kind of set my sights on that, and it paid off. And again, like everybody else, it seems, I got my first job, and then that's, I've not really ever been out of work since then, which is crazy. And now that's the one bit that exceeded my ridiculous expectations on what my comics career might be like. There was never a point where I thought, right, well, you get your first like 4-page story or whatever, and then that's it for the next 8 years, 9 years, whatever. You're not going to be out of work. That would just seem completely unrealistic.
I had a similar thought when John got me the Judge Dredd story, the first Judge Dredd story. I thought that was I got that purely off of John's back, if you know what I mean. I thought he twisted Matt's arm and then gave me that job, and I thought once I'd done that, that's the last I'd hear from them, because Matt said, "Look, John, I've done you a favour. I gave him some work, and we're going to leave him now." I didn't think I'd get any more after that.
I mean, there is quite a big pool of talent who work for 2000 AD, and to keep all those people in work all the time, I don't know how they do it, on like one weekly title and one monthly title. And yet it's very rare that you'll hear like a regular 2000 AD artist talking about how they haven't had a gig in a while or whatever. Not people, like, there's like a group of maybe, I don't know what, 40, 50 artists who just seem to have work on all the time. And with somebody like me, because I'm so slow, I guess that makes some sense. But there's people who are way faster than me, who're like putting out so much content that it's a wonder that there's enough to go around. But it's great. Like, it's amazing.
That makes me so happy to hear.
Well, I was just about to say, like, Corinne sat there going, "Oh, well, this sounds great."
No problem.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's okay.
As the newest droid, I mean, Corinne, your path into this is completely different in itself, because your work is going straight into a graphic novel. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your the strip that you've been working on?
Yeah, so it was actually complete dumb luck. It was actually my friend Ramsey, who's also the writer who worked with me on Harlem Heroes, that got me into it, because I think he was talking with our editor Olivia Hicks, trying to kind of figure out how to approach the Harlem Heroes reboot, which is, if you don't know, it's an original 2000 AD strip from the 70s that was drawn by Dave Gibbons. And it's basically like a sci-fi sports comic. And for the first time ever, Ramsey got asked if he had an artist to recommend, and he recommended me, which was just perfectly timed, because up until then, I've mostly, like, this is my first like proper like published gig. And up until that point, I'd been doing mostly self-published work, worked on a couple anthologies with other people that ended up getting published by companies, but it was still like indie publishers and stuff. So up until then, I had pretty much like it had been 5-6 years that I was doing the comics thing, like doing the convention circuit, doing all of the self-publishing thing, and I wasn't really, I felt like I wasn't going anywhere. And then, I don't know, I think it must have been written in the stars, because on the day that I decided, okay, that's it, I'm quitting comics, that's when Ramsey asked me, he was like, hey, do you want to work on this thing with me? And I was like, yeah, of course. And then, yeah, after I like half an hour later, I get an email from 2000 AD, and I was like, oh, this is actually happening.
I mean, that's a perfect place to kind of move on to questions of legacy, because you're working on Harlem Heroes, which is one of the launch strips of 2000 AD, and very much 2000 AD royalty in terms of the original creative team. Looking at something like that, I mean, I make a complete guess here that you don't necessarily have an awful lot of exposure to 2000 AD, but correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. Yeah, I didn't really read it until I moved to London at like age 18, 19. And that's the first time that I kind of like got to actually read the physical comic. Because up until then, like I'd only watched the Dredd movie, which I loved. And after that, I was like, ooh, okay. So like Judge Dredd is a legit kind of character that goes back many, many years. And I always had my sights kind of like, I was like, 2000 AD looks like the coolest company to kind of draw for. So I was very excited.
Flattery will get you absolutely everywhere. The question I wanted to ask was how you approached, because for those who haven't seen it by the time this goes out, your style your style is different to Dave Gibbons. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So I wanted to get a sense of how you approached your style on the strip, how much you either plugged into or looked away from the original, because it is a reboot, it is a refresh. So I wanted to get an idea of your ideas around that.
I did like start by looking at the original strip, and I kind of had a bit of an idea of where I wanted to go with it, because I think like for me representation was the most important thing, because I mean my writer Ramsey is Black, but I'm not, so it was very, very important to me that I kind of get the characters right and get them like as diverse looking, but making it as realistic as possible, but still kind of like creating a really fun and iconic cast of characters. So it was very like, I think I tackled it quite practically in the sense that I was like, okay, so how, because the original strip, generally the characters tend to look quite the same. They all have the same body type, and the kind of uniforms that they wore were quite like uniform. They were quite the same. So I wanted to introduce a lot of like diversity between the characters in terms of body type, in terms of hair, like features and stuff. So I kind of, I was a bit methodical, where I kind of created a list of goals that I wanted to accomplish. And then I was like, okay, cool, how do I make this happen? And then kind of worked on from there. The most important for me was to just make them look really fun and quite distinct from each other. So that whenever you just look at any of the characters, you can always like get a feel of their personality almost immediately, kind of, and just really have fun with the character designs. But also I'm really lucky because me and Ramsey have been friends for a few years. So he already knew what my references are, what my inspirations are, and the kind of stuff that I like to draw. So he really did a really good job kind of writing the script tailored to my taste and my strengths as well. So it was a very, like, I feel that we make a really good team. So he made my job way easier.
Wonderful. Anna, I want to come to you next because, again, you've done work on trips like Judge Anderson, as well as newly originated stuff for Regened. I wanted to get your sense of how you interact in your head with the past 45 years, with all the artists that have come before, or whether it's you wanting to do your own thing?
You see, it's interesting, right? I'll come back to Judge Anderson a bit later, but I'll probably start with my first gig for 2000 AD. It was the Future Shock. At that time, I knew and anticipated that when you knew, you're coming in into existing kind of environment, existing fan base. So there was a little bit of pressure at that time. But I will always say, I've been saying this, what I really enjoy about 2000 AD is that it's the publication that allows this incredible creative freedom. So your personal artistic voice is very much appreciated generally. So I was very lucky when I actually found out that that Future Shock was received very well. In fact, I didn't really anticipate. I thought it would be a little bit unnoticed, but when you get this feeling of, like kind of lifetime fans of 2000 AD coming to you and saying how much they enjoy your work, it really means the world. It really means that you've done something right. And what I always try to do is I acknowledge the legacy, and I acknowledge how much amazing content is there historically. So my focus when I do work is to make sure I do the best possible job I can to keep that legacy going and contribute in the best possible way. So yeah, but still with 2000 AD, every job I take, I try to tackle it slightly differently compared to the other jobs I've already done, just to kind of see and experiment a little bit and see how audience and how people react to this. So for example, if I work on terror tales or Future Shocks, they tend to be very dark. They're very black and white, contrasty, grim. When it's stuff for Origin, for example, such as Vivo Forever, it's a little bit different style, or there's going to be a new strip coming out soon in the upcoming region, Lowborn High. On this one, I got the opportunity to do my own color work as well. So again, opens a completely different field to try something new and to showcase your abilities to people and see how people respond to this. But legacy characters are a little bit different because you see, it's an interesting experience when you get a chance to actually develop something your own and you get to draw something that's already in existence. And especially Judge Anderson, it's a very special character in the 2000 AD universe. It's got very special relationship with the audience as well. And to actually get an opportunity and turn a hand on this character and draw her, it was incredible. But you always anticipate a little bit of debate as well, because you know how 2000 AD, Judge Dredd universe characters, they age in real time as well. So everybody handles those characters differently. So I try to do my best, yet bring my kind of own voice to the character as well. And I really hope the audience enjoyed it. Well, so far I've heard good feedback, but yeah, I really hope that I did her justice.
Wonderful, wonderful. So Tom and Dan, now don't take this the wrong way.
Okay.
This is always a great way to start a sentence, isn't it? Let me ask you a question. But both of your styles, for me, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, very strongly seem to connect to key 2000 AD artists. So, Tom, your work is always compared to Brian Bolland. Dan, I see Mick McMahon in your work quite strongly. And there's people who've clearly, been very influenced by 2000 AD. I wanted to get your sense of how that legacy has influenced you, and whether you get a sense of wishing to plug into that, or whether it's something that you're finding your own style within it, if you see what I mean. Tom, what do you think?
It is a good question, and like obviously the whole issue of being influenced and wearing your influences on your sleeve can, the word clone does come up from time to time, but the way, like, I feel like I know I'm very influenced by particularly Bolland, but there's a couple of other artists in there as well. Glenn Fabry, Chris Weston, other people who tend to sort of try and like coax as much realism out of like a slightly hyper-real style as they can, and I do struggle with sometimes whether I've kind of got my own identity as an artist, but I think, like, for one thing, I'm a little bit less dependent than I used to be on studying just one artist. Like that was a problem from the outset, was that my drawing, even though I did go to art college, I'm another Dundee University alumnus, not the comics course, predate that a little bit, but the art college, Duncan of Jordanstone there. So I do have an art education, but most of my drawing influences, I was limiting myself to specifically comic artists and a handful of those. And then a few years ago, I was very reliant on using things like DAZ 3D and photo reference, like things to kind of prop up my drawing skills, because at the back of my mind, I knew I wasn't a particularly strong or consistent draftsman. I could render quite well, but constructing stuff, particularly anatomy, I wasn't consistent enough to be able to do it every time and know that there was going to be something publishable at the end of it. So I just kind of sat down and started properly studying and giving myself as close to a kind of classical education in anatomy as I could, because when I went to art college, life drawing was just about to get thrown out the door, and all the kind of traditional drawing skills were getting pushed to one side by the faculty at that point. There was no emphasis on it at all. In fact, if there was an emphasis, it was that kind of stuff isn't really relevant anymore. But it's relevant to this job, very much so. So I realized I had to kind of give myself the education, get the books, study them, and do as good a job as I could as getting better at drawing, because that was the only way I was going to be able to compete with all the people that I admired who had learned things a bit, the traditional way. And it made a huge difference. And like once my drawing ability improved and I was able to just sit down, rather than using 3D models, I could just sit down, sketch out my page, and then do my finished pencils and stuff. That was when I started to feel, okay, I'm still very influenced by certain artists, but I'm not defined by them in the same way. Like whatever's coming out, it is my drawing. And I've always kind of felt like unless you make a specifically considered decision to do something in a stylistic way, like to give your character certain cartoonish proportions or exaggerate certain things every time, unless you're making the decision to do that, your style comes out of basically the mistakes you make, or the things that like you never quite get quite right, or a little bit stiff or whatever, because if you're aiming for, well, that's what a person looks like, or that's what forms look like, your style will generally come out of the stuff that's specific to you, not being able to 100% get your head around it. That's the style I like. That's why I gravitate towards Bolland and that in the first place, is because they draw the way I like to draw, just better. So I might as well at least try and move in that direction.
It's fascinating. I mean, that's why I asked the question, and why I wanted to talk about this on this panel is it's that interplay. And Anna,
I think the point that Tom's made is absolutely great. As he said, that sometimes it's like the little things you can't quite get your head around that bring the unique voice to your work. And I've noticed that throughout, reading comics and looking at people's work, sometimes if it's not 100% ideal, correct, and accurate, this is actually what gives the work authenticity. This is what makes it live. So it's just not completely, overproduced, over worried about. It actually, sometimes it can be like a little slip, but it helps to maintain and retain the energy in the work, and it keeps it very humane. Because I think this is important. We're not robots, and I'm pretty sure, in the future, AI will be able to draw comics for us. So these little missteps and maybe mistakes from an artist's point of view, but not from the reader's point of view, is exactly what keeps the reader's attention, and they can they can connect with a specific artist. I think it's was it Mick McMahon who was actually making this point as well back in the day? He said, somebody asked him if this was a special stylistic choice he went for when he was drawing Dredd in a certain way, and he said, no, actually I couldn't figure out the anatomy. But this is what actually gave this iconic look to the character drawn by Mick McMahon, the way we know it these days. So,
Dan, what's your feeling on this?
I think it's hard not to be influenced by, the people I've grown up reading and looking at. I think you're generally going to be influenced by the artist you love. I think my style's very. You said Mick McMahon. I don't see that personally, but that's because it's my work. Mine, I think, because I'm influenced by so many. If I'm doing a story that relies on getting reference from a previous story, especially like in the Citadel and Warbuds before, I will go through my graphic novels and pick up a story that a certain thing appears in. And then as soon as I see that, I'm instantly influenced by the artwork of that story. So, I think my style is probably a mashup of Carlos, of Mick, of Henry Flint, of so many that I've been influenced by. And when I pick up a book, the other day I picked up Mick McMahon Slain, and I was just, drooling over this artwork, thinking that's how I want to draw. But if you try to force something like that, it never comes out looking natural, and your own style will eventually come through anyway. I think we all pick up something from different artists along the way, but if you go all out to replicate other artists' styles, you're probably on to a losing streak, if you like, because your own style has to come through eventually, and it generally does. Like I say, when I pick up books and I'm sitting there drawing and I need to reference something and I see some Mick or Carlos's, even in the Citadel, someone pointed out that one of the Dredd poses I did, it goes, oh, that's definitely a Carlos Dredd. I didn't personally go. It's because I was reading, my reference was right next to me and I was looking at it, and it just kind of came out, I suppose. What amazes me about those artists from back then is, I rely on reference now. You really should, poses, and my camera's full of horrendous pictures of myself trying to look cool and hard and all of this. And they never had that in the day. I remember listening to one of your interviews, and they were going to libraries to pick up books for reference, and we've got the internet now, and apps on your pads for posing and this and the other, whereas they never had any of that. So you have to look at them, this standing on the shoulders of giants story, saying is so true, because you look at how they produced the stunning work that they did without effectively the tools we have nowadays. Like I say, I'm influenced by them 100%. Not one particular artist. It's a multitude of artists I'm influenced by, and if that comes out in my work, then it's effectively a tribute to them, basically, because I don't do it consciously. It's something that just happens because I've been reading it for 30 years. So, and there's artists from the States or France who influence my style or my process in doing it. But I am 100% influenced by the artists from 2000 AD over the years, particularly the Dredd artists and whatnot. And if it comes out my work, then that can only be a good thing. But as long as my style is a predominant thing, you see. If you see a picture of some of my work and they go, "Oh, there's definitely a Mick McMahon look to that panel or that Dredd or that character or Carlos or whoever," then that's a good thing. But as long as it's not people saying, "Oh, it's just a clone of such and such," then I'm doing something right. I think it's good to be influenced, but not to clone.
I think your greatest moment so far is plugging into Ron Smith's style of drawing Dredd's arse. Of course, you did Naked City, where
oh god,
running around with no clothes on, and I looked at one of those panels. I went, Ron Smith also had a thing for Dredd's butt, so
yeah. But the thing is, it's because Dredd, I like those kind of upshots. I'm always going for these upshots because I don't know, it looks cinematic or whatever. And Dredd wears tight clothes, so he's always got his butt.
I think if there was one story we didn't want upshots, that was definitely
yeah. Well, even the script, when the main script came in and I was reading it, and it says that the girl that was sitting on the floor and Dredd was protecting her, and he said her face is right next to his butt. And I thought, how am I going to do this without showing too much?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Anyway, moving on. Karina, I wanted to just come back to you because what I love about the Harlem Heroes reboot is that, as you mentioned, it takes elements from the original, but also does something different with them that plays to your style. I wondered what your influences were beyond 2008, because your style is, it's not something we've really seen in 2000 AD before. So I wanted to get an idea of where you were coming from.
I was basically raised on a steady diet of mostly the Franco-Belgian comics. So like ever since I could remember, I've always had a book of Asterix in my hand. Because the best thing about growing up in Greece is that you can buy comics everywhere, because we've got these like kiosks where you can go buy chocolates. It's kind of like a corner shop type thing, but you can always find like Asterix, Lucky Luke, like Tintin. But you can also find the Disney comics. So I was mostly reading, European comics plus Disney stuff. And then when I was 13, I discovered manga and never looked back. So I've just been like, I got into like Western comics fairly late. So I didn't really grow up with superheroes aside from the cartoons. So most of my influences primarily come from manga. But obviously like with a more sort of like European influence to it. But generally I have a similar approach to Dan, where I will sort of like, whenever I have a new project where I'm not entirely sure what I want to do, I just kind of go to my library, pick something up that catches my eye. And then whether on purpose or not, I do end up being quite influenced by it. So it really depends a lot of the time on what I'm reading at the time, or if I want to have a specific effect, I will like always try and find someone that has done it before and try to kind of like, not exactly steal, but like kind of borrow elements of their style to try to integrate into my work as well. But yeah, for Harlem Heroes, for example, like one of my all-time favorite artists is Ron Wimberly, and I was just like, I just want to draw like him. He's just a master, I think. And in my opinion, So I was just very much like influenced by him while I was working on Harlem Heroes. Because his color, like especially his color palette, because it does, like, he does work in this very sort of like oversaturated kind of, but like he really plays around with different like hues and color balances and kind of like just colors you wouldn't necessarily see in, for example, a skin tone. He works a lot with purples and blues rather than pinks and browns type thing. So it was very much like drawn to that.
That merging of influences outside of necessarily 2000 AD. That looking at your artwork, like I said, it's not a style that I think we've seen an awful lot of, whether in 2000 AD or in the graphic novels.
When you see artwork coming in, can you see the people who are influenced by 2000 AD and the people who are not? When you see the artwork coming in, as you say, her work's not like 2000. It's totally different to what you normally see in, and that must be a good thing, because then you're not getting carbon copies of everything. It makes the prog totally different week in, week out.
Yeah, I mean, this ultimately is the point that I wanted to come on to, which is about the future. And about the comics landscape now is completely different to what it was 45 years ago, and all too often I think whether they still read 2000 AD or they read it back in the 80s, I often see people wanting the comic to be almost preserved in aspic, to have been the same thing that it always was. And the lineup with all of you for this panel speaks to me as a changing times, changing styles, new identities, new people coming in. And I can see influences because I grew up with 2000 AD as well, so it's kind of imprinted onto my brain. So it's almost the lens through which I see everything. Not so great sometimes, but I wanted to get a sense of the future and how we reckon with the past while moving on. If you see what I mean. Tom, I just want to come back to you for this and get your sense of on new generations and new styles and moving forward.
I think it's important to study what new ground is being broken in terms of drawing comics and the like you get at the moment there's a lot of people, usually it's kind of driven by what's possible with the technology that people have, because if it was just a case of kind of intellectual innovation, there's a fair chance that somebody would have come up with it or something, like something approximating it 30 or 40 years ago. But as soon as as soon as there's a technological advancement that allows people to explore new territory, that's normally when you get an influx of ideas. So there's people now who are doing some kind of amazing stuff with digital color that in the kind of first run era of digital coloring either wasn't as possible, or people, when digital coloring first started, people were just getting to know the tools, and things would generally have like a particular look. And then as people sort of got used to coloring digitally and start reevaluating, well, what actually works in color terms for a story and isn't just however much mileage we can milk out of the new set of technology, things start to kind of get a bit of a broader brief and people explore more creative decisions rather than being driven by the technology. So that's one side of things, is being aware of what's coming out. You also kind of have to study the past stuff, because the thing that's most crucial really creatively is knowing what's the right decision for whatever project you're working on. And sometimes that right decision will involve using fairly advanced, contemporary techniques. Sometimes it will involve more traditional methods. The bigger a kind of palette of resources you have to work with, the better the output's going to be, because you're able to make the right choice for the project. So, for example, like in rendering terms, obviously Bolland's my big influence. Like that's how I ink generally, and like my line work is very influenced by Bolland. But Bolland isn't really my main kind of storytelling influence. For that, I would look more towards somebody like Lee Weeks, who has a traditional approach, but is more contemporary artist. And I can use digital resources to make for more interesting shot choices sometimes. Like, I'll be like, well, it's going to be really difficult to draw this entire scene from a 3/4 angle from above, or set everything inside a very cramped space and keep it dynamic. So I can use 3D tools to kind of mock it up and use it as a kind of meta photo reference in order to like have a slightly broader selection of things to work from. But there's influences from different, like for every aspect of it, there's a different an influence from a different generation of artists. And that would generally be my philosophy or my approach to working in any evolving medium like this, is that you kind of have to have a fairly firm grip on both the past and the future to deliver the best possible thing.
I always find it very difficult to when I done my first Dredd, I went all out to change his Lawmaster and his gun and this, and to put my own mark on it. And some people liked it, a lot of people didn't, because it's not the Lawmaster. It's not the way Bolland drew it, or Mick, or Carlos. So I find it very hard to keep it traditional looking, a traditional Judge Dredd story, without adding some sort of, I don't know, Akira aesthetics to it, because I love all of those works, but you have to make them look relatively modern, because you have to keep the audience there. And if you're drawing, if the comics all looked like they came from the 70s, the chances are people won't be picking them up from the stand, because the readership gets older and older, and we need to attract the younger readers. So you have to make it appealing to them. And if it looks like it's from the 70s, it might not be appealing to them.
I mean, this is the I guess what we're moving towards is what's the essence of 2000 AD, that it can absorb all these different styles and all these different ways of doing things. I mean, you mentioned about the Lawmaster, like everyone's got their own take on the on the Lawmaster. What is it about 2000 AD and that freedom that Anna mentioned earlier that means it has existed for 45 years and is going from whether people believe it or not, is going from strength to strength. What's the kernel, what's the essence of it, do we think?
Well, it's an anthology, isn't it, to start? So it allows for varied art styles and stories, and whereas many other comics might not have. They're willing to experiment, try new things, and these, like I said earlier, it's may not be, people could pick up the comic and some of it might not be someone's cup of tea, or in some cases they may be incredibly offended by what they're looking at or reading. But that's the point of 2000 AD. It's got to, if it became stagnant, it wouldn't exist. It would die out, like a lot of other comics have. So it allows for creators to experiment and try and push the boundaries, and that's why it's successful, because that punk attitude from the 70s is still going strong now. It's just the punks from the 70s are now in their 60s, and you know, they still buy it and they still enjoy it. They have strong words about it sometimes, or you know, pleasant words about it. It allows us to do what we want to do and try things. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work, but that's the point of it, isn't it? It's an anthology. There's always going to be something in there you like, or there's probably going to be something in there you dislike.
Anna, I can see you nodding away all the way through that.
Nodding away.
What's your take? What's the essence of 2008?
Do you know what? I actually wrote it down on a sticky note. I very much agree with Tom on a point he made earlier on about the palette of resources. And I think for 2000 AD creators, it is in particular, and in creators in general, but in 2000 AD, it's very important to keep this palette as diverse as possible. And you need to be very, very respectful of what's been done prior you came into the scene. But you also need to be in the loop of how the artistic environment is changing around us, just as Tom said. But here's one thing as well. See, with technology, it comes, technology also brings this kind of openness to so many voices. But what technology also can do is to limit us to certain specific channels. For example, if you interact with certain content, it kind of sort of puts you in a pool when it shows you very similar content as well. Because if this is what you like, we will show you something similar. And this is a danger of content becoming quite derivative when you're constantly sitting in this kind of bubble surrounded by the same type of references, same type of styles. So I think it's very important to be switched on, and as soon as you kind of see that you've been influenced by same type of thing for a little bit too long, is to go and search for an entirely opposite reference. Either go back through archives of like amazing art that was done before. It may not even be style you're particularly into, but through the difference, you will be able to see how you can make your own work more creative. Again, I will repeat myself and say that 2000 AD in particular, Rebellion is an amazing platform where you're allowed this voice and where you're allowed this experimentation. So I think it's important to use it with responsibility and with respect and with creative approach. So you don't become too caught up you don't become too stagnant in the references you're familiar with, but you can also like push yourself a little bit further and therefore challenge the audience as well a little bit, because 2000 AD is pretty much about the challenge in general. So I think if we have this opportunity, we have to use it.
Wonderful. Well, we have come to the end of our time. So thank you to all four of you for what has been an absolutely absorbing chat. Some wonderful insights there. So yes, thank you to Tom, to Karina, to Anna, and to Dan for a great panel. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you.
Welcome back, Earthlets, to the Galaxy's greatest, celebrating 45 years of 2000 AD. I am your host, Mulchar, and we've got another couple of great panels now. The first is on our Fringe, which is over on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/2000 AD online, and that's a fantastic interview with two of our absolute best combos of artist and writer, and that's Dan Abnett and INJ Colbard, and they're talking about Brink, which is the ongoing sci-fi horror series, which is, I mean, it's described as True Detective in space, but there's lots of other influences in there. It's absolutely fantastic. It's a slow burn series that's been winning absolute legions of fans. There's 3 collections now, with the 4th out this year. And comics critic Tom Shapiro talks to Dan and to Ian about crafting this kind of, long form, ongoing, slow build story. So that's fantastic. So that's over on our YouTube channel. For those of you who saw our panel yesterday about audio adaptations of 2000 AD, then Brink is one of those stories that was adapted by Penguin Random House, is available on Audible right now. It's really great listen, and it's absolutely fascinating to hear how they have taken such a great synthesis of writing and art and turned it into something you can listen to. I mean, amazing.
I love listening to Brink. It's my favourite.
Thanks, Walter. Thanks. It's great to have you here. Were you going to get me a coffee?
Ooh.
So, over here on the main feed, we have our panel about satire, and it's fantastic to have guests like this talking about comedy and the kind of wider impact of 2000 AD, and it's kind of anarchic black comedy, even not straight out and out comedy scripts, things like Judge Dredd, where you've got this dark humour, which has influenced people far beyond the pages of 2000 AD. So it's great that host Toby Venables is joined by Joel Morris, Mitch Ben, and Dane Baptiste, talking about satire and comedy.
Hello and welcome to this special panel celebrating 45 years of the galaxy's greatest comic. Today we're joined by a panel of comedians and comedy writers to tell us all about what effect 2000 AD has had on them. I'm Toby Venables, author and screenwriter, co-writer of the BAFTA-winning His House, which I mention at every available opportunity. And with me is Joel Morris, one of the authors of Ladybird books for grown-ups, as well as one of the brains behind the Family Examiner, Touch of Frost, Radio 4's Angstrom. Award-winning stand-up Dane Baptiste, comedy writer and musician, and science fiction novelist Mitch Ben. Welcome, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Before I do anything else, I just wanted to do this.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
That's the nerd
good reaction. Good reaction.
Well, I just wanted to gauge the reaction. I just wanted to gauge.
Is that the one with the single greatest frame of all time in it? Gazing to the Fist of Dread. Gazing to the Fist of Dread. Is that in there? Is that in that one? Because it's definitely in the First Dark Judges story. I mean, I think it's in the last episode of the first. That looks like to be the first episode of the First Dark Judges story. So it's possibly not in that one.
Not that one.
It would have been about 2 weeks later. The single greatest frame in them. Are we going to do a nerd test? Can anyone tell you which prog that is? I think it's 224.
Oh, hello. My goodness.
Oh, I'm feeling thoroughly outgunned now. Is it
225?
Oh my word!
But this leads me to the first actual question, which is, when did you first become aware of 2000 AD? Start with Mitch.
All right. You have, I'm assuming, at least become aware of, if not read, Scarred for Life and Scarred for Life 2. One of the authors of Scarred for Life is a guy called Stephen Brotherston. I was at Dovedale Primary School with Stephen Brotherston in the 1970s. Stephen Brotherston, although he keeps this a bit quiet, is the most naturally gifted comic book artist I've ever met. And when we were about 9 years old, we used to do comics together. I'd write them and he'd draw them. He could draw like Brian Bolland when he was 9. Anyway, it was, I'm fairly sure, through Stephen Brotherston that I became aware of 2000 AD. It took me a couple of years, because I didn't get into it till 79. The first one I bought was Prog 129. And what I've done since is sort out the collected editions for all the big stories that I missed. So I bought like the 2-volume edition of Judge Caligula as soon as that came out. Then bought the Cursed Earth as soon as that came out. But yeah, and I got very heavily on board. Didn't miss a single prog until I went to live out the country for 2 years in 1990. By the time I got back, I found it kind of hard to get back into it. And it wasn't just that I was, in my 20s now. When the documentary came out a couple of years ago, I was actually quite pleased to discover that the general consensus is that it went a bit off the boil in the early 90s, because I did find it kind of hard to get back into. But, my affection for it remains undimmed. And as I'm sure we'll go on to discuss, its impact on, the comedy world and ultimately in popular culture in general, I think can't really be overstated.
My story's not necessarily as detailed. I think I just went over to a neighbor across the road's house, and my neighbor Calvert, he had a bunch of miscellaneous 2000 AD and other comics lying around, and those were the first ones he was prepared to part with, that he would trust somebody of my age to look after. And yeah, I think for myself, I'd never seen kind of like that pulp fiction style of animation in a cartoon before. And I think a lot of the time, a lot of my peers were either trying to build dinosaurs or reading much lighter material. But I think it was the pencilmanship that I saw in like Nemesis the Warlock and Judge Dredd.
Wow.
And yeah, it kind of drew me immediately. And I probably at the time, because I was quite young, didn't have the benefit of being able to read it as canon or in order. And also, I didn't. And there was only one comic shop in Lewisham at the time, Skinny Malinks, and I wasn't allowed to go there by myself. But I was able to kind of piece together an idea of the canon and an overview for the arcs of the various titles by just getting different stuff. But essentially, 2000D was like my gateway drug when it came to my comic book addiction.
So what age were you then? What age was that?
I must have been, around the same age as Mitch, maybe 7 or 8. And then, that definitely influenced me to start making comics of my own, and then just finding more out about the genre. I think 2000 AD was so influential. Like today even, I don't really read fiction novels, because I'm just like, they just really can't compete like visually as well as editorially. And so so essentially 2000D is the reason why I don't really read fiction novels.
Ruined everything else.
Ruined everything. It's just, it's too hard to live up to, and there's always this way that people are like, who can't read books without pictures. But I'm like, I don't think you've seen these pictures. They're really, really good. They're really good. They might take as long as it takes to write something down. That's how good these pictures are. So.
Or longer.
Actually. Or longer, yeah.
Maybe that's just the way I write. But anyway, Joel.
I was about the same age. I was about 9 or 10, and I was a massive Star Wars fan. I'm Generation Star Wars, so I'd buy anything that looked like it had robots and spacemen in it. And I went to a jumble sale, and there was a single copy of 2000 AD at the jumble sale, and it was issue 131. And I was buying that and reading it at home and reading it until it was all worn out, and I'd never read anything like it. And it was because it was 2 reasons. One, it was really funny, and Star Wars isn't very funny. It was just really clever. And it was also, I think this is really important for 2000 AD, it was clearly for kids maybe 6 years older than me. And obviously it wasn't. It was meant to be for 9-year-olds, and you're meant to read it and think, this is for kids 6 years older than me. I remember going to see the Dredd movie when it came out with a bunch of old 2000 AD heads, and we went to see it, and we all came out of it a bit shocked about how violent it was. And I went, I think that's a 25 certificate film. As in, like, it's too old. It's still too old for us. And I loved the level of violence in it was cartoonish enough to be funny. Like, it was so over the top, but also you went, shit. And it had the same impact as when I was talking to Rufus Jones, the comedy writer, about this recently. When a friend told you in the playground, you've got to go and see Raiders of the Lost Ark, a guy's head explodes. It had that feeling of playground. It was playground.
As long as that style, it was really kind of like a golden era of stylized violence then, because it kind of was running concurrently alongside, like, your Hellraiser franchises and your Nightmare on Elm Streets and RoboCop, because Paul Verhoeven's kind of stylized violence. I think I discovered that around the same time I discovered 2000 AD.
Well, it's a funny thing because I think that obviously for the year I was getting into it was sort of before video nasties and video shops came out, but it seemed to just completely plug into that, as in the video boxes and video game boxes looked like they'd been drawn by 2000 AD artists. It was a part of a culture that fed into video art, video movies, Evil Dead movies, that kind of shit. It all sort of seemed to be part of the same thing, and it was designed to frighten your parents. But be completely safe in a sort of Alice Cooper-y way. It's the most horrifying thing possible. You're completely safe. These guys will look after you. But your parents would look over your shoulder and go, "Shit, are you reading? That guy's head just came off."
Yeah. Actually, my dad loved it. Because my dad grew up on sort of, pulp sci-fi novels, your Ray Heinlein's. And I think one of the things which really won him over was when they did Stainless Steel Rat, because he read all those books when they came out in the 60s. And that, that was a pretty ballsy thing for just a weekly British inky to do, was to not only do a full-scale adaptation of a very respected sci-fi novel. I've often wondered how the rights negotiations for that even came about. Actually going to the Harryhausen going, so we want to adapt a Stainless Steel Rat, but as an episodic comic book, and not even just a comic book in its own right, as just a single strand and a multi-strand comic book, and then the sheer baller move of actually casting him as James Coburn. Not only are we going to make this, who would we be if we were making the movie? Who would this have been? It would have been draw him as James Carlos, draw him as James Coburn, and I remember thinking that was a really. Because and then that got me into the rest of the Harryhausen books, and then immediately hoovered all those up.
That's like the Clint Eastwood chin, isn't it?
Dirty
Harry.
Yeah. When you're talking about them doing classic sci-fi, they didn't do classic sci-fi. They didn't do pompous sci-fi. They didn't do Isaac Asimov. They chose a funny sci-fi book. And I remember you're talking about not reading books. I did 7 years on Radio 5 as the book reviewer, and I don't read fucking books. I'm really lazy with my reading because of 2000 AD. I'm completely ordained on this. I was completely lazy with it. But I did read all the Harry Harrison books because they were in 2000 AD. I would read any book that I thought might be a bit like 2000 AD. I got into Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy because I thought it would be a bit like 2000 AD. I would read any textbook that looked like it might be as much fun as the comic. And I think, only read books that I think might be a bit like 2000 AD.
You're right. The humor is absolutely essential, and there's a very specific kind of humor. It's this really sort of gallows humor. That's why you mentioned sort of the 2012 Judge Dredd movie. For my money, I still don't think they've really nailed Judge Dredd properly. I think
yes, they have.
You mentioned it already. I think
Robocop.
What's that? Well, I was going to say, that's literally what I was going to say. I was going to say Robocop's a better Judge Dredd movie than either of the two Judge Dredd movies. Have you seen
the original costume design? It's one of the most absolutely I got you photographs you can ever see. Look for the original costume design for Robocop. He's got Judge Dredd's helmet. They literally just copied it across. It is a total.
Now you say it makes the whole Robocop thing make so much more sense. Even the weapon especially, because it's like the smart gun is just like the semi-automatic handgun with like the extended rifle. Yeah.
Everything. It's a complete.
The lawgiver, right?
But it's like an IP raid. They're trying to adapt the comic strip without paying for it.
But the point is exactly the thing about RoboCop is it gets the humor of Judge Dredd in a way that, to my money, I can understand why the 2012 movie is as grim as it did, because the reason everybody hated the 1995 movie, well, the main reason everybody hated the 1995 movie is because Rob Schneider and it's full of jokes. So it's just like, okay, we'll do this one. No jokes. Now the problem with the 95 movie is not that it's full of jokes; it's that it's full of shit jokes. The comic book is replete with jokes. The comic book is hysterically funny, and there's only a couple of moments in the 2012 movie where it tries to get that. I like the bit where the kids stick him up and say "Freeze, Judge," and he just turns very slowly and says, "Why?"
If you're talking about influence and things, I think one of the things that it did to me is it means that I hadn't even thought about this before. I can't take seriously any serious movie, certainly any serious comic book movie. I can't enjoy DC movies. I can't enjoy dark movies, and I find that the Marvel movies worked for me because they were funny and witty and in a very 2000 AD sort of smart ass, culturally aware way. Anytime I go and see, even the Tim Burton ones were too dark for me. I think what 2000 AD arrives at for a lot of kids is at exactly the point where they've just grown out of Spider-Man and grown out of the Adam West Batman, which is funny and fun. And it goes, here's some more grown-up fun. But then the next stage you're supposed to get into in comics is to go for really dark, troubled, Frank Miller-y stuff. And I never really loved that as much as I loved it being funny.
Actually, like Guardians of the Galaxy, that relationship with Marvel is an interesting one, like with the comics and the films. But particularly like Guardians of the Galaxy and Thor Ragnarok, it's like they're so 2000 AD.
Yeah, absolutely. Ragnarok so much. Even now, absolutely. Sorry.
No, go on.
But even now, like when you look back at DC, like the influence is very clear, particularly with the recent introduction of the Batman who laughs. It pretty much looks like he looks like Judge Death, and even the whole thing of the alternate Earths and these alternate versions of Batman, you really do begin to see that kind of 2000 AD like futuristic dystopian influence nowadays. So it's there, still there.
That mixture, that sort of shift into. I remember being really disappointed when I remember going to a comic shop when Dark Knight came out, and I would have been about 14, 15. I went to a comic shop and Dark Knight was out, and I went, "Oh, this looks beautiful!" And I opened up and fuck, it's Batman. I was so annoyed about it, not Judge Dredd. It wasn't Strontium Dog. It wasn't any of the funny, really good superheroes. And I got that sort of British American thing going, oh shit, when they spend all the money, they'll spend it on American stuff, won't they? They won't spend it on British stuff. And there was a real disappointment as a teenager that there wasn't going to be a shift. What they were going to do is they were going to buy all the British artists and writers and import them to America and make them write their boring American comics. And I still feel that I think the thing that was missing was 2000 AD growing up and then becoming a huge entertainment franchise, which would have been like Guardians of the Galaxy and Thor Ragnarok all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I want to sort of, sorry, Mitch.
No, go ahead. We've kicked this one to death.
But just like trying to sort of pin down what that humor, because I've got some issues here, and this I absolutely loved, where it was just where being immensely obese becomes a fad. So there's stuff called flab-on and there's the belly wheel. The belly wheel, that's just such a genius thing, which couldn't exist in real life. It could only exist on these pages.
Pinning
down that humour.
A friend of mine at school, that issue meant his dad banned him from reading 2000 AD. His dad was much posher than me. His dad was a scientist, and he said that could never happen. We're not buying that anymore. And I was sitting on a bus explaining that could never happen is not a reason not to enjoy fiction.
Kind of, it wipes out quite a lot of stuff.
I mean, but it was some revelation that either you got the joke or you didn't get the joke.
Yeah, well, I remember reading somewhere. It was in a review, I think, of one. I think it was in an article because, they're always trying to get the Judge Dredd TV show going, which, if anything, would be the best place for him. Would be, HBO Max or Netflix or something, would be the best place for Judge Dredd, something episodic. Because part of the point of Dredd is that he himself doesn't really have a character arc. That's the whole point. He is cast in stone. And the star of the scripts really is not Dredd, it's the city. And it's the megas, and it's all what crazy shit have the megas got up to this week?
It's the Simpsons with weaponry. It's a high explosive Simpsons.
Yeah, and how is Dredd going to wearily sort it out at the end? The
joke of Dredd is that he doesn't enjoy the city as much as I do. The joke is he doesn't laugh at this incredibly funny. So basically, he's a deadpan. He's Buster Keaton. He's Philomena Kunk. He's the non-laughing middle of this very funny situation. And
only one joke.
Yeah, he's in permanent for fuck's sake mode, isn't he, Dredd? That's the whole point. Now what the fuck are you doing? Now what
Mildrew with a helmet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's in this permanent sort of,
That's very well put. Mildrew with a helmet. Yeah, exactly.
But somebody, I think it was in an article about this, defined that the sense of humor with Judge Dredd is imagine everything that's stupid about America. Now imagine it just keeps getting stupider for the next 200 years.
In which case, do you know the biggest cultural impact? That's just to go to it. Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto is Judge Dredd done again. It's someone from outside America looking at America and saying, what if it got 10 times worse? And that
Yes.
becomes the biggest entertainment franchise of the 2000s. And then
You're
basically
absolutely right.
that's Scottish people laughing at American culture, which is what
Yeah.
basically 2000 AD
Yes.
was.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Which was
Yeah, one of whom was the drummer in my band at university. All right, John.
Really?
I'll never see him again.
But that's that is the most 2000 AD sense of humour I think I've seen transferred to another medium.
No, you're
Because
absolutely right.
it's the
yeah.
same joke. I was trying to explain to my kid recently. I said, "Oh, it's not serious. Grand Theft Auto isn't serious. It's a joke," because they knew about it as a cultural thing, but didn't know what it was. I went, "Oh, it's not meant to be." All the fear about, and again, the same fears about, will it corrupt kids? You go, no. If you get the joke, it's a safe place to take the piss out of this.
Yeah, and also we're past the point of will it corrupt kids because we're way ahead. I mean,
it's a joke about how those kids are already corrupted anyway. So.
Yeah.
thinking about that, like the leading out from the sort of source material and how it's kind of sent these ripples out and affected a bunch of other things. I mean, where do you see that influence, and also how does it influence you?
There's a direct specific influence, isn't it, in what it did to the industry? Because if you start, there is a general consensus of opinion that, comic books, graphic novels, whatever, was kind of reinvented as an art form, given a whole new level of status in the mid-late 1980s. But if you rattle off a list of the people who were generally held responsible for that, generally credited with that revivification of comic books, with pretty much the sole exception of Frank Miller, they're all ex-2000 AD guys. It's Alan Moore, it's Neil Gaiman, it's Pat Mills, it's Dave Gibbons, it's Brian Bolland, it's all those guys. As Joel pointed out, ended up going over to the States and kind of reinventing the American comic book industry for them. And this had all kinds of effects. One of which is, as we point out, this introduction of this bizarre sense of humor to a lot of this, because American comic books can get hideous, even before Frank Miller, American comics could get hideously po-faced. But also what I really noticed, and I remember noticing happening this at the time, was it totally revolutionized comic book artwork. And I think this is partly because back in the day, classic 2000 AD, it only had 4 color pages. It had the back and front cover, and it had the center spread, and everything else was black and white. So American comic book art in the 70s and early 80s had gotten very, very formulaic, and it tended to be line drawings that would then be given like 4 color colorization.
A lot of people trying to mimic Jack Kirby or Lopez and
exactly. But then you get guys like Bond, guys like Carlos Esquerra, guys, and they their penmanship is extraordinary because they're not doing line drawings and handing them over to colorists. They're having to create all this, perspective and dynamic just literally with a black pen, And so, but one of the other things I think, which is a direct benefit that the 2000 AD had was creating, if you like, the celebrity comic book creator, because they very, very prominently credited the people making the strips in a way that I don't recall being done certainly not in British comic books.
But you know why that was? That was Kevin O'Neill, who obviously was just the art gopher, the fixer in the office, the young lad, suggested with issue 1, what if I paste a little box in the corner with everyone's name on? And it was a suggestion just of the art gopher. It was just him going, these are my friends, they should have their names in it. And that blew my mind as a kid, because I could read who did it. I could then have favourites. And that then corrupted the industry, because it then meant that the Americans could do like celebrity transfers, like the football transfer market. Suddenly these guys were worth money, and it wrecked 2000 AD because they were all poached.
And to the point, also to the point where I guess the movement that we saw of that nature with 2000 AD would have led to that late or mid 90s phenomenon of the creation of like Image Comics, where you had celebrity artists like Rob Liefeld and Jim Lee and Tom McFarlane, who ended up leaving the larger publishers and doing like independent stuff. And then when you see kind of independent style that did kind of moved away from the more formulaic panel work, as you said, then it became a lot more reminiscent of 2000 AD artwork.
But I wonder how that seemed to sort of, if we're talking about comedy and the influence of it on comedy, one of the things that seemed to make it work for me as a kid, because comedy is about juxtaposition of tone, that you use a posh voice and you swear, whatever. It's the granny rapping joke. Is that the thing?
Yes.
One of the things that seemed to work for me was that the amount of time that had been spent clearly drawing, that nothing was rushed. It was very, very careful drawing.
Oh,
and then you did really stupid jokes. using that thing. And it was like building the most, it felt like, you know, the Day-to-Day does, where they built an enormous set to do a stupid joke. And it felt like those really great jokes in Airplane, where they drive an entire plane through an airport terminal for a dumb gag. And it felt like these people had, there's two levels to that. One is that there's a contrast with the elaborate, beautiful staging and then a quip in a bubble that undermines it. And the other one was the thing that's always important to kids. I talk about this a lot when we talk about the Ladybird books. Kids like being given something that looks like someone's worked hard on it. A Ladybird book, the illustrations are absolutely beautiful. You're often given shit as a kid, stuff that's been tossed off, and you can tell when you've been given a Shirley Hughes book or a beautiful Posey Simmons book or a beautiful Brian Bolland piece of artwork. You felt special. They made this for me. And they made it for me, and it's got a bum joke in it, and it's drawn by someone who's as good as Michelangelo. Those levels are thrilling to have. You go, it was the fact they'd undermine it with humour, because the very easy thing to do. And I think I went off 2000 AD a little bit when it got pompous, when there would be very elaborate drawings and then very, very epic Tolkien-esque pronouncements. I go, no, that's not as much fun as when it was a big fat man they'd drawn with a belly wheel. That was just, you spent days drawing that stupid joke. I loved that.
I think some of it is there's this juxtaposition of elements, isn't there? And it's kind of like, and there's this genetic connection with Spaced, and then everything that comes from Spaced. Which is just, space is just like shot through with it. Anyway, but it's like Shaun of the Dead it's like this very serious, not at all funny, really horrible genre of the zombie apocalypse. Night of the Living Dead, which doesn't have many laughs in it really. But then you do it in Crouch End, and it's like inherently fun before anyone's even said or done anything. Just that. It's happening in Britain, and it's like everything's a bit crap. And
they seem to. It's funny when you talk about what influences had on you, because there's an article of Faith. There's a brilliant Ken Campbell quote. He said that Ken Campbell, who I love, the sort of the provocateur theatre lunatic. Ken Campbell said any art that doesn't have jokes in it should have its funding removed. The job of art is to reflect life, and life's got jokes in it. And I genuinely feel that. When I watch something on TV or a film or something, there's no jokes in it, I tend to go, well, this isn't realistic. Because people laugh, and stuff in life is ridiculous. And the great thing about 2000 AD, it had these amazing, like, world-class artists. I mean, better than world-class comics artists. And it slaved them to making me delighted, a kid delighted and laugh. And it wasn't afraid to have jokes. It didn't feel that putting jokes in it made the artwork less.
Means it in some way. Yeah, that's very, very perceptive. I mean, one of the other things about featuring the credits as prominently as it did is that it certainly gave me an appreciation, not just of comic book art, but of different styles of comic book art, because you would get artists working on the same strip with styles so radically divergent. For example, one week you'd get, Bolland doing Dredd. And Bolland is almost photorealistic with these incredibly accurate facial expressions and everything. Next week, it's Mike McMahon, who looks like he does everything with a burnt stick, but it's still recognizably Judge Dredd. It still makes it well. Then you get Carlos Esquerra does everything with dots, like one of those guys who's lost the use of their arms and paints for their mouth. Carlos Esquerra does everything with dots. And then you get Ron Smith, who draws, almost parodically cliched 1950s comic book figures, but did the most incredible cityscapes, and they'd just be there in the background, and you'd think, that's taking him hours, and it's not even what that frame's about. It's just what's behind him while he sits on his bike and has a conversation. This, there'd be an overhead shot of Dredd on his bike, and the roads are layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of road disappearing, and you realise he's standing like 1,000 feet up in the air above multiple layers of roadway.
That's a good example of like somewhere you can get a joke from, and a joke can come from something being too big. Exaggeration is funny, and the bigness of it. I think that's really hard to do in a film. Is to make something so big it's funny, and
that's one thing with the 95 Dredd got. Yeah, it's one thing that the Sylvester Stallone Judge Dredd thing got kind of right, was the everything slightly too big aesthetic. Everything being too big. the guns the size of pianos. That was.
It then makes the jokes in Dredd there, where you're talking about excess, and one of the jokes about it is excessive violence, excessive seriousness. The funny thing about Dredd is that Dredd is excessively serious, all the excess, which is what's in RoboCop. Then what you're saying is you're blowing everything up to too big a size. Suddenly you've got something from the mid-70s, which is about things being different sizes. And you go, well, that's Monty Python's cartoons, the great big foot. That's the Goodies with the big kitten on Post Office Tower. There was a lot of humour at the time about things being the wrong size or too big or too small, and playing with magical effects to do that on TV in the comedy you watched as a kid. And this felt like it was completely part of that. They built this mad world where there were these huge buildings that looked like pepper pots or whatever, and it was all carefully built to be too big and to the point where it was silly, and then you laughed but enjoyed the action.
I guess at the time, did you guys feel that way or is it more of reflective? Because obviously that kind of reflected the dystopian nature of the aesthetic, and also the fact that in a place like Mega City 1, it was like, it's so vast that it's easy for you to be forgotten, and so there's almost like this lack of significance, which Judge Dredd was always kind of indifferent to. So
that was really scary as a kid.
Yeah, at the time, it really was.
That was the black humour of because it was all about, because especially at the time you were reading the news and doing projects at school on unemployment, and you were watching the news, and it was really scary, and there was nuclear war, and it was frightening. Weirdly, 2000 AD making that into a joke, like the worst city in the world with the worst unemployment and the worst. There's a nuclear desert outside. That was on TV at the same time as Edge of Darkness and Threads and things, the really scary shows that your parents were watching. But I suppose it made it palatable for kids to think about the most horrible ideas, but in a funny way.
I suppose in many ways that's what makes it. I know, we keep coming back to Dredd, and 2000 AD is so much more than Dredd. But I think the reason we keep coming back to Dredd is because it's the one which gets that synthesis the most perfect between the grimness of the subject matter and the sort of the bleak humor with stupidity. Because you did also have strips that were more straightforwardly funny, like Sam Slade Robo Hunter was.
God, that was funny.
That was a comedy strip almost. I mean, it had sort of action and adventure and a bit of violence in it, but the whole point was it was a funny strip. And then you got other ones where the subject matter was so intensely grim that when the humor comes in, it has to be surreal, like Road Trooper. So Road Trooper's like the most bleak scenario imaginable, but then it gets to Europa, where it's an entire continent that's gone crazy.
I always remember his self-heating mug. I don't know why that was more important than anything else, because I remember you used it to outsmart some heat-seeking missiles that time, and I was like,
Rishi Sunak's got one of those.
And the thing is, when you're a kid reading that, you think that would work. Yeah, that would work. Yeah, that's what I'd do.
I feel like it was easier to create than a lawmaker, which would also definitely work as well. That was the first time I'd really heard about the concept of armor-piercing bullets.
Yes.
How does it work as? I mean, obviously there's satire here, which is like a sort of a long British tradition, and there's a sort of sense that this is quite a British brand of humour that's shot through all of this, whatever that means. But certainly there is a tradition of satire. But I'm guessing that most of the satire is probably lost on its original audience. Like when I was a kid, I didn't care about, I wasn't really caring about that. But then there is always also this sort of absurd, just absurd stuff, like you mentioned Monty Python, kind of weirdness, which is just, like spaghetti coming to life to eat you, why not? It's like that kind of thing. How does who is the satire for? That's a question, I suppose.
I think as a kid, when someone's giving you something good. And I think as a kid, I was constantly, I don't know, I hope it's the same now for kids, because they're given a lot of very good culture. I keep saying this to my kid, going, God, you have no idea how good Pixar and Marvel and all this. It's really good. Yes. But the quality of it, I think 2000 was a moment where you went, oh, you've made something for me and you've made it really brilliant. So some of it I was aware, because I watched TV at the same time. So I was watching, I don't know, Columbo or whatever was on the TV for grown-ups, and aware that it wasn't for me, but it was still really good, that I enjoyed it. I think you were used to tuning in to stuff that was aimed over your head and feeling flattered that they were aiming over your head, because at least they weren't talking down to you. And there was a lot of feeling with, to link it to Monty Python, one of the things I found really exciting about that kind of comedy, which tended to be men talking and saying, man of the world, hey, this is how the world works. Oh, you'll understand this when you're older. This is what a job's like. This is what the government's like. That you thought, well, I'll listen in on this. I'll eavesdrop on this because it will be information like eavesdropping on an older cousin or an older brother. They'll tell you what's coming up next. And 2000 AD seemed to be made by the same kind of grumpy men who were making TV satire, or making Splitting Image and 9 O'Clock News and Private Eye. And you went, oh, they meet in a pub and they moan about Mrs. Thatcher. And then she's a robot in this. So what I'll do is I'll watch this and this will help me understand when Mrs. Thatcher comes on TV. She was a robot in that Sam Slade strip last week. And it was a sort of a little guidebook to what was coming up. I read it quite avidly as for that man of the world tone. There was a lot of stuff had around then. I'm using the gender thing because it was blokes in offices who'd said, kid, this is coming. You'll have to deal with this shit. And I liked that because it was a lot easier than watching some grim
or having someone try to articulate the state of economy and being on Newsround.
Yeah.
I feel like, or like Blue Peter, I think 2000 AD, even though like I might have not been as politically astute to pick up on the satire at the time, what it did do is make me more accepting, or make my palate more aware of, being prepared to distrust authority. And
that's really important.
Yeah.
It gave you a worldview.
Yeah, exactly, like a worldview. And it probably was able to be achieved because of the time taken by British creators to actually make an accurate analysis of America, or basically subverting the image that America was purporting to the world, which is why so many of the stories are either aesthetically reminiscent of certain periods of American history or American military imperialism. And like you said, it was like almost prep to, or sparked like an air of cynicism. But it was healthy in the same way that the kind of wanderlust that you'd have about like futuristic worlds and the universe on a larger scale. But it was also giving you that trepidation to kind of not have this almost, I guess, made me mature out of the Star Wars phase.
Yeah.
Where you're kind of like, long in a galaxy far away, people are still relatively humanoid and speak English and follow the same kind of like Western culture and customs, as opposed to these different worlds, which are considered humanity to be somewhat incidental.
It was very good on alienness about, one of the things I find is a good comic shtick, which is in Harry Harrison and is in Douglas Adams and is in 2000 AD and in Kurt Vonnegut, is orbiting above the planet and going, puny humans, they are so foolish. And this had a Tharg as an editor, which everyone who made 2000 AD objected to, but was a great voice for kids to go, oh,
that's great idea.
If you hovered above the planet, you'd look so silly. And that was encouraged you as a kid to go, well, hang on, can I take a step back from what I'm being told at school, what my parents are telling me, and look at what this actually means? And you end up with being able to then accept quite powerful stuff like Strontium Dog, which is about outsiderhood and disability and race and prejudice. And it's smuggled in as a sci-fi thing, but that's not in 2000 AD. They go into the bar in 2000 AD and no one makes an issue about there being loads of different races in there. They all just get along. But in Strontium Dog, they said this is going to be a problem, that you're going to have to get on with each other. And there'll be camps for some of you, as an allegory of the Second World War. And you think that's pretty strong meat for kids. And at the same time as that, it had a big Viking who talks in a funny voice and a little alien who went gronk. So it wasn't like pompous.
No, but by the same token, there's an entire story arc where it turns out that Johnny is the long lost son of the fascist leader of Britain who tried to exterminate the mutants. And then just for a kick, and they send him back in time to arrest Hitler in a completely different strand.
The Schicklgruber grab, what a great
The Schicklgruber grab, yeah. So I think that they obviously, there was obviously a bit of a bee in a bonnet there. But
I think it was dealt with very lightly. And I think that when you talk about sort of changing your opinions and opening your mind to new worldviews, that to sort of say, here's an adventure story about a mutant bounty hunter, which is very Guardians of the Galaxy-ish in its sort of aesthetic and things like that. I don't think the American version of this, because my period of reading 2000 AD ran into sort of Rambo culture with America, where the idea was you give a guy a gun and he was the hero of the movie and he just mowed everyone down. And as long as he had the gun, he was right. And at the same time as that, I was reading 2000 AD, where the big strip is Judge Dredd, where the guy with the authority who is out for the law is wrong most of the time.
Most of the time.
And I think the moment that the scales fall from your eyes as a kid when you realise Judge Dredd's not the goodie is the biggest moment of anyone's teenage. Because you go, oh, I appear to be politically active. Hooray.
It's absolutely that sort of Paul Verhoeven kind of approach to the material where you can take it at face value, you know, like Starship Troopers. You can take it totally at face value, but if you're still taking it at face value at the end of Starship Troopers, where they're just blatantly in Nazi uniforms, it's like not even pretending anymore. And that's the thing with Dredd, where it's kind of he kind of is the hero, and you are kind of rooting for him, but the whole setup that he is working within is like, hang on. It's not Star Trek, folks.
He is at best a necessary evil.
Yeah.
It's the best way of thinking of Dredd. You know, he is at best a necessary evil. And sort of his redeeming feature, if you like, is the lack of relish he takes in what he does. Is that he's not a sadist, but he is a fascist. Because, you know, he is an arm of a police state. You know,
what he says is, as long as a fascist isn't having fun, they're fine. What a great message for kids.
The scenario it creates is sort of, what are you going to do? You know, we've got a walled city with 800 million people, and like 90% of them are on the dole. What are you going to do?
I think as well that really worked. I think as a kid, that joke, even that philosophy is really easy to understand, because it's a school, and everyone knows at school that you need the tough teachers. One of the things that you learn as a school kid, that you go, oh, that teacher's a bastard, but God, without him, that lesson would be chaos. That allegory is so easy to understand as a kid because it's a barrel of monkeys. Every classroom is. Dredd as an archetype is really easy to understand for a kid because he's the mean teacher. And I love the fact that they managed to do this incredible allegory about fascism and free will and make it so kids could understand it by making it a joke about a tough teacher.
Yes, it's perfect. It's so good.
And that as well, the crossover into RoboCop, which you keep mentioning, because I think the funny thing is that culturally, film is respected, so people have analysed RoboCop and say it's great without saying it was all stolen from 2000 AD. I remember talking to Charlie Brooker, I work with a lot on things, and Charlie we were talking about favourite comedy movies, and he said RoboCop's one of his favourite comedy movies. He said it's either Airplane or RoboCop, my two favourite comedy movies. I was nattering to him, I said, shit, it never occurred to me. Black Mirror, which we talked about earlier on, it's a piece of social satire which is very well regarded now. He said, oh, I'm just writing RoboCop. I can't work out why no one gets the joke. They keep thinking it's serious science fiction. He said, but it's all written in the tone of 2000 AD, and it's all written in the tone of RoboCop. It's meant to be those stories we read then. And I think if you're talking about cultural influence and Charlie's a comedy writer. He certainly wasn't a drama writer. He was borrowing that stuff and pulling it across to say, let's make points about now, but knowing that was entirely inspired by his love of 2000 AD and RoboCop. And that now goes into things that win Emmys for thought-provoking, dark drama about technology. And you went, it's just the 2000 AD, that's all it is.
I always wondered also about, maybe there's an answer to this, I don't know, but like the connection with Mad Max, and Mad Max 2 especially, which is so 2000 AD. It's like this, in some ways, that is the most 2000 AD kind of thing out there, and it's ludicrously funny as well.
And you know, on that point of Mad Max, there's also a lot to be said for the influence of 2000 AD on Japanese comics and anime. And I made that link, just a synaptic link with Mad Max as well, because the aesthetic there influenced so many of the dystopian-based animes as well. But yeah, 2000 AD would have definitely contributed to that as well. And at the same time, while probably borrowing the influence from there, especially with like ABC Warriors and the whole mech thing and the robots. But yeah, definitely.
How 2000 AD was Squid Game, if you're talking about effects on
television.
Really? I watched that. So,
oh my God, yeah.
And Train to Busan as well, right? As well, so.
But my wife said, what's it like? And I went, it's just 2000 AD. It's just the reason the world's gone mad. It's so weird when the world goes mad for something and you go, it's just that again. It's just
that again. Well, it's exactly
the humor's part of it.
Well, in much the same way that I remember reading some reviews of, again, the Sylvester Stallone Dredd movie, which even if it got the tone completely wrong, got the look completely right, complaining about how derivative so much of the visual aspect of it was from various other, 80s bits of sci-fi. Me thinking, actually, that's where, the Judge Dredd comic book is where those movies got all that shit from,
And a lot of those guys, like Brendan McCarthy and things, went into storyboarding and design for movies. So a lot of the artists were then poached to make Hollywood films look like they look. So the sci-fi, obviously, the look of it is that, but I think as well the aesthetic and the humour of it is smuggled in at the same time.
Funnily enough, what you said about Mad Max 2, I think there's another element right there of it being the fact that it's not American. Fact that it's a bunch of Australian hippies out in the middle of the outback trying to make a sci-fi epic with literally sellotape and string. The fact that it has to slightly take the piss out of itself. It's just like, well, we're not cool, are we, guys? No, we're just a bunch of assholes in the middle of the desert. You know what I mean? That's slightly.
That's Taika Waititi doing Thor Ragnarok as well. Is you've got an outsider who's given the toy set to play with and does their own version of it. I think maybe that's one of the things that 2000 AD teaches you is you can't, because everyone talks about how original 2000 AD was, but it was a collage. It had look at Dredd is Dirty Harry plus this plus that, bits of Damage Alley. There's all this stuff pasted together, but done with a sort of a piratical knowledge that you're stealing loads of stuff and you don't give a shit because you're going to bend it to your own will.
They did steal a great deal.
Yeah. I remember being excited by that notion of sort of collage and sampling and not caring because it felt, it's cowboyish. It's just
they got into quite serious trouble over that one.
That was so exciting.
I don't know. I think it was the McDonald's Burger King thing actually.
Both
really
of those
did
were banned until really recently. You can get them now bound properly. I mean, when that came out, they finally published that because I'd seen that around a friend's house and read it like sort of Samizdat, this forbidden thing. The one where they've got bad Ronald McDonald in it. It's fucking amazing. And reading it and then never reading it again. When it came out as a book, that was the most exciting Christmas I'd ever
had. And also, just mentioning Mad Max 2, just that.
Yeah.
Basically, Max is Dredd. I mean, he's just this character in the middle of it who just isn't really interested in what anyone else is sort of thinking or feeling. He's just got this thing that he needs to do, and that's it. And he's not there to have fun because there's no fun to be had. Everyone else has got their weird things going on, and they're kind of crazy and absurd. And the gyro captain is this crazy kind of weird
mad old hippie with a helicopter.
Absolutely, like something out of 2000 AD.
And I think when you can juxtapose all these characters, as Joel said, it almost speaks to the fact that it's this awakening or social awakening you have to realize the gravity of the situation and how much that parallels the current, depending on time you're judging from, the descent of human beings to kind of be led capitalistically into this ecological and economic disaster. And then it's about your decision in terms of what freedoms or what you're willing to indulge in terms of the violence that you see in order to have your protagonist return some semblance of order. Or law and order to that particular dystopian landscape, because like you said, like Mad Max doesn't appear to be that emotionally connected, nor does Judge Dredd to any of the other residents of Mega City 1. But we feel connected to him because like you might be the only vessel by which, or the strong arm by which we can achieve some kind of order or distract or provide some kind of path for any kind of order in this dystopia where like human life and the value of it seems to have had such a massive decline.
But lots of 2000 AD, if you think about the classic strips that you can name and you go Strontium Dog and Road Trooper and those ones, they've got this sort of central figure who tends to be sort of quite quiet or doesn't react very much. A Clint Eastwood man with a no name is the standard classic 2000 AD hero. And what they do is they go on either a journey or are put into a city where they've got this huge ensemble of crazy characters they deal with every week. And because it's an episodic comic, you only get 4 to 6 pages each time around. They'll meet someone, react to them, interact with them, and then move on. And that's a really good comic structure because that's Gulliver's Travels. That's Alice in Wonderland. It's something that's used a lot in comedy. Is you have a central character who you can empathise with, or maybe more of a Tintin-y kind of who doesn't have many features. Who's quite a simple Charlie Brown circle with 2 dots and a line. Very often you can't see their face or they don't have eyes. That's you. That's your character. And then around them is this crazy ensemble of weird characters with big characteristics. So Hammerstein's in the middle. He's got dead eyes. But there's this wild team of ABC warriors, eccentrics around him. Well, that's a comedy show. You've got one guy in the middle who's you. You've got Tim in the office.
You've got the straight man, then you've got the straight man,
you've got
comic
the person
relief.
who's you.
Yeah.
That is comic writing, and it's not comic book writing. That is comic writing. That's how you write a sitcom. That's how you write an ensemble sitcom. And so many 2000 AD things have that. They have a stalwart figure in the middle who you kind of follow, but they meet crazy people. And that's good comedy.
On that note, I know you have things to go to, and we're out of time. So I just want to say thank you very much. I mean, I know we could talk about this for another 10 or 12 hours, but but thank you so much for joining us on this panel and dissecting this interesting comedy animal. I tasked with ending by saying Splundig Verthrig, which I don't know if I've ever said aloud, actually. Splundig Verthrig. It feels good.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back to the Galaxy's Greatest Earthlets. Now, it's time to unveil the third of our special prints that you can order from 2000AD.com to mark this prestigious occasion. Zoe Thorogood is an artist who's been working with author Joe Hill on the Rain series for Image Comics. She's a fantastic new British artist, and this stunning image of her interpretation of Judge Anderson is available right now from the 2000 AD shop. Now, this is limited edition, limited to 100 copies, and it's signed as well. So make sure you head over to our shop to pick one up. Thanks so much to Zoe for doing this. Don't forget also you can get the Ian McHugh and Chun Lo prints, which are also available from our shop. And once they are gone, they are gone. So,
limited edition.
Limited edition prints available from the 2000 AD shop, along with merchandise. So you can get the details of all of these on 2000AD.com/45 years. Now we're moving on to our next panel, which is that there are some unsung heroes of comic books, and they are
like
the people.
Walter the Robot.
I swear to Grud, I will kick
I
you across
saved the city.
Just 2 seconds. Just shut up. The real unsung heroes of comic books are the people who put the colour and the letters, because without these, we wouldn't necessarily be able to see all that well or to read all that well. So I want to get a panel together which really celebrates just some of the people who apply the colour and apply the letters, because it's not just a purely mechanical thing. It is an art. They are art forms in of themselves. So it's a real privilege actually to welcome Jim Campbell, who's a letterer, Annie Parkhouse, who is a legendary letterer, has been with 2000 AD for many years, Chris Blythe, who's a colourist, and Sally Jane Hurst, who is also a colourist, to talk about what colour and letters mean when talking about comic books, and you know, the sheer basic elements of craft, how they do it, what it means, you know, how these things kind of are the invisible art, because if you don't notice them, then they're doing their job. So it was just such a privilege to talk to Jim, Annie, Chris and Sally about how they bring the art and the stories in 2000 AD to life. So welcome to our next panel of the Galaxy's Greatest 45 Years of 2000 AD. And this panel is, for me, very much about the unsung heroes of the comics world. The people who, I guess, whose work works best when it's almost invisible. It is the colorists and the letterers. And we're joined by 4 absolute legends from the world of 2000 AD. Starting off with letterer Annie Parkhouse. Welcome, Annie.
Hi.
Colorist Chris Blythe. Hi, Chris.
I am.
Letterer Jim Campbell. Hi, Jim.
Hi.
And colorist Sally Jane Hurst. Hi, Sally.
Hello.
Wonderful. Well, I wanted to get you all onto this panel because, like I say, colouring and lettering are two of those processes in comics, which I think actually, unless people know a bit about comics, they don't really necessarily think about or pay much attention to. And I think that's a real shame, just because of the creative craft of the two sides of the industry. So I wanted to get you on to talk a bit about the actual craft, how you do it, how you do your jobs, how you approach your work, and also what you think the impact of colouring and lettering is on comics. Annie, I want to come to you first because I mean your career stretches back into, I think you started in 1970 in comics.
Mm-hmm.
You want to tell us a little bit? I mean, but based on what I know from what you said before,
yeah,
the world of lettering then is pretty alien to the world of lettering now. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the process that you learned to do in the 1970s?
The whole business was a lot different then, because people worked with agents. So you'd get sort of sad little men coming in with art bags, sort of dropping off the artwork and then disappearing. So although we were working in an office, a lot of the time we didn't meet the artists. And this was this pre-convention? I don't think I went to a convention until mid-70s. I can't remember which the first one was. I think there's some dispute as to who had the first convention. So there wasn't that meeting with the fans in the same way. It was very much a cottage industry, just sort of looking after itself. So I think we were probably even more invisible then than we are now. Yes, the art boards would come in. We would letter on patch paper and stick that down on the artwork. My job was in production, so I was doing a lot of reprint stuff, sizing up, redrawing when necessary. It's designing titles, doing all sorts of art studio stuff. But that wasn't for very long. I only did that for about 2 years, and then I was just overwhelmed with lettering work, and I couldn't have a life and a job as well as that. So I just went completely freelance, and it just went crazy. There was just so much lettering around in the early 70s. Yeah.
Because there were some comics. There was some attempt to do machine lettering to kind of
the IBM golf ball. Yeah, that was.
Okay, explain about this. That's a wonderful term. You can't just throw that in and then not explain it.
The golf ball.
Yeah.
Oh well, it was just a typewriter, and you got different fonts on it, like a golf ball that you dropped into the machine and then typed it. So of course, publishers thought they could just give it to their receptionist, and. And they would do it. And you still see some of that kind of lettering around. I think, was it something like Chicks Weekly or whatever I picked up a while back. And I thought, that lettering is just abysmal. It looked like IBM golf ball, yes. But then, of course, everybody thought they could do it. Oh, no.
Well, that's kind of what I want to explore in this panel, because and I'm sure Jim will back me up on this. Lettering is an art, isn't it? It's not just a mechanical process. It is actually a creative process.
Sorry, Jim. Yeah, you carry on.
No, all I was going to say was, it's obviously it was a matter of sort of calligraphy and penmanship, and when it stopped being that, there is a school of thought out there in the wonderful world of internet criticism that says it's not, you just press a button and it's done now. But it's not. I mean, because I came from a graphic design background, so and a lot of times in newspapers, which was quite handy. So I spent a lot of time trying to squeeze unfeasible amounts of copy into spaces that were never designed to accommodate them, which served you quite well in lettering a lot of comics. So, but yeah, so it's the discipline has changed, but it doesn't make it easy. If you see what I mean, it's more graphic design now, whereas previously letterers like Annie would bring their hand lettering style to a job. Now, because you've got this wide array of fonts, you sit down and you think about a graphic design approach to picking the best fonts that visually will suit the tone of the strip and fit in the space that you've got available.
I mean, that's for me always been one of the fascinating things is there's a kind of this unspoken, well, not unspoken, but this layer of trust between the artist and the letterer, that the artist is going to leave enough space for the letterer to do their job, and it's one of the skills of the artist to leave that amount of space. And Annie, I mean, you must have many stories about seeing a page and going, where on earth am I going to fit all these words?
Yeah, I don't understand why artists feel that they have to fill the space. Yeah, it's obviously they look at their page and they think, oh, that's it. I've got a corner up there that needs filling. I must draw in there, you know. And nobody seems to pull them up on it. You know, in the old days of the art editor, the artist would send in pencils and the art editor would assess how much lettering had to go. And if there wasn't enough room, he'd turn the pencils down. He'd send them back, you know, and tell them to redo it.
It's not really that tricky. I mean, I have never lettered a page of PJ Holman's stuff that wasn't an absolute breeze. But PJ just says, if anybody ever asks him, he just says, I don't even thumbnail in the balloons anymore. I just leave the top third of the panel as dead space.
Yeah.
You know, I don't draw anything in the top third of the panel. I'm not happy to get covered up.
I've had a good working relationship with Clint Langley because he used to sort of, I mean, brilliant artwork, but he used to fill every corner. And I gradually started to explain to him, like the design element and the pace element of balloons. And once he got it, I mean, it's just so much easier. So yes, I enjoyed working with Clint.
What's the key to good comic book lettering? Is there a you know, just a simple rule that if you follow it, you part way there?
I think you ought to be able to read it even if there's no artwork there.
Right.
It ought to still read in the right order.
Yeah, the absolute first thing you need to think about is the flow, because if the reader has to stop and work out what balloon they're supposed to read next, you've blown it, basically. You've pulled them right out of the story. But beyond that, I think it's one of the reasons why I think people don't quite appreciate what we do, is that it's an accumulation of tiny little choices, and you can get one or two or even three of them wrong, and it still looks kind of okay, but they stack up on top of each other. And the difference between good lettering and bad lettering sometimes. So it's like, you know, you can probably get away with a not fantastic font choice if you're putting them in nice looking balloons and making the text into nicely shaped text blocks, and, you know, the line spacing is pleasing. But if you've got a nice font, but you're getting those other things wrong, it looks awful. But any one of them, you point it out to somebody and they kind of go, that doesn't seem very important. And you're like, in itself, no, it's not terribly important. But these things just stack up one on top of the other. And so, you know, if you're not making your text into attractive text blocks, and you're screwing up the line spacing, and you're screwing up the positioning, and your balloons aren't very attractive shapes, they all stack up where one you could probably get away with and it wouldn't look terrible. As soon as you start to multiply these relatively small things together, it very quickly goes off the rails. And, you know, I mean, whenever I used to do, when I used to do some of the lettering forums that used to exist, and I used to occasionally ask to do critiques of people's work. And you'd see some absolutely terrible lettering, but I'd always start by saying, I can tell who's saying what, I can tell what order I'm supposed to read it in, and I can tell, you know, I can actually read it. You know, you've set it in Times New Roman and it's all in little square boxes, but at the end of the day, if I know who's saying what, I know what order to read it, I can read the text, your font is legible, it's not a disaster. You know, it's not how I'd letter it, and it's not what a lot of people look at and think, well, that's traditional comic book lettering, but you've got all the basics there because I know how to read the page.
Just thinking about how when it was more kind of you using paper and paste and whiteout and things like that, how the personalities and the styles of letters come through. Because I mean, the obvious example is Tom Frame, who you know, much missed, but had such a, particularly on Judge Dredd, had such a distinctive font, a way of doing his letters. Is that still possible? Is it still possible to you know, have your own style, your own flow, your own choices, so that somebody can look at something and say, well, you know, I know who lettered that? Or has digital lettering opened it up to such an extent?
obviously people like Annie have got a font that's based on their original hand lettering, and quite a lot of the big US letterers have. I mean, you know, Todd Klein's got his own font, Clem Robbins has his own font. I've attempted to design lettering fonts, and my hat is off to anybody, well, mostly Nate Pecos and Comic Craft, who supply the vast bulk of lettering fonts that we use, because I've had to go, and good God, it's boring. I mean, you know, you do the interesting bit and you go, oh, right, okay, there's me main letters, you know, and there's me variant letters, and that's all, you know, that's all quite exciting. And then you go, now I've got to work out how to draw an ampersand and a percent sign and an equal sign and a plus and square brackets and curly brackets. And that just takes forever, because the bits that you'll use frequently take no time at all. It's quite good fun designing them. But by the time you're into semicolons, you've really lost the will to live. And the thing is, once you've done all that, then you have to work out how to kern the thing, which is an actual art in itself, because you have to work out whether you need to adjust the spacing between every conceivable pair of letters. So the spacing between AV needs to be tighter than the spacing between AO. And you have to repeat that for every conceivable combination. And I believe, having chatted to Nate Pecos at Blambot a few times, once you've done it for a few fonts, you kind of get a feel for it, and you drop everything into the same basic template and just see if it works. But even so, you're tweaking dozens upon dozens of pairs of letters every single time. So like I say, I mean, I had to go, and I decided, no, that's something that somebody who actually knows what they're doing should do. I'll just buy mine from now on. And yeah, there is an element of interchangeability, because we're all basically buying the same fonts, except people like Annie and Todd. But using them well and picking the right one for the right job is still a skill in itself. You don't want something light and bouncy for a horror story, and you don't want something grim and gritty for a comedy story. So you still have to make an informed choice about how you want the strip to look.
It's amazing how you would, when you were lettering by hand, how you would automatically kern it. I mean, yeah. you would actually see a space and you would letter to fill that space, and it was totally automatic. So it slowed me down a lot when I started using digital fonts, because I had to faff around with them and drink them, and you know.
I had the very great pleasure of talking to Tom Orzechowski at the last New York Comic Convention I went to in 2019, in the before times. Because back in the before times at New York, the letterers would all get together and have a big old lunch, and it's mostly people sort of my generation. But Tom came down. Obviously, Tom lettered Chris Claremont's X-Men for 30 years, and so if anybody knows anything about squeezing extraordinary amounts of copy into very tiny spaces, it's Tom. And what was striking was he said he said you reach a point. He says, when you're doing it by hand, he says, I didn't even read the script. I wasn't conscious of these things as being words. Because I was drawing letter forms. I'm not writing, and it's a mistake to think of it as writing. Because I had to go recently at a page by hand on acetate with sticky paper, and it is quite astonishing. The point where I kept finding it would go wrong was when I started thinking of it as being writing instead of drawing the letter forms. It's like inking. It's not like writing at all. And as soon as you start to think of it as writing, you lose that regularity and you lose the precision, and you start to introduce all sorts of little flourishes and things that you do in handwriting that you absolutely don't want in lettering. It's an astonishing act of concentration to hand letter a page. I have nothing but admiration for people who can do it.
Annie, just the whole thing about having your lettering style, your effectively your professional handwriting turned into a digital font. What was that like? Was that an odd experience?
No, I was quite pleased with it, and I'm horribly dogged about it because I'm still thinking of comics as the sort of ephemeral industry that I used to work in. And I'm thinking, but I am hand letterer, so why should I not use my hand lettering font? So, I mean, for better or worse, it has its faults. It needs tweaking, but I still kind of like it. And some artists actually ask for that. They want that kind of slightly quirky look about it.
I'm going to move on to talking about colour now, because again, this is an industry that has a part of the industry that has gone through a massive amount of change with the digital revolution, and attitudes towards colouring have changed quite significantly. Sally, I wanted to come to you. How did you get into comic book colouring in the first place?
Well, I was always a comic collector as a kid and things, so I've still got all my comics, but I ended up being a secondary school teacher and used Photoshop in that from Word actually to make resources for my kids, because they were all secondary but special educational needs, so I had no resources that I could use. And then eventually leaving that job, ended up going into doing book covers for publishing, and then got the opportunity to do a couple of things that were not colouring but manipulating black line, and then eventually learned, well, it's all self-taught, but learned how to do flats, and then eventually got some jobs and carried on learning to colour.
I mean, what are your primary tools? I mean, you know, you mentioned
Photoshop.
Right, okay.
really, really old Photoshop. It still does everything it needs to do. So I'm loath to touch anything because all my peripherals on my computer are ancient, probably clockwork. But if I move anything, it's just all going to crash and I'll have to buy stuff. It's working.
I want to see what if there's any contrast with Chris here. Now, Chris, have you got like a clockwork version of Photoshop running, or?
No, I've got the latest thing. It took me a long time to move on to it. Actually, I started on Photoshop 4, I think, back in the day, sort of 25 years ago or something like that, and I used that for a really long time, probably longer than I should. But again, it sort of did everything you needed it to do, and then bit the bullet, and because I knew there'd be a real learning curve from going from 4 to the latest CC 2000, 2020 or whatever it was, and there was a bit of a learning curve, but it's just phenomenal. I mean, it's moved on from being photo manipulation tool to being a full-on painting tool, and it's just amazing. You know, you can build your brushes, you can make watercolor, you can make oil, you can make pastel, and make it really convincing too. So it's just a lovely Pandora's box of painterly tools, and that's what I like. I like the painterliness of it. I don't like the airbrushing, the old American look, which was kind of all you could do, I suppose, when digital came in. But now you can properly paint, and I love that.
And like Sally, did you come into the industry through kind of other means, or was this what you intended to be a colorist?
No, I mean, I was just a comics fan, but I used to manipulate images for book covers, which were usually models, but it was all digital, really. So I was a Photoshop. I used Photoshop in that way. I was never a painter. I am in kind of real life, but not digitally. I've never even really explored any of that stuff. I just do what I can do at the moment until I need to find a new thing, then I learn a new thing. But until I'm stuck, I'm not that brave.
I mean, Chris, what was your path into comic book colouring?
I started off as a cartoonist, and I started using Photoshop to colour the cartoons. I was working for Hodder and Stoughton, working on various books of theirs, and I started using Photoshop as a way of colouring it because the turnover was so fast, and it was such a big body of work that we were doing. And then I think I was moving, and I rediscovered some old 2000 ADs, and I just sort of I didn't know anyone was digitally colouring comics at the time. It was a while ago, and I thought, well, yeah, there may be an application here, and people were doing it almost exclusively in America, and it was in its fairly early days. So I scanned in a few old black and white pages of I think it was like Halo Jones and an old Rogue Trooper or something like that, cleaned it up in Photoshop and coloured it and sent it in. It wasn't a career choice. It was just kind of a curious thing to do. So I just sent it in to the then editor, who was few Thargs ago, David Bishop, I think it was, and yeah, just got a gig from that, which was a short Future Shock, and it very quickly took over everything, and it was never meant to. It was just a bit of fun, and it took over the whole lot, and has since led into other industries, games and movies and TV shows, which because of the way they are produced now, they use a lot of the same skill set with color scripting and previs and things like that. So yeah, that's how I got into it, and it was like that was probably about 25 years ago. Of coloring thousands of pages.
That's smack in the middle of the kind of the point at which British comics were, full color. Because you look at that transition period in like the late 80s, where you had the fully painted revolution sparked by things like Slain the Horned God, and then all of a sudden an industry that had been almost exclusively in black and white rushed straight into color, and now it's black and white comics that are the rarity. I mean, over the time that you've been doing it, how much has comic book coloring changed, just in terms of not just what is physically possible, but also kind of like in the minds of people who are doing it, the imagination that goes into something like comic book coloring?
Oh, well, in the early days of digital, it was, it's like that quote from Jurassic Park, just because you can do something doesn't necessarily mean you should. So it was garish, it was bright, it was texturized, it had photos dropped into it, it had lens flares everywhere, and it was horrible. And, at the beginning, everyone's guilty of it, because you go from having to spend hours doing something to, I can press this button and produce this thing, and it's wow, that's amazing. But you shouldn't. It's horrible. So, and I think the readership very quickly cottoned on to not enjoying that kind of imagery because it clashed so much with the line work. It wasn't servicing the artwork at all. It was like a kid jumping up and down the corner of a room, going, "Look at me! Look at this! Look, it's shiny!" And so it's changed in that respect. In that. Well, for me, it's way more painterly. It's way more going back to, I do it as if I was painting. So I will underpaint a whole page using painterly brushes, and then work into that. Quite an old-fashioned approach to it. I try not to mask stuff out too much. I do a lot freehand. I still use flatting layers, but I don't tend to use them slavishly anymore, because I just feel it just sort of constrains what you're doing. And it's a bit like looking at a blank page. Looking at a flatted page is it's quite a difficult thing to get over. So I put a layer on top of it, cover it, because some people call them rainbow pages, because they're just, if you don't know what they are, they're just it's a collection of very bright colors, so that your marquee wand can go in and select each area. So if you want to go in and put highlights and stuff in, you can have a mask that you don't go over the line. So I get rid of that very, very quickly, but I keep it there. So it's a more painterly approach, more cinematic approach. And I think sort of working in those sorts of industries has definitely influenced how I've gone back and worked on comic book pages.
I mean, that alone it was only something in recent years when I got to know and work with comic book colorists that I even discovered what flatting was. It's like this hidden process.
It depends what the artwork is, really, because the way when I'm doing John Higgins's artwork, his recent style is very to keep like the dynamism and the movement in the characters. He's using in between black line and the pencils, so having flats underneath, which are very marqueed, is quite useful. So the first layer would be one color that gives you the feeling of the mood of that entire page if you had to do it in one color. Then each panel on the next layer in the mood of the general mood of each panel, and then the flat, they're like I kind of work in too many layers sometimes. I try really hard not to, because sometimes I've turned them off and then I forget and they get thrown away. But anyway, but with that, at least it kind of simplifies what the artwork is already very, very busy. And I don't want to be busy on top of that, if you know what I mean.
No, absolutely. Well, I mean, I was going to ask how you approach your use of color, whether, you know, it's something that kind of speaks to you from the artwork, or whether it's something you decide, you know, the palette is going to be this in advance.
Well, I've got a palette of Judge Dredd colors for uniforms and things like that, but that doesn't mean anything, because the minute there's light source or anything else, those colors mean nothing. But if you have them on the flats, then at least it's not a trick or anything, but what I tend to do is I put my flats on 80%, so that what's behind the mood color affects all of the colors in that panel. Yeah, I could show you, but I can't show you. But
I tend to look for the most interesting page, I think, and start from there with something that is episodic, like 2000 AD, and you've got a 5 or a 6 page story running over. You kind of have the privilege of just being able to go, right, okay, where's the money shot? You know, what's the artist really gone for? And there's always a page where they've obviously really enjoyed doing that page, and they've done this amazing. And I'll usually go to that first, and that will influence how that part of the story is colored. So it's usually
if you're given all the pages in one, if you're fed one page at a time, you don't have that.
Do you get fed one page at a time? What do you work on that's
Sometimes I get 3. What happens is, as well, if it's this time constraint, so sometimes I think, especially on John's, if John knows which page is that money page, he might do that one first. He'll have done of all the thumbnails and everything else anyway, but he'll work on that one first. So I might get that one first and have to work backwards. Sometimes they're in order, but I've got the script, so I know where it's going. And usually, well, especially if it's a second episode or something, I'm all good. But yeah, I don't generally ever get 10 pages or 6 pages in one go. Never.
Especially with the American publishers, I mean, you get sort of 22 pages, and that's really nice, because you can you actually get to sort of plan the storytelling. And that's the thing that's really changed in color. It went from adding color, and that was the sole purpose of coloring. It's like and it was all local color. It's like, okay, so that's red and that's yellow, and you know, when you see it with like Dredd or something, you know, bright yellow shoulder pads, and of course, you know, they're never ever going to be yellow because of all the lighting and stuff that affects it, and you know, what's going on in the environment. And I think coloring's moved on from just, right, we just need to add some color to it, to actually being an integral part of the storytelling.
You can do that from the script, though. If you didn't have any of the artwork.
Yeah, in the early days, I had to fight to get a script. You know, that coloring was so sort of, it wasn't particularly, it wasn't seen as part of the process in terms of it being that important. So I kept having to ask editors, can I see the script? And they're, what do you need the script for? So, well, I don't know what's going on. Is it?
There's no letters on it yet. Yeah.
That's one of the really bizarre things that I have, not from the House of Thard, I have to say, but I am constantly having to badger editors to get the colours. The guy who just letter over the inks to be fine. And I'm going,
I know, but that's time as well, isn't it?
There, it would be quite nice if it worked with the colour scheme of the, you know, that's in American comic is why all the sound effects are yellow. Because half the time the letterer never gets to see the colours, and they just figure it won't go horribly wrong if it's yellow. But I think, you know, you're paying good money to have these pages coloured. Why wouldn't you want the lettering to complement the colours? It doesn't make any sense to me, but it's a constant battle. So
it's just that it's quite segregated quite often. So, you know, you've got pencils, you've got inks, you've got colours, you've got letters, and never the twain shall meet. Which always surprises me, just how sort of segregated the process is.
And yet, bizarrely, I've been having this conversation with a couple of artists. It would make much more sense to move the lettering in that process back to where it used to be in the old days in the States, where it was penciled, lettered, inked, and coloured.
Yeah.
Because I've only ever done this once. I was on a really tight deadline, and I was working over inks, lettering them over the course of a week at the same time that the colorist was coloring those inks.
Yeah.
And he said, well, tell you what, can you send me the lettering as you finish it? So I sent him every page as I finished it. And he said, that's fantastic. He says, because I won't bother rendering anything that's behind it.
Exactly. I always have to stop myself from colouring a bit that I'm really interested in for some bizarre reason. And then thinking, but the letters are going there. What is the point of me wasting my time?
For everybody to have sight of the lettering and just not bother.
I once did a job for Gary Erskine that was running late, and he sent me just a blue line grid of how he was going to draw it. I lettered it completely blind, cut out the balloons and sent them to him.
So this is, I mean, this is one thing I wanted to talk about is that based on stories that people have involved in comics have told me, when, say, for example, an artist might be running late, it's the colorist and the letterers who bear the brunt of that, because the amount of time you have to do your jobs gets tighter and tighter and tighter the more behind they are. And I guess is one of the key skills of both coloring and lettering, just being able to do it quickly, to the speed of making it look good, but being quick in that diagram, quick and good out of those 3 points.
I think that letterers have a slight advantage over colorists in that, as you said, you can letter over roughs or over pencils, or it doesn't have to be entirely finished, whereas we have to wait right till the bitter end until we can start the process. And that that can be right up against the deadline. And I've got any number of stories of deadlines going very, very wrong, because usually an inexperienced artist has just dropped the ball and put all his efforts into the first page, and then 20 pages on, has just gone to ground and refuses to answer any emails. And it's not an uncommon story. And so you have to know what's important on a page. In those instances, you've got to be able to turn something in that doesn't look like it's been turned in a tenth of the time it should have been. But it's a stressful time when that does happen, but it doesn't happen very often in the scheme of things. And especially with 2000 AD, I think it's probably happened once, and again it was with an inexperienced artist, and they dropped the ball quite spectacularly, and it rolled out the door, and that was an interesting.
Yeah.
It
was pretty close. Yeah.
Wait, I'll ask a question of Chris and Sally here, which is one I've already asked Jim and Annie. What's the essence of good comic book coloring? Is it, again, one of those skills that when it's invisible, it's at its best?
Difficult to say, because you don't generally see the uncoloured art against the coloured. So you can't even tell which one, whether it worked or not. You'd have to get like 6 colorists to do the same page for you to be able to make any of those kind of judgments. Sometimes the art alone is beautiful, but I get to see it, but other people don't get to see it. So it's a complicated answer.
I think good colouring can save average artwork, and great artwork doesn't need colouring. There's some artwork that comes in and you're just like, well, this, it can go out perfectly as it is, and you just you do some icing on the top of the already beautiful cake, but some artwork really needs it. You need to be able to draw the eye to the focal points and tell the story, because the artist isn't particularly doing it as well as maybe they should be. Again, it goes down to inexperience. The first professional gigs and things like that tend to be need a bit of a crutch to help them over the finishing line, which is fine. It's all part of the process. But yeah, I think it's becoming quite an a very important part of the storytelling process. And I think you can tell, bad coloring tends to just be, as I said before, just local color. It's just tends to be very bright,
or everything's shiny,
very shiny,
and balloon-like.
Yeah, yeah, the sort of airbrushing and
Yeah.
Yeah, which goes back to it's a style that's all you could do. And some people did it really, really well when they're really starting off with Photoshop. Photoshop was in very early stages, and companies like Ollie Optics and I think there was one called Liquid as well, who did the Spawn series, and they were quite sort of wow at the time, and they did it really well, but that started a style that took a while, that took hold for quite a while. Everyone wanted to look like that. And in fact, the first gigs I did, I think David Bishop showed me a comic and said, "Do it like that." That's really cool. And so we all sort of copied slavishly these styles before breaking out into our own style. And I always wanted it to look more painted. So before, the latest Photoshops that are so good at emulating real media, I used to scan in endless watercolor and oil paints that I'd make sort of paint textures, scan them in, and then drop them in and sort of work them into the pages, so it looked like there was some kind of painterly process there. So it didn't have that what they call van art look. You see the old vans that someone's spray painted a dragon down the side of, or whatever, and it's that kind of airbrush look that you just want to get away from.
It's interesting, interesting to me anyway. You're talking about this process whereby the technology advances to the point where you're more or less aiming for an analog look.
Yeah.
Because it was, I recognize everything you said about the coloring, because it was like that when lettering went digital as well. Everybody was just like, chuck as many fonts as you can on the page, because you can. Every character's got a different dialogue font. Every sound effect's got a 4-color banded gradient across it, and it just looked horrendous. It really did. And it's interesting to me that process that you've described is sort of happening with a lot of letterers as well. We're trying to work out how to make the balloon strokes look more like they've been drawn with a pen.
Right.
So I've got one that looks like it's been drawn with a calligraphic pen. It's got a very slight variation. I've got another one that bleeds ever so slightly. So it's got, if the line works scratchy, I've got a balloon stroke that will bleed. It looks like I actually scanned it from an ink line and turned it into a brush and picked up the little bit of roughness you get from the tooth of the paper. And a lot of the fonts that are coming out now, especially some of Blambot's dialogue fonts, he's now, I said about how incredibly soul-destroyingly tedious it is to design a font. Well, Nate's now doing them with 6 different versions of every character. And because of the way fonts are designed, they've always been able to swap out letter pairs. If you put 2 letters next to each other, if you look at in a novel or some typeset bit of with a serif font, you'll often see if the F and the I appear next to each other, lowercase f, lowercase I, you'll see that instead of being 2 letters, it's 1, and the F actually loops into the I, and that's called a ligature, because the software knows to automatically swap that letter pair out. Well, Nate and also Comicraft to an extent are using that software, that bit feature in the font design software, to swap out multiple combinations of letters. So that if you write the word please, the software will automatically put a different version of the E in at the end to the one that's at the start. And it's almost unnoticeable, but it gives you that little bit of variation.
Humanity again.
Looking mechanical. And so we're kind of also the same as with colouring. We're coming back to a point where we're using all this technology to try and make it look like we were doing it by hand in the first place, which is amusing, I think.
Well, there's such a rich history, isn't there? And it was all hand done, and that's what's appealing about it. And I think that history of the production process is sort of innate within comics. So when they started getting very, very digital, you lost a bit of its soul, and so going back, even though you're doing it with state-of-the-art technology, you can make it look like it's been done with watercolor, for example, or you can make it look like it's done with oil paint, going back to the sort of 80s, the Simon Beasley era of fully painted comic books.
It also worked the other way, that you were talking about everything looking airbrushed. Colorists would make things look, but that was a spin-off from when people were actually airbrushing the artwork.
Yeah.
I mean, Annie, as someone who started their career in that analog age, I mean, is there a kind of sense of irony about this conversation that people spending all this time trying to make it look like it used to be done,
but faster?
It was making me think of you talking about colouring. Colouring used to be so simple because you only had two colours. You had 100% and 50%. So colouring was done on the back of a film. You'd have a film that you would then colour in blue or red on the back of it, and that would tell the printer whether it was 100% or 50% colour, because it was still hot metal as well. So if there was any sort of mistakes, you'd have to phone up the printer and say, could you chip it out? Doing lettering corrections by chipping out was very expensive, as I remember.
And that's the key. That's the key, isn't it? It's Control Z. That's what it all boils down to. Is you can try things, and that's the beauty of it. That's why I like starting with huge, big, broad strokes. It's just trying to get a feel of what that page is about without committing to anything at all. You can obliterate it and then pare it back and start going into it, but you can always get rid of it. And that's the beauty of it. And I paint in real life as well, and sometimes you have your brain going Control Z when you do something because it's not right, and it's like, I have no idea. I'm in the real world now. I'm going to have to commit to this, and it's a mindset, that's for sure.
Another thing that's very different is the fact of transportation. The fact that I can work with a guy in New Zealand, but I can remember. Steve and I were just talking about it last night. I was working for Dark Horse, and the artwork was coming from a studio in Croatia. So they were sending me boards of artwork, and then they were being FedExed to California, because it was California then. And communication was I was on holiday at the time, and communication was by a phone box. It was like Local Hero, having to phone Croatia to tell them where I was and what was going on. I mean, that made it exciting.
Yeah, that's the other side of technology, isn't it? I mean, when I started out, it was you'd get the artwork sent to you, which was lovely. I missed that because you got to see it in the flesh. Yeah. And it's when you get an amazing piece of artwork in, it's like it's lovely. You get to see the bones of it. And anyway, and then I had a massive flatbed scanner. And scanned it, had to send them back, had to burn everything to CD afterwards and send it. So, I spent a fortune in postage, if nothing else. But now, you can just fire it across the world and it's there instantly.
It's one of the things that miss about being in the office. One of the few things I miss about being in the office was that, Simon Davis, Colin McNeil, John Burns, the only remaining artists who actually physically send us their work. So it did come in and we'd be able to gaze in all its glory. One thing I wanted to touch on was specifically about 2000 AD, because in the conversations had with artists and writers for this show, the one thing they've stressed more than anything has been the sense of freedom that they feel that they have, not just to do what they want, but from an editor in Matt who trusts what they do and allows them to just get on with it. And I wondered whether this actually also filters down into colouring and lettering, whether you all feel as if you have a sense of expressive, creative freedom to be able to practice your craft in the way that you want to. I mean, Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think I've ever actually had any notes from Matt, unless something is actually wrong, like I coloured something green and it had been established as red. I don't think I've ever had a note from him. And just going back to something you said, Sally, about turning off a layer and forgetting to put it back on again. There was the one time I got a note from Matt was one of these flatting layers or rainbow layers that some people call them, which are just horrific. There was one little judge in the background who I hadn't gone over for whatever reason. So he was there in the background, green and purple and pink and all sorts of things. And he was a tiny little thing, but Matt spotted it, thankfully. And he sent me a little note just saying, is that what you wanted that judge to look like? As if it was some sort of creative choice. I'm sure he was just being very polite and sort of, kid gloves. It's like, are you sure you want to do that? It's like, yeah, no, I didn't. No, but yeah, he's completely hands off. It's just like, here's the thing, go for it. And yeah, as long as it's not late, it's all good.
All the pages I do for John, I give them straight back to John first anyway. So he sees them and then I go through it all pixel by pixel and then it goes out. So I've got double belt and braces.
I mean, do you feel able to pursue the colouring in the way that you want to? Not just that other people are seeing it, but that it is it's an expression of your approach, your touchstones, your palette.
Yeah, I think I remember doing one I can't remember who the artist was or what the story was, unfortunately, but I pretty much did it monochromatically, just as a bit of an experiment, which was and it kind of suited the story, and I just thought this would be quite cool if it was just done in a really limited palette, and no comments at all. It's like, yeah, fine, cool, off you go, which was fun. It's fun to do. It's fun to be able to do stuff like that without. It's really different with the big publishers. They're way more controlling. Obviously, their characters are huge, great industries now, and you've got to get certain aspects of it right, and you might well have quite a strict palette to adhere to and that kind of thing. Which, yeah, that's why it's so nice to work for 2000 AD. Is in the same way that the artists who draw Dredd, for example, it's different every time. You know who's drawn it by how the helmet is, or how the bike changes every time a different artist draws it. The gun changes every time a different artist. It's different every time. There's that kind of freedom. It doesn't matter. The character's bigger than the props that he uses. So in that same way, I mean, I don't think you get away with coloring in pink or anything, but
no, we're all speaking the same language. You've just all got a different accent. That's all.
Yeah, which is nice, and it keeps it fresh as well.
And Annie and Jim, what about you? Because I mean, we've talked about how different strips might have different ways of lettering them, different fonts, different approaches. Is there that amount of trust? That you get the script, you get the artwork, off you go, fantastic, thanks very much.
The one thing I would quite like to do, when you were lettering by hand, there was a lot of different sizes and weights of fonts, and I think that added to the drama. And I think Matt likes to keep it fairly tight. Whenever I've tried to creep up my bolds a bit, in a sort of old style, he has pulled me back on that. But working with Clint, he really liked that kind of old-fashioned lettering. So yeah, he would make me do really big bolds in the balloons and things, which I sort of kind of like, but it's just different.
Well, I mean, I'm the newest droid on the block. I mean, I've been in 2008 since 2019. I think the second thing that 2000 AD that Matt gave me was the most recent Zorsa of Zilk. And I did do a test page for Matt for that, because I wanted to do something that didn't look like any of the other lettering that was currently in the prog. And it's, it was quite quirky, but I thought, well, it's Brendan and he's a mad genius. So, and I knew that there was no way that this strip was going to look like anything else in the prog. So I sort of, I improvised a lettering style. I didn't improvise, I cobbled it together from sort of other things that I'd done, I thought, well, actually, I drew these rather quirky hand-drawn balloon shapes. And for another job, I used a comic graph font. And when I started using it, it wasn't intentionally on their part supposed to look like Steve Parkhouse's lettering, but it kind of did. And I thought, if I stretch that a little bit, just up the horizontal scale a little bit and space it out ever so slightly, that's going to look quite a lot like Steve's hand lettering, which I adore, by the way. If you get a chance to tell him, Annie, please do, because I've always adored Steve's hand lettering. It's marvelous.
He loves that.
So I thought, that's not going to look like anything they've had in the prog for a very long time. So I did this. I just put this page together and said I was thinking of doing something like this. Are you okay with that, Matt? And I sent and emailed it off to him, and very shortly after, I got one back saying, "No, I quite like that." He says, "Oh, by the way, it reminds you of Steve Parkhouse's hand lettering." I was like, "That's a result, isn't it?" But that's the only time, and because since then, I just thought, well, he wasn't, he really was just like, "No, it's fine. I trust you. It's great. Get on with it." Because at the end of the day, it take me a long time to get into the prog. I've been doing this for 12 years, I think, before I got the call. I've done bits and pieces for Rebellion, but not in the prog itself. So I think, Matt has a certain amount of confidence that I know what I'm doing. And I think it just lets me get on with it. And, like you're saying, if there is a line, I haven't crossed it yet, but I'm sure he wouldn't hesitate to tell me if I did. But, but he's quite happy to basically do what you want, and he'll just let you know if he doesn't like it. And most of the time, it's absolutely fine. He's like Chris said, I don't think Matt's ever asked me to change something because he didn't like it. He's only asked me to change something because it's been wrong. I've accidentally pointed a tail at the wrong character, or there's a typo that's crept through in the script. And that's literally all I get in the way of notes from Matt.
It's interesting that 2000 AD, this is particularly true of lettering and writing, has a very kind of tight cadre of names, thinking about the four of you, but also, the much missed Tom Frame, Ellie DeVille. It feels like there's always that level of trust. It's like, these are our people.
Yeah,
these are the names that we go back to again and again. Do you get a sense of that? Particularly for you, Annie. Like you say, you've been working for 2000 AD for some time. Do you get a sense of that? There's that kind of these are our people and they do our thing.
Yes, I think so. And after Ellie, we knew we couldn't manage with just two letterers. Me and Simon. So yeah.
But when you think about Simon sort of really only stepped up to a sort of a more than a fill-in role when Tom died. So that's how stable the lettering roster is for 2000 AD. It really is one in, one out. It's one out, one in, which is sobering, but
yes, it is. Taking my age into account.
do you think that that's a kind of stabilizing effect? That because it is people who know what they're doing, who know the comic, and this applies, I guess, to lettering and coloring as well. That it produces a certain stability, a certain consistency. Chris, you've been coloring Judge Dredd for how long now?
Yeah, 25 years, on and off. Yeah. So I think, I can't remember who said it, but they said Dredd, they quite often try out new artists because Dredd is big enough to take it, as a character, he's big enough to take a new style and all that kind of thing. And I think for, not less so now, but for a long time, I was kind of the continuous factor in Dredd when they were having lots of new artists coming in, was that I would be coloring it and give some kind of continuity to the character. I don't know how I ended up on Dredd. I used to do all sorts of stuff, and then it just became the Dredd guy.
The thing is, the thing is also, 2000 AD is a beast, isn't it? It just needs to be continuously fed content, and my hat's off to anybody who can sort of keep that beast rolling along. And I think it's very important to that process that Matt can just forget about the colouring, forget about the lettering, because I've got people who can do that. I know they can do that. Here's the script, here's the pages, get on with it. Because, you know, the guys, the writers and the artists who are originating this content, he's got to try and wrangle them in and be looking at this schedule 6, 8, 9 months down the line and mentally trying to slot things into all these issues week after week after week without fail. It's a hell of a job.
Yeah, and that's something else where you know, this digital age is so helpful in that, like we were talking about the old days where everything had to be done by post and everything was sort of done by hand. You had to have enormous lead times, which you don't anymore. And so often, you know, I finish my part of it and it's uploaded and it is at the publisher, you know, all on the same day. So you can just work right up to the wire, and the lead times are a lot shorter than they used to be. Even when everything's running smoothly and everything's running as it should do, it's still, you know, a couple of weeks as opposed to, you know, a couple of months.
Just to kind of round things out, you're all people who've, you know, worked for 2000 AD, have a sense of what it is able and to do with storytelling, with heart, with writing. Do you feel that colouring and lettering is valued? Do you feel that you know, that you are part of the creative team, or do you feel a bit separated out from it?
the strange cousin on the sidelines. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think there is a kind of pecking order. I think, which yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting question. I don't know. You tend not to get quite the same sort of recognition, but whether you should or not, I don't know. Like you said, you're kind of the unseen part of the equation. It's like they used to say about special effects. If you can see a special effect, it's not a good special effect. So, you know, if you're looking at colouring and going, wow, look at all that colouring, it's probably not a good thing. There's probably a bit too much colouring going on there. So, I mean, you know, I don't know whether you'd have to ask people who read the comic. But I think as far as editors go, I think they all know the value of colouring and lettering.
It's a big team game, though, isn't it? So if you support Arsenal or something, you say I support Arsenal, but you might have your star player. It doesn't mean the rest of the team weren't there on the day, and everyone support. I feel part of the team, and I'm happy with that bit. That'll do me.
And Andy, what your feel? I mean, you've seen out several thugs over the year, well, several thugs minions, shall we say, over the years. Has the approach to letterers always been the same, or has it varied between regimes?
It's been fairly stably the same, I think. Yeah, I can't think of any big differences between editors. And of course, you know, prior to 2000 AD, it was Revolver and Crisis, and you know, and the IPC stable. No, they've all been much the same, I think.
Wonderful. Well, we are now completely out of time. So thank you to all four of you for what was an absolutely absorbing chat. It's just such a fascinating subject. So thank you for all your work you do for 2000 AD, and thank you for giving us a little peek behind the curtain.
Cheers, Mike.
Thank you for giving us the time, Mike. Cheers, appreciate it.
Well, I hope you are enjoying our second day of the Galaxy's Greatest Earthlets. We've got more panels to go. Go along to 2000AD.com/45 years to check out all the merchandise. And, you know, maybe you should subscribe to 2000 AD, the Galaxy's Greatest Comic. We've got two panels now, one for the main feed and one on our Fringe. Over on the Fringe, we have podcaster Scott Weatherly with Fantasy Nerve Center. Now, the Nerve Center is the editorial page for 2000 AD, and it's where you get the list of the stories in each issue. So we thought it'd be a really fun idea to have some creators on to talk about what would be their dream issue of 2000 AD. So, you know, what series from the past, what creators would they bring together to create the perfect issue as far as they're concerned.
Mulcher, should I tell you what my favourite issue would be? The Adventures of Walter the Robot.
You surprise me. What would Walter the Robot be doing and his adventures?
Saving the city, hanging out with Dredd, just all the fun things that I like to do.
Well, that sounds. Would you write this?
Yes.
Yes, I thought so. Would you draw this?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Well, that tells you everything you need to know. So thank you, Walter, for your suggestion. We will not be doing that. However, we have got artist Simon Fraser, artist PJ Holden, and artist Leanna Kangas talking to Scott Weatherly over on our YouTube channel about how they would put together their dream issue of 2000 AD. Now, the panel for this main feed, this is something really special. It's just one of those panels where it brings together creators who have influenced me. It's wonderful to be able to talk to them and to have them all together. It is our Legends panel because we have got Brian Bolland, Mick McMahon, Jock, and Frank Whiteley all on one panel together. I mean, you don't get a lineup like this at any convention, athletes. So it was just incredible to be able to sit with them and talk about their experience of working for 2000 AD, what it has meant to them in their careers, how they have influenced each other, how they've been influenced by things outside of the pages of the Galaxy's Greatest. Yeah, it's an hour and 10 minutes of absolute gold. So yeah, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening to 4 of the greatest artists 2000 AD has ever produced. Welcome to the next panel for the Galaxy's Greatest 45 years of 2000 AD. And if there was ever a panel to call Legends, it's this one, because I am joined by 4 of the biggest names ever to work for 2000 AD. And it's an absolute privilege to welcome them all. We're going to talk about their individual careers, their work for 2000 AD, what 2000 AD means to them, and their careers after. But we'll start off by saying hello to them individually. So first of all, hello to Mick McMahon.
Hello. Hello, Mick.
And he's joined by Brian Bolland.
Hello.
The artist
University Challenge.
Huh?
I've been at the beginning of University Challenge.
Should have given you all buzzers, and then you can look up at each other like on the young ones. He's known professionally as Frank Whiteley, but it's an honour to welcome Vincent Deegan.
Hello, Vince.
Hi. And technically he's Mark Simpson, but everyone calls him Jock. Hey, Jock.
Hey. Hello, Jock.
So thank you all for taking part in this. Like I said, it's a fantastic privilege to have you all on the same panel together. Not just because of your achievements, your careers, you know, the prominence of your work, but also because I thought it was a perfect way to illustrate how 2000 AD has changed. You know, the different kind of generations of artists who've come up and made a big impact outside of 2000 AD's pages. I wanted to start off by talking a little bit about each of your different routes into 2000 AD. Mick, let's explain. You were a fresh-faced young man when
he still is.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how you came at 2000 AD?
Well, I'd left art school and I'd gone to see a guy at Battle Picture Library, the editor, Ben Bensberg, I think his name was. Yeah, I know it's definitely Bensberg, I'm not sure about the first name, but he sent me around the corner to Temple Art Agency, who took me on. And for a year, I didn't really do much. They got me some jobs with DC Thompson. We're going to do sci-fi comic because they'd heard rumours, the way these things used to work then, that they'd have to copy each other's comics. So I did a few bits and pieces for that. But then I saw a Paul Neri strip in, I think it was Eerie or something, Warren magazine. And I thought, well, I'd like to try and do something like that, because it didn't turn out anything like that. But I showed that to Temple, and they took it around to 2000 AD. And on the strength of that, I think Pat put me on for Judge Dredd. So.
Can I jump in? But 2000 AD didn't exist when you first started, did it? I thought you were in number one, Prog one.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they had to do some stuff to put in the first issue before it existed.
I suppose so.
We don't.
There had to be something for you to put your work in, I guess. And that was
that was it. Pat, they was just starting it, weren't they? For whatever reason, I've never understood why Carlos couldn't draw it, but so they needed someone else to draw it. So they asked me. And just lucky because I brought that new sample in, which I don't think what I'd done before would have got me the work.
Mick, was when you did that, because it is it true that they essentially asked you to ape Carlos's look?
Yeah, I was going to ask that question.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they did. Yeah. And of course, look, because I was so young and stupid, you look at it and you think there's nothing to this, is there? Look, it's just squiggly lines, and it's just. And then as more and more you look at it, you think, Jesus, what am I going to try? And I think the first couple I did weren't far off it, but couldn't keep it up because it's so difficult. And then especially when issue 5 had a strip by Carlos Dredd, the one about the giant monkey, and that was so good. I sort of totally lost my confidence then, and I was sort of scrabbling around, didn't know what to do with it really. But it still looked a bit like him, I think, because they had those lumpy bits he puts down the outside. So if you put a few of them in, you can't go wrong, really. You can't wait cards.
I mean, that is a hell of a tall order, asking somebody, essentially straight out of art school, that there's this guy who's like the most popular artist on Battle. Will you draw like him?
I know, yeah. Well, like I said, you've got to be young and stupid enough to think, yeah, I can do that, instead of looking at it and thinking, oh, I don't think that's for me. But I mean, obviously, I wanted to get some work, didn't I, as well? So it worked out in the end. So.
How long was it before you felt that you kind of got your feet under the table, as it were? Because the comic is like you were in first book was in Prog 2, which is when Judge Dredd started. How long was it before you went, actually, this is a productive thing that's going to be bringing me more work?
It was probably when, because the sort of editorial staff above sort of Pat and Kelvin and that hated my work, and they kept telling them to get rid of McMahon, right? And so Pat told me, he said they want to get rid of you, but I'm going to park you in the annual, right, for a few weeks, and then they'll forget about that and go on to something else, and I'll bring you back. So I thought, well, if he's got that sort of faith in me, then this might go all right. So, and that's what I did. I did one of those annual things where it is coloured in, they've got one colour, and it was
orange, the kind of black and white and orange look.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So, and that's what I did for a while. And also, I think I did some illustrations for a text story. I think that might have been then or later on. Get a bit mixed up about that stuff. But but then I came back, and like he said, they'd gone on to something else to hate. So I was able to just carry on then. So.
I mean, that's fascinating. Considering, you've gone on to be one of the definitive Judge Dredd artists for editorial. I don't like this new whippersnapper. He's not up to snuff.
Well, I don't know what. Well, I suppose it was a bit sort of too. It wasn't very slick, was it? Really, because they were used to very. I mean, I think they used lots of Argentinian and Spanish artists who had a kind of a house style, which was some nice brushwork and things that they were used to looking at. So I don't know really. It's perhaps they just in a bad mood or something. I don't know.
But your work evolved away from Carlos quite soon, didn't it? I mean, we were all
you couldn't keep it up. I mean, it's So, because Carlos, I think he could do like 6 pages a day, couldn't he?
Yeah, I know.
And I was struggling to do like 6 a fortnight. So
yeah.
Brian, what about you? Because we had you on. We had you both on the 2000 AD podcast. I think the year before last with Dave Gibbons.
Was it as long ago as that? The year before last?
I think. What is time?
What is time? Yeah. I thought it was last year.
It might have been last year. Who knows? Who knows?
What do you want to know? What do you want to know?
But I think we kind of boiled it down to a particular. Was it a UCAC? Or one of the comic smarts in the 1970s, where like everybody, there.
It was a 1972 comic convention in the Waverley Hotel on Southampton Row. Did I say 72 already? And that's where I sort of met all the people in the fan world that I'd heard of previously, including Dave Gibbons and loads of other people were there. Terry Gilliam was there, I think. And Bob Monkhouse, who was a comedian, was there.
Wow.
And I think Nick Landau organised it, and he went on to open Forbidden Planet, the shop. So I knew Dave, and after my college years, I did a bit of advertising work, and then me and Dave, I think Dave had an agent called Barry Coker, Barden Press Features, and they got us doing a thing called Power Man for 2 years, Dave and me. But Dave left it to jump in on, and I think this was Prog 1 of 2000 AD. He was in number 1, wasn't he, Dave?
Yeah, on Harlem Heroes.
Harlem Heroes. And you started in number 2, Mick, did you?
That's right, yes.
I got that bit wrong, didn't I? Yeah. So that's how I got into it.
In terms of where you were at with your style at the time, looking at Mick's experience of him being told, draw like Carlos, what was your experience?
But I think in my case, I was part of that sort of clique that grew up on American comics. So we all had collections of DC and Marvel comics, and we were very much more the DC Marvel style people. We less influenced by the Europeans, although I was familiar with quite a lot of them, but I really was trying to ape my childhood heroes like Gil Kane, people like that. So I came at it with having spent 2 years drawing a superhero, because Power Man was an African superhero. I came at it with that sort of tendency to draw in a sort of superhero-y style. But when I saw Mick's work on Dredd, I realized that wasn't going to wash at all. I was just going to have to use that sort of skill set to try to do something a little stranger.
So that does kind of prefigure one of the questions I was going to ask, which was about kind of cross-pollination, because I know, Mick, you shared a studio with Dave Gibbons, and you used to look at each other's work, in Dave's case, used to properly try and put you off your stroke while you were working.
I used to stand behind him and just sort of look, and then go back and sit down again. It used to unnerve him.
But yeah, was there any kind of cross-pollination at this time? You both kind of mentioned that your styles were kind of fluid. That you were looking at other stuff. How much were you influencing each other? Or was it?
Can I ask a good question? Mick, I'm assuming that you didn't really come from the American comic fan environment yourself. I never. I did. Were you into?
I liked all sorts of comics, Brian.
Okay. Yeah.
Not that I ever saw it. No, I remember someone gave me a copy of Blazing Combat when I was about 12. I think.
Was that Warren?
That was a real eye opener for me. Because that was American, wasn't it? But it wasn't anything like Marvel or DC comics.
No. I can't really imagine you were into the superheroes.
And while I'm thinking of it, the first time I met you, we're talking about meeting people, in the office, you said to me, "Do you like comics?" Like I was some sort of Martian or something.
Well, it's because I'd never heard of you. I mean, we all knew each other. We were all we'd all been in these fanzines and everything, Dead Skin, or everybody. We've all been in them. But you were
not me.
No, not you. You were new on the scene.
No, I've never had any friends.
Oh wow! Okay. Well, on that point, I want to move to you, Vin. Did you have any friends?
None. That's why I get into comics.
Well, because you started work for the magazine on Missionary Man, which was I know that Gordon Rennie considers that kind of early Missionary Man stuff not his favourite stuff that he's written. But tell us a little bit about how you came to be on that strip.
I was working in an underground comic, an adult humour comic in Glasgow called Electric Soup. Because we were going to comic marts and selling our comics there, people kept coming up to me and saying you should send samples off to different publishers. And I'd really been into comics when I was younger, and I'd kind of drifted away from them in my teens. So when I started drawing an underground comic, and I was about 20 at the time, I kind of didn't know anything about comics. I had to be reintroduced to them. And so I thought Batman would be a good character to send out to lots of different publishers, because everybody knows Batman, and it was less specific than just doing a war story or a crime story or something. And I didn't have any access. This is pre-internet. I had no access to a script. So I made up a fight and chase 4-page scenario, no words, with Batman in it. And I could not believe how long it was taking. I just couldn't believe how much work was involved. And because I'd been drawing kind of cartoony stuff, and I would place the speak bubbles in front of people's bodies, so I didn't have to draw the bodies and stuff. It was just anything goes. I did 3 1/3 pages and photocopied them and sent them off. So I didn't even finish the 4-page pitch that I was doing to try and get work. And the first person that got back to me was Steve McManus. He sent me a Wagner story and said, do me a couple of pages of this in black and white. I did a couple of pages and sent it back to him. No money involved, of course. And he got back to me and said, I love them, but unfortunately I can't give you any work, but I've sent them on to David Bishop. And he basically said, I'll just keep sending you scripts. Because actually, Vin, similarly to Mick, I remember speaking to a couple of artists. Was that around sort of like 92 or something like that you started? Yeah, about right. Mm-hmm. So I remember the guys in the late 80s after Bisley had come along and started painting comics. And I've spoken to a few artists around that time, I won't name names, but who were specifically told to try and ape Simon's style, And of course, no one can do that. Simon is completely Simon. And I feel like kind of when you came, because one of the things that I love about 2000 AD most is I feel like it does give people room to be themselves, to have their own style, they have their own take, and it can kind of find a home in its pages. Similarly, I didn't get that either. When Dave Bishop told me to send in the sample pages, he just told me to do my own thing. He didn't give me any direction, like try and be a bit like Simon or try and let's do something different. I had come from art school. I was in the drawing and painting department, and I loved what Simon was doing. And there was a kind of a generally descending order from Simon at the top down through the ranks of people who I think weren't naturally, who wouldn't have been working in a painted style had they not been encouraged to. What Simon does so much, there's 2 very different things. There's the insane caricature and cartoon violence that comes from his personality, and there's that kind of Frazetta-influenced painted texture and detail. And I didn't really see any point in trying to do something like Simon, because Simon does what he does better than anybody else. Most people who find their kind of niche, there's no point in other people trying to do the same thing, Yeah. But like you, I wasn't. Thankfully, I wasn't encouraged to try and work in anybody else's style. I was just sort of doing my own thing, and I was very much feeling my way through it. It wasn't I didn't have an idea about how Missionary Man was going to look before I started. It was it came together partly just because of the way I draw, partly because of my influences, and partly because I was learning how to put a page together as I went along. So it was very much just learning on the hoof.
Jock referenced it a minute ago, Dudley D. Watkins. You know, your influences, as you said, you weren't necessarily into comics. What were your influences that kind of came together in your style? Because it's such a clear style, you know, the lines are clear and confident.
Well, growing up, I had a bunch of different British comics, Bullet and Warlord and Hotspur and Beano and all this kind of stuff. I had the Bruins and Willie, of course, from Watkins. I had a few European comics. There was a comic called CMOC, which came out of Spain, I think. Just comic backwards. And
Yes,
it had a
I've got
selection.
some of those. I've got a few of those.
And it had a selection of beautiful, like black and white strips, lovely brushwork illustration, and a few fully painted scripts, and a bit of nudity as well. And that was quite an eye opener. I had some old IPC annuals, you know, the Big Book of Legends and stuff like that, you know, with kind of Arthurian kind of tales and beautifully fully painted stuff. And I had from holidays in Scotland, in Millport, a wee island just down the Clyde. There was a cafe that had a spinner rack, and it had the black and white sinister tales, eerie worlds, weird science, tales to astonish. You know, the coloured cover, black and white interior, and there was Ditko and all sorts of people in there. So it was a real mishmash of stuff. And then when I started working for Electric Soup, there was two other guys that worked. It was a bunch of guys, and most of them were influenced by Viz and hoped to do a kind of Scottish version of Viz, but with more comic and less editorial.
Can I ask a question, Vin? When you were at art school, were you doing fine art? It was a fine art
Yes,
course.
yeah. I was in the drawing and painting department.
Which art school was that?
Glasgow School of Art.
Okay. And so what sort of stuff were you exposed to in the fine art world at the time?
Well, it was strange. It was a strange time because, like most art schools, Glasgow had actually taught students about perspective, anatomy, proportion, composition, and how to use oils, like, you know, thin to fat. Back decades before I went there. And by the time I went, which was mid-80s, there was a completely different approach, and you didn't actually teach people how to do things.
No,
you just let them find their own way. I was very much into Egon Schiele and Andy Warhol and David Hockney, and basically all the artists that I liked were really out of fashion with the tutors. You know, they were all into abstract expressionism and abstraction, which I can really appreciate. It's just not where I was at the time. So I ended up getting chucked out of art school. So my influences were all over the place. And then when I started with Electric Soup, there was a couple of guys who were really into comics. And over a very short period of time, I learned about Brian and Mick's work, about Dave Gibbons, Frank Miller, Mike Mignola, Mobius, Katsuhiro Otomo. It was basically these two guys introduced me to all the artists and writers that they felt were doing great work. And it was a very, very wide mix. And I'd just been introduced to all that stuff when I started working for the magazine. So I was very much right at the start of my reintroduction to comics, and right at the start of learning how to actually make comics.
So as a reader at the time, you know, you're not party to these stories, and you know the different influences and how people come to be working for the prog. Because to me, you and Jock were kind of other ends of a little spectrum that kind of came along in that 90s period, where, you know, as Jock has pointed out, it was very much not the fully painted stuff that had come to dominate 2000. Well, not necessarily dominate, but was a significant part of 2000 AD. But you know, much more kind of dynamic, line-based based work? Because I mean, Jock, your story of how you came to I love your story of how you came to be working for 2000 AD. Do you want to recount it for those of us who don't know?
The physical story of how
yeah.
It was Steve McManus as well, funnily enough. I live down in Devon now, but I was born in Glasgow where Vin is, and unfortunately I don't have the accent anymore. It's one of my biggest regrets of my life. But anyway, myself and my good friend Dom Reardon, who lives in Totnes, we met each other when I moved down here about sort of 28 years ago, something like that. And he was the first person I met that was into comics. So by the way, I was always into drawing, and I came to 2000 AD quite late. I think I saw my first issue in about 1986, 87, so I would have been about 14 or 15. And it was 2000 AD that made me, I love drawing, but that made me want to draw comics specifically. And I became I just hunted down all the back issues, the early 80s stuff from Mick and Brian. Getting slightly off subject here, but I will say, I think people in my generation, we now realize how lucky we were to have all these incredible people working on this thing that was on the newsstands at our local newsagents as kind of kids, in a lot of cases, a little bit older for me. And I just couldn't wait every week to go and pick it up and see what was inside. It was it's not even like being into a kind of a specific band. It's like having a really cool record label, and that you can kind of trust all the acts that they sign. That's, to me, sort of 2000 AD has that quality about it. And I was young enough that I didn't know how or why that was happening. And now that I sort of work in it, I can understand that clearly we're all given a certain amount of free freedom and, free range to a degree to sort of, indulge ourselves a little bit and enjoy what we're doing and hopefully make kind of good looking work. But when I was younger, I didn't quite have those kind of connections, and it just blew the back of my head off. I was like, I don't know what this is. I love it, and this is now what I want to do. So, it was sort of mid 90s, I think, and myself and Dom, I had long hair and homemade trousers on, and a big portfolio of original art under my arm. Because actually, funnily enough, I actually used to do a lot of painting, and my samples at the time were all painted. And we hitchhiked from Devon all the way to Glasgow. We were sort of, we were convinced we could do it in a day. And we were still at Exeter about 11:30 in the morning. And I've got to be honest, at that point, I was like, Dom, hang on a minute. Are we being foolish here? But we made it all the way to Glasgow by about 11:30 at night. And then we met, first we met Glenn Fabry. He was the first person. He was sat there. He had a queue, me and Dom's, with our portfolios. And he basically said, apologies for any younger viewers. He said, "Why are you showing it to me? Off and make some money." And so someone, we were like 22, something like that, 21, 22. And a big Canadian American guy called Angus, who I've never met since. But he heard Glenn say that and went to find Steve McManus. And then Steve ended up looking for us, which was, our first convention and our first go at showing our work and trying to get some sort of traction. And Steve came over, was super lovely, as I'm sure you all know, really encouraging. We certainly weren't ready at that point, but he was kind enough to stay in touch. And he sort of ended up phoning on a Sunday, just to sort of say hello and see how we were getting on, which, again, now I'm a bit older. That's a really classy move for an editor to sort of do that, to have that personal kind of quality. And that meant a lot to us as kind of young, as I'm sure we've all been struggling, had no money, nothing at all. And then occasionally I'd get this call from Steve saying, "How you doing? Are you still drawing? Do you still, so he was, without him, it certainly wouldn't have happened. But it wasn't until about 5 years later that I was starting to get a little bit desperate. We'd had our first child, our boy, and I still didn't have any work. To cut another long story short, basically, the night that I thought that for the first time properly, the next day, I had an answer phone message from Andy Diggle at 2000 AD offering me my first kind of proper job. But funnily enough, because I had been painting, and it was Andy that called, and he just said, "Can you draw 12 pages of Dredd in a month?" And I just said, yeah. I hadn't done any black and white for forever, so that's how it started, and I've never been out of work since. So there we are.
Amazing. Well, I want to come back to Mick, because you mentioned a minute ago that you fairly quickly moved away from trying to imitate Carlos as you'd been asked to your own style. I mean, how quickly did you settle on a style? Because the one thing that I've always thought about your work is that it always seems to be evolving. You know, each new strip is a new step in a direction. But how quickly did you settle? Like, this is how I'm going to draw. This is how this is going to be the Mick McMahon style.
Oh no, I never have. I think, to be honest, especially with the Dreads things, because if you look at it, there is still little Carlos-y bits, even sort of 10 years after, I think, really. I mean, I can see them, but I suppose maybe other people can. But because, I mean, I know some people can't tell the difference, but I mean, obviously, to me, the difference is like a sore thumb. But it was an interesting point being made, I think, about being taught how to use materials and things, because I did a graphics course and was never taught how to use anything, which I thought would have been like the first thing they'd do. I mean, I was seduced by the name Chelsea School of Art, where I should have gone to Watford Technical College, where they did do a proper course that showed you how to use gouache and stuff like that. You know? So all my life, actually, I've just learned on the job with everything, which I'm institutionalised, really, because when I spent a few years in computer games, surrounded by people who know how to do stuff, I would never, ever ask anybody anything. I'd just try and figure it out myself. You know, wasting all this time. So if someone can teach you how to do something that will help you work, I think you should always take advantage.
Brian, did you go to any kind of art college?
I spent 5 years in art schools. I did a foundation year in Leicester, 3 years of graphics at Norwich, and 1 year at the Central School, which is now Central St Martin's, I think, isn't it?
Oh, great.
I think it's now behind King's Cross Station. And I mean, my story isn't, in none of those colleges did anyone know anything whatsoever about comics. I did get taught some sort of technique. I remember being taught how to do arc welding once. It didn't come in very useful at all, but no, and I was taught how to do typography and sort of set that sort of metal, sort of, you know, the metal, what's it called? You know,
letterpress.
Type. Metal type, so you can print from it and print a newspaper from it and stuff like that. But learning how to draw comics is something entirely you have to teach yourself. Although in America, I mean, there are whole schools of comics. I mean, the Joe Kubert School, quite a lot of people go doing a kind of apprenticeship. I think Howard Chaykin did one under Gil Kane, I think. So a lot of those guys are you know, taught by their mentor how to do it, but I don't think so much others.
There are some courses now, I think, but like certainly when I actually didn't get into art college. I did a foundation course, and they could smell the comic. They could smell the comics on me, literally, and they didn't want it. They were just
no.
You know,
I don't think my lot wanted anything to do with comics at all. No. But oddly enough, at the UEA, the University of East Anglia, which absorbed my old art school, now does a comics course.
Yeah.
So they haven't invited me to go and visit it or anything like that. Maybe one day I should.
I will say though, we're chatting about learning to do stuff. It's funny how, you know, as you get older, you realise the little things that might have been kind of like helped you along the way. Like Steve, at school, I had an amazing art teacher called Mike Bowman, who was a really brilliant portrait painter, and he would literally put up like a big kind of A2, A1 piece of paper and draw an ear, and that was the lesson. And then next time he'd draw a nose, and he was good at it. And I realised now, like, that was magic, you know, because I was genuinely, that's what I wanted to sort of figure out how to do. And here was someone showing me what an ear looks like. And I still probably draw ears a little bit like Mike showed me at school. So like,
I've still never learned how to draw an ear. I have no idea what an ear looks like. It's just that I can hardly see mine anyway. But I just do kind of that and a bit like that. And I've never really looked at an ear properly.
Oh, I love ears. I'm not saying that I draw particularly good ones, but I will say that, funnily enough, in comics, have a look at the way people draw ears, and there's a lot going on there.
I think you're known for your ear. You're a good ear artist.
I mean, this for me, this does explain an awful lot of the hairstyles of your female characters, Brian. Kind of.
Oh yes, they
straight down over the years, big bushy hairstyles just to keep them away. But I mean, this is a question for Mick and for Brian. Talking about the lack of someone actually saying, "Well, this is how you do this."
Yeah.
You're both known for your iconic covers, particularly your Dredd covers. Mick, 2000 AD, Brian, for 2000 AD, but also those wonderful Eagle comics, which the Apex edition, which is thankfully being printed at the moment, has some amazing examples. Is this just an example of you just had the knack, or was it absorbing stuff from the comics you've been reading?
Well, in the case of the Eagle covers, I'll speak briefly. I had the luxury of having read all the stories and enjoyed all the stories, and I was able to see what the best bits in all the stories were. So all the material was there to draw from to give us some idea of what to put on the cover. Quite often when I'm drawing covers these days, I don't even know what's going on inside the book. So it's very difficult to know what to put on, to make a good cover out of something when you don't know what's going on the inside. But in the case of the Eagle covers, all the good stuff was there. And it was stories that I hadn't drawn in the first place that contained characters, wonderful characters, that we could put on the covers. And it was some of my favorite stuff.
Brilliant. Mick, what about you? What was the secret to a standout cover?
I don't know. I mean, I've never read a book about how to do anything to do with drawing.
No.
And it's just all, it just feels right.
It shows me.
That's why I spent so long faffing on things, because I could spend a week doing a layout for a cover, and it's just, or anything really. It's there's no theory behind it. It's just what feels right. And so I still couldn't explain it really. I mean, I can tell you what's wrong with something I've done, but I couldn't tell you what was right.
That cover of Dredd sitting on the huge throne that's like larger than life over the city is.
Oh, that one, yeah.
That is iconic, isn't it?
That's amazing.
I've swiped that at least 3 times, I think.
Yeah. I don't know where it comes from really. It's just, I might even have added a layout off of was it Robin Smith? He used to do other layouts, didn't they? Might have been him. I don't know.
So, actually, Brian and Mick, because to me, those sort of maybe the early 80s were sort of, arguably the strongest time for 2008, or at least when you look at the people that are working on the comic, it's like it's an incredible array of talent. Did you both have any sense that you were doing work that was like, I think even on reflection, it's clearly unique and groundbreaking, but did you have a sense of that at the time, or were you just, I don't know what you're like, but I still just go to the drawing board and try my best all the time. I just sit there, I try and make something that I find interesting, exciting, et cetera, et cetera. But did you guys have any sense of the sort of, not the magnitude is the wrong word, but you know what I mean? There's some real classic stuff in there that you were both responsible for. And did you get a sense of that at the time, or were you just, doing what you were doing?
I don't think I got a sense of it at the time, really. I don't know about you, Mick.
Well, I used to think that that you were doing some really lovely things, and Kevin as well. But I never used to think I was, to be honest. And when I look back at it now, I'm not really keen on any of it, because I was talking with Dave a while back.
Yeah.
And because the standard of art is so high now, that we both figured that if we turned up with our old stuff now, we wouldn't get in at all. We wouldn't wouldn't even get a phone call back. So at the time, I didn't. I thought you, like I said, the other people were doing good things, but I've always found it a struggle. So it's.
I think it's always really just a struggle with yourself and a drawing board and a set of tools. And how the hell am I going to do that thing they've just asked me to draw? You're not thinking this is great or anything.
No.
I remember the first.
You possibly have a sense that you've drawn it fairly well, occasionally, but you don't have a sense of where the place it has in history. Or anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I do find it really weird to think that all those characters that are now, I mean, it sounds a bit like boasty, this, but all those characters like Judge Death, well, I co-created those characters. Where's the royalty checks, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, Mike.
I'm getting that.
You pay royalties. I don't know where this has come from.
I get very nice royalties. Thank you very much. They've been very kind to me over the years.
What was this drive-by in the middle of the panel? Good God.
So actually, just to, I've actually got one of your original Eagle comic covers, Brian, over here. And Mick, I've got a page from Think as well, which I think is a beautiful era of
Can you hold them up to the camera?
Yeah, I can actually. Yeah.
I never tire of looking at my own artwork.
That's the Mick's page. You know,
lovely. Oh yeah, yeah. I drew the Angel Gang recently for the Apex edition, and I forgot to include the rat. And I had to say, hey, look, because I sent it in complete, and then I said, hey, I forgot the rat. So there's a version with a rat and a version without a rat. Oh, what's your one?
Also some.
Yeah. So that's what became. Is that the original?
It is, yeah. It is. It's pristine.
I should not have let that go. I should have kept it.
It is gorgeous. I mean, Brian, if you want it back, let's chat after and we'll try and work something out. Because I always feel like the art should be with the artist, really. But yeah, it's funny because my work's quite. I like throwing ink around, making a bit of a mess, and this is just. It's so beautiful and pristine, and yours as well. It's like I adore stuff that's kind of.
Was he a Ron Smith character? Would Ron have?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the first time. Yeah, it's got a bit of a Ron Smith kind of look to it, isn't it?
I wanted to talk a little bit about the period that you were working for 2000 AD, and in Vince's case, the magazine kind of meant for your wider careers, because we've essentially got two different British invasions here. Mick and Brian, yours was the 1980s. Vin and Jock, yours was the kind of 1990s into the 2000s. Now, I wanted to get a sense of what 2000 AD meant and what it had taught you about comics. Mick, what's your thoughts?
Well, it's in my head. It's like just a solid foundation I've got. Where I was exposed to, all those different art that was in there. I mean, the thing I thought about the comic was that the fact that I could draw Judge Dredd and Brian, and people didn't moan about the difference.
That's interesting. Yes,
to me was the sort of the bedrock of the comic, because it meant any strip could then be drawn by all different people in different styles. And it wouldn't be there's no sort of purist approach, which I thought was great. Which I think that's why I always had trouble working with publishers who had a house style or something that I never felt comfortable. I didn't really feel I fitted in. So in a way, it's held me back working for 2000 AD, because I had to I suppose, like you were saying earlier on, you could more or less do what you liked. And no one ever said, don't do it like that, ever.
Brian, what's your thoughts?
That's true. I suppose over the years you look at it and there isn't a house style, and it is very tolerant. And what Mick said, that the readers of Judge Dredd are quite happy to see your work, Mick, and my work, and Ron Smith and all the others, without somehow being jarring for them. Whereas a lot of I've worked for a long time in American comics, there is very much a house style at Marvel and DC, or the sort of has been. But I think, Vin, you've come along and reimagined Superman. Are we allowed to talk about another company in this broadcast? But haven't you? You've completely reimagined him. I can still see that figure of him sitting sort of hunched
on the cloud.
Is that what he's? I can remember the figure. I can't remember what he's sitting on. I haven't got a picture in front of me. But.
He's sitting on a cloud, looking down through a gap in the clouds at Metropolis.
Yeah.
And
there's a wonderful calmness to your work, which I love. I mean, a lot of comic they all want action. You know, often when I do a cover, I say, "Well, what is it you want?" And they say, "Do an action shot." And I sort of think, "Well, what the fuck are they doing?" You know. But I love the color. Is it unfair to say that your work has a calmness about it in places?
No, I think when I started out, I, like a lot of young artists, I was much more drawn towards drawing action. And if I had talking heads sitting around a table eating a meal, or walking down a street, it wasn't as interesting to draw, which made it more of a challenge to make it interesting to look at. It's important to try and make the quiet moments in a story just as important as the louder or faster moments in the story, because it's very much part of the same thing.
I think when I first saw your work, I was impressed by the open spaces you left in the panels. It was the figures were often quite small in the panel as a whole. Quite a lot of negative space going on there. Would you say so?
Yes, often. Yeah. I did a Lobo story that Alan Grant wrote, and it was never published. And Dan Raspler was the editor, and I sent the pages in, Blue Line, 24 pages, and when he got back to me, to his credit, he wrote me a letter, like maybe 8 or more pages typed.
Really?
Panel by panel, page by page, going through what I had done and what I should maybe have thought of doing. And as an example, there was a 3-page fight scene with Lobo and a guy who was bigger than him. And it was basically no weapons. It was a boxing match. And I had drawn the whole thing from one fixed viewpoint. So it was like if you were sitting in the crowd watching a boxing match, and I'd worked it all out. And he wrote to me and he said, I can see that somebody's throwing a right hook, so they're leading in with the left foot, and then they lead in with the right foot for the left hook. And he said it all worked beautifully and you could make it into a flick book. He said, but this is a Lobo comic and it just doesn't work. Like he said, once you start with an establishing shot, so you know who the two people are and where they are. Yes. When the first punch is thrown, the second punch can be a close-up with a tooth coming out. It'll still make sense. Tilt the camera. And so on the one hand, there is naturally a sense of calm, but at the same time, I had taken that too far. And for a comic like Lobo, which is meant to be kind of energetic and anarchic, it kind of didn't work. But also, it's funny, I haven't actually picked up Jock's latest Batman stuff, but I've seen some online, and there's this beautiful shot of Batman like kind of in mid-air across the city, and he's a tiny figure, and the buildings, the cityscape is massive, and you get this amazing sense of like a human being in a costume miles up in the air in amongst all these huge buildings. And there's something to be said for playing with scale and playing, using close-ups and using distance shots, using calm, well-composed shots with frenetic, energetic shots. And, I think sometimes, depending on the story, that mixture, can really help. If everything's frenetic all the time, if everybody's constantly gritting their teeth, even when they're eating their breakfast, it kind of loses its power,
It's something that always struck me about Jock's early stuff, that there's a kind of like a febrile tension going on, in the way that you constructed figures and the way that people stood and moved. There was always a sense of movement to it. And I know we talked a number of years ago about injecting dynamism into situations. I mean, how is that, looking at your early Dredd work and the stuff you're producing now, how did that, those early stories kind of, what did they teach you about how your style was going to develop and how to do comics?
The one thing, 2000 AD, I think I touched on it earlier, I did feel like that I could just do it my way. Whatever my way was going to be, I sort of tried to kind of just follow that through. And looking at the early stuff, I mean, I cringe, as I'm sure we all do, at our early work. And there's lots there's lots that I don't like about it. But I think I was certainly kind of hungry for it. I wanted it to be something and to be good and have some kind of character, because I feel like comics is one of the few, well, that's not true actually, I was going to say one of the few remaining kind of art forms where you still can have quite a lot of personality and still be and be published, have the big two, whatever and that feels quite special actually. Like that, again, as I've got older, I realize that I'm really pleased that I'm doing this thing, because I'm not sure how I'd fare, having to just sort of fit in with other things, and luckily I've that's always been my approach, and luckily I've gone on to work at for DC and Marvel, and gone on to work on movies and stuff as well, which was never the plan. It's just there seems to be something about, I feel that, and I'd say certainly with the three guys I'm sat with here, that when you do have your own take on something, that's actually the real currency. That's the thing that people enjoy, and that's the feeling that you get from the personality in these three drawings is it feels like magic, and that's always been what I love about comics. Is it's very personal. It's a very personal experience when you read them, and it has room for personality, and a really strong personality. It's normally only a few people making one, or or one person, a writer, artist, making it, and that feels very pure to me. And the world gets more and more diluted, and there's so much stuff out there, and that's always been my approach. Whether I've always been successful is another matter, but that's always been my approach. And 2000 AD absolutely cemented that in me and made me think, okay, if these guys are doing it, maybe I can do it as well. And that's always been what I've tried to kind of chase.
Vin, I wanted to ask you, you look at your work on Missionary Man and particularly on Shimura as well, where for me that's a harbinger of things to come. You've got so many elements there that have kind of stayed with you. Did you get a sense of that? Would you get a sense of that now? Kind of like, well, this is where I put down my foundations. This is where I worked out what Frank Quitely artwork was gonna look like.
No, it's funny because I don't often look at my previous work. I do occasionally, particularly on the rare occasions where I kind of tidy up my studio, or I'm doing one of these once a decade clear outs, and sometimes I'll flick through things that I've done, or occasionally they'll send me something collected in a new format and I haven't looked at it for a while. And I'm always struck by things that I see that I think, why didn't I make more of an effort with that? Or why didn't I do it the way you see all the mistakes that young artists make when they don't have much experience and they already feel they've spent too much time in the page. There's not a page I've done where I couldn't, if I had to redo it, I couldn't make it better. Not a single page. But when I look at older work, I always see lots and lots of things that I would do better now. But I do occasionally see things and think, I'm still kind of doing that. Or, I remember how happy I was when I worked out how to do that or whatever, But I don't know why, but I just don't often go back and look at my older work.
Because you've never actually done any work directly for the prog itself. Did you go back to McManus and say, I'd like to work there, or have ambitions to draw there, or was it very much kind of the move to other publishers happened as Bishop predicted, happened quite quickly?
I think it took a few years, but I was really happy working at the magazine. And it wasn't Dredd strips that I was doing. It was Missionary Man and Shimura. I did some Dredd covers for classic 2000 AD, and I really enjoyed doing that. But and I had done a bunch of Dredd samples for myself before I did those 3 1/3 pages of Batman, which I never sent off. I only sent the Batman stuff. And funnily enough, I remember doing a couple of pieces of Dredd stripped to the waist, fighting a gladiator in an arena with sand and dust getting kicked up, which I'm quite embarrassed about now. And I don't know if I've still got it or not.
I was just about to say, please tell me this still exists, because a Frank Whiteley Apex edition with Dredd stripped to the waist, I think that would be.
I mean, he still had his helmet on, of course, but but he was fighting a gladiator. It was ridiculous. But
have you ever drawn him without his helmet?
No, I have not.
No, I have.
Have you? What does he look like? Did you have a crazy hairdo?
Well, it was a convention, and some kid said, "Will you draw Dredd without the helmet?" So I said, "Okay." So I just drew him up to the bit where the helmet is, and then there was no helmet or anything.
Mick, this is a bit of a random question, but one of the things I always loved about your work is the bizarre clothes. Talking about people with helmets and not helmets, always the fantastic clothes that Mega City One. One thing that people always talk about with 2000 AD is, it's punk. It's the spirit of punk. And I think it might have been Pat who said, well, none of us were punks. That like everybody had long hair, apart from Mick McMahon, who had like spiky hair and a leather jacket. And I just wonder if, all these Mega City One citizens running around with big boots and crazy clothes, whether this was you projecting yourself onto making Mega City One in your own image.
No, I wasn't a punk.
Oh,
so
okay.
I don't know. That was I didn't have spiky hair. It stood up a little bit. But, I think that might have been sort of scared from the first time meeting Pat Mills. It was the era of punk, wasn't it?
It was.
And I just felt natural to do that kind of stuff, really.
Yeah.
That's all. I mean, I didn't want to be a punk. And I remember the character Spikes Harvey Rotten was supposed to be a punk, but he wasn't anything like a punk at all. It's like, really.
He always struck me as kind of, what's the, when the Sex Pistols went on to, that infamous interview on TV.
Bill Grundy.
Bill Grundy.
Yeah.
I always felt Spikes Harvey Rotten was like the image of a punk that like a middle class person who'd watched that show and was like, that's what punks are like.
That's exactly what he looked like. Oh, that's really good. So, I think what struck me as well about that kind of stuff was that Pat used to stick that stuff in to try and make the comic seem modern, I think, or relevant or whatever. But it's almost like he did it with other stuff as well. So it wasn't trying to make it a punk comic or anything like that. It was just like Pat's like a magpie who collects stuff.
I always loved the names of the blocks. You'd have the Rita Tushingham block or the Martina Navratilova block, and there were people from the past, really, in a way, weren't they? Even then, sort of odd references.
Didn't it? It started quite late, though, didn't it? Naming the blocks.
Did it?
Yeah, I think so. It must have been.
Relative, I think the earliest one I can think of is City Block, which was a strip that Brian, which was the Rita Tushingham and Ernest Borgnine blocks.
Yes.
What was there? Was there a Ron Smith one, like Charlton Heston block or something?
That's yes, of course. Yeah. No, you're right. The Charlton Heston block.
That feels quite early on.
Yeah, for City Block, which was post. Was that post Cursed Earth?
Yeah,
I'm sure.
I don't want to sound too nerdy, but I think it was around about the early 100s.
But the names were always of people who had sort of slightly faded already by then.
Yeah.
Well, I did one in one of the annuals, and it was I had to redraw the whole thing. Well, not quite a lot of it, because it was the Jimmy Clitheroe block, and had one of those spirally roads. Broke the word Clitheroe in exactly the wrong way.
Wait, the reason I brought up the whole kind of clothing thing was just, Dredd in particular, I know Vin, you didn't work it, but you kind of worked on the wider world. Very early on, this became a sandbox. That strip in particular became a sandbox that anybody, as we kind of touched on this already, everybody could play in. Where you are now, the style that you have now. This is a question for all of you. How much of a debt that owes to having that sandbox to play in, to be able to go, well, actually, I'm going to make all this up.
Well, yeah, because although they're paying you to do it, you're your own boss, aren't you?
Mm.
Basically, I mean, unless you do it really badly, then no one would ever say, "Oh no, it's bad, it's wrong." Because if there's so many approaches to it already being done, then you can't be wrong, can you? It's, unless you sort of screw up the actual sort of drawing or something. But no, I think what it meant for me anyway was that whenever I went to do something like work on a film or whatever, it gave me the confidence just to be me rather than worrying what they want. Yeah, because that's always when you're starting off working for new people, you can fall into the thing where you end up doing what they think they want. When they see it, it isn't what they want. Yeah. So you just got to have the confidence, and that's what I got from 2000 AD. I think that you can just sort of go off at a tangent, and no one would ever say anything. So, just nice.
I think your furthest out that I can remember by you, Mick, was the Howler story.
Yeah,
right. I love that. I thought, God, look at this stuff. Yeah. I mean, back in the early days when I was walking over, what was that bridge? Farringdon Bridge? Was that the bridge that we walked over?
Is it Holborn? Is it? No, you Blackfriars.
Well, I lived in Holborn, but
Blackfriars Bridge. You need to cross the river to get
Blackfriars Bridge. That's right. Yeah. It was on Farringdon Street. That's when down to Kingsreach Tower, where 2000 AD was at the time. I remember the people there: Kev O'Neill, Jan Shepherd.
Yeah, Jan.
And I remember the occasions when your artwork had turned up, and we were all always astonished. This is me getting all sort of dewy-eyed here, but always astonished by the new step you had taken with your work. We were always really, really struck by it. I don't know quite why I brought that up.
I love that about 2000 AD, that you guys are doing this just insanely beautiful work. You mentioned Judge Death earlier, Brian, as well. Come on, it's just it's incredible stuff. And to have that as a younger person, I literally felt like I was getting it sort of like a rocket. What the Diggle quote, like a shot of rocket fuel kind of thing. It completely blew my brains. And you're responsible for me being sat here. So thank you, I think.
Just doing our job.
The comic.
Yeah. It was a question I was going to ask was about this kind of the 2000 AD American comics pipeline that, the way a lot of people talk about it now is is almost like a given that this happens, that, the Americans swoop in and it's not long before people go off. But all of you have got slightly different experiences of that process and slightly different careers.
Well, I think Karen Berger's Vertigo at DC. I mean, she sucked in a lot of the British. It was Vertigo was very much not like an American comic. It was very much. Somebody said it's the comic where all the whining Brits go to work.
Someone also said it was a whole line of comics based on a bad mood Alan Moore had 25 years ago.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah. But I don't know whether nowadays there is that brain drain so much nowadays. Is that? I'm not aware that there's a whole part of an American company that is drawing in a lot of us Brits.
I think they're still aware. I mean, I still feel like I'm new at this, but actually, I started 20 years ago, and it was Karen Berger that met me, and she said, "Oh, your job," so she knew who I was, and she'd obviously sort of seen what I was doing. I never wanted to really deliberately do that because I love 2000 AD, and as Mike knows, I'll always try and do something for 2000 AD if I can. I'm not a fan of the sort of slightly cynical idea that, if I do this for a couple of years, then maybe I'll get there. Because I think it's far more important just to do the thing you're doing time well, and then that's where the opportunities come from, kind of thing. Or certainly that was my sort of idea about things. But yeah, it was Karen for me. Vin, was it? I guess that's around that time as well. Was it Karen as well?
Yes, it was indeed. Yeah, it was when Vertigo had a UK office.
Oh yeah.
And
who was working at the time? Who was working in that office in the UK?
It was Art Young.
Art Young, I remember Art. Yes.
Tim Pilcher and Helen. I can't remember Helen's second name.
Okay. Somebody told me that Art Young, as an American, ended up writing EastEnders or something.
That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I heard too. He was a script editor, I think.
Was he?
I think so, yeah.
I knew him really rather well because I was drawing Animal Man covers for him at the time, and we were quite good pals. And I've never seen him since.
I think he came over to Wine and Dine, British artists and writers, and I'm sure he ran up some gigantic expenses, and then ended up working for television. I think I met Art a few times, and he really seemed to be enjoying himself over here. But I went down to, it must have been, I don't know if it was 91 or 92 or 93 or what it was. I guess it was probably 92 or 93. I went down to one of the London conventions. I think it was still in the Bloomsbury Crest at the time.
Yep.
And I couldn't afford to stay there. I was staying in student accommodation in Golders Green or somewhere like that. And Karen Berger was staying in the Russell Square Hotel.
That's
she had a suite, and she had instead of going to the con, she sat in her suite with Art Young fussing around her, and they had a schedule for inviting British artists and writers up for little kind of interviews. And I was invited to, after working at the magazine for a few years, I was invited to go up and show my work and have a chat, and and that's when I first started working for Vertigo.
And by the way, if Karen happens to be watching, hello, Karen.
Yes, hello, Karen.
Mick, what about you did some Batman stuff, right? But that was kind of...
No, that was the only thing I did, really, wasn't it? I did it because Archie Goodwin, he was probably the only guy there that would give me any work, so because he liked what I did. But no, that was the Batman movies had started coming out, and the Batman books were selling like huge numbers.
Because of this movie, Karen and Art coming over, finding this talent to take over. It was Vertigo, whether it was kind of mainstream American comics. Do you think that has had a lasting impact on comics? Can we still feel the effects of that British invasion? Not just the obvious thing like DC is still doing like Watchmen tie-ins and things like that, but more the kind of the feel of comics, the way that the comics work on the page artistically. Do you think 2000 AD is still having an effect?
Personally, I think the internet has changed the landscape. I personally think for the better. I think there's amazing young artists coming up doing incredible things that as they should be as a new generation. But I would still say that 2000 AD has a really solid part because of all the people that did go on to work for DC and Marvel and arguably some of the biggest names in comics. That's all, that DNA is all. It must have had an effect, and I would say so. I mean, 45 years later, and here we are, kind of celebrating it. It's and again, like I was saying, trying to sort of explain earlier, it clearly there was something just about it that had a huge effect on an awful lot of people.
One of the things I wanted to add, because I realised we've been talking for quite a while, but one of the things I did want to ask about was we focused very much on what you've done. I wanted to ask about what you haven't, but would have liked to have done. Is there a moment? Is there a character? Is there a story that you wish you'd done, that you would like to do in terms of 2000 AD and its galaxy of characters?
I'd quite like to draw Noam Chomsky.
Paging PJ, he'll be so pleased to hear that, by the way.
Finn, what about you? Because your time with us was relatively short. Is there something you would like to have done?
I would have kind of liked to have done a Dredd strip at some time. You know?
And I think we'd like to see that.
Yeah, I'd love to see that
for sure.
Who knows? Who knows what the future will bring?
We'll clear the schedule. Whatever you want to do, just let us know. Mick, what about you? Because I mean, you've had such a career at 2000 AD with so many different styles. Was there something that you wish you had done?
No, I think I mentioned at the beginning when I went to see the editor at Battle Picture Library, Mr. Bensberg. I was really keen to draw one of his war comics. That was all I wanted to do. And when I got to do Dredd, which is something like totally unexpected, the idea of doing a war comic just completely vanished. And so ever since then, I've never, ever felt the need or want to do a particular character. I always found it much better to be asked to do things that I'd never heard of. That I have to because it's always a struggle then. So if you can make something out of it, then it's almost like self-indulgence, I think, doing things that you really want to do. There's an element of punishment about it. So it sort of cracks the whip to make you do a better job than you probably would have done if it's something that you think you know how to do.
Jock, what about you?
The only regret I have, I think, is just I didn't do that many Dredd stories, and they tend to be small little one-offs or whatever. And I wish I had done a more substantial Dredd story, like maybe not 26 episodes or whatever Carlos drew of the Apocalypse War, but to just a bit more of a substantial story. I've got such an affinity for Dredd, really, and I was in 2000 for 2 or 3 years, early on, and luckily they've always asked me to do, if there was kind of like some sort of random promo thing, they'd ask me to do a Dredd, or if it was kind of, I just wish I had done a bit of a longer Dredd story, really.
Thank you so much for this. This has been such a pleasure to hear you all talk and your different stories of working for 2000 AD and beyond. So just on behalf of everyone, thank you for taking the time to chat. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and nice to meet you all too.
Yeah.
And good night.
So we are rapidly heading towards the end of our second day for the Galaxy's Greatest. Thank you for joining us on this odyssey through 45 years of 2000 AD Earthlets. Our next panel is all about
Walter the Robot. And don't forget to get your Walter merch.
There is no Walter merch. There will never be any Walter merch. Just why do you exist?
Why not?
Can't really argue with that. Our next panel is actually about games, and specifically tabletop games and board games. Now, over the years, there have been quite a few adaptations of 2000 AD properties into board games, and so it was fantastic to be able to talk to some of the people who've been behind that, specifically Sir Ian Livingston. Now, Ian has been a massive part of my youth because of the Fighting Fantasy Choose Your Own Adventure books, which, as I unfortunately told him, I never actually played. I only ever read because they were scary. But anybody who grew up in the 80s and into the 90s will know Ian's work with Steve Jackson on those books. He was also the person who helped develop the first Judge Dredd board game back in the 1980s. We're also joined by Andy Chambers from Warlord Games, who produce the little Judge Dredd miniature figures, which are available at the moment. And not just Judge Dredd, but also the Slain game, which is out this year. And they're joined by Duncan Malloy, who is the head of Rebellion Unplugged, our very own board games division. This was a great little chat. about the influence that 2000 AD has had on gaming, but also the games themselves. So Judge Dredd board game, Rogue Trooper board game, the Block Mania board game, which is still available from 2000AD.com, and also how you make a game as exciting as an issue of 2000 AD is. So this was an absolutely fascinating panel. Hope you enjoy Earthlets. So welcome to another panel for the Galaxy's Greatest 2000 AD at 45, where we are celebrating 2000 AD board games, RPGs, the influence of 2000 AD on gaming over the last 45 years. And I'm joined by three excellent panelists who each have their own knowledge and experience of adapting 2000 AD properties to games. So I'll start off by introducing Andy Chambers, who's, you've written more than 30 Games Workshop rule books over the years, and you work with Warlord Games now. So I'm
a terrifying power in tabletop gaming, apparently. So I've discovered. People tell me, on average, I do like one game every couple of years.
Wow!
And in between supplements and la 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 la. I don't know where it all comes from, honestly, but I have this massive back catalogue at this point. So people go like, "Oh, Andy knows about games." I'm like, "No, I don't. Not really. I just make them up."
Wonderful. We're also joined by Duncan Malloy, who's the head of Rebellion Unplugged, which is the owner of 2000 AD Rebellion's board games division. Good morning.
Good morning. How's it going? But beyond summing it up at that, I've a history even pre-Rebellion of working on Judge Dredd related tabletop games. I'm looking forward to chatting through it.
Brilliant. And last but by no means least, we have the legendary Ian Livingston, who not only a founder of Games Workshop, but created the Judge Dredd board game in the early 80s, wrote the fighting fantasy books. It's wonderful to have you on the chat, Ian. Welcome.
It's great to be here, talking about the good old days.
That's right, when everything was made of wood. That's one of Rick Priestley's joke, which tells you how old that one is.
It's not just 45 years of 2000 AD and Judge Dredd, but Games Workshop itself going 47 years. This year is the 40th anniversary, not just of the Fighting Fantasy books. Thank you very much indeed for those, by the way. I never actually played them. I just read them as a kid. But 40 years since the release of the Judge Dredd board game. Now, for geeks of a certain age, the memory of this board game will be seared into their psyches. It was a perennial favorite amongst many of my friends when I was growing up. Ian, tell us a little bit about how that board game came to be, because Games Workshop and 2000 AD kind of come out of that amazing period of the 1970s when it feels like almost that was when geek culture was founded, you know?
Yeah, so I was a Judge Dredd fan from the get-go. I bought 2000 AD from issue 1 and became a big fan. And there was a time when we were looking to expand our range of board games, and I was pretty obsessive about Judge Dredd and thought it could make a really good board game. And we had good associations back with Titan Books and Forbidden Planet, and all that kind of science fiction scene was pretty big in those days. And I thought it'd be a good idea to have a Judge Dredd board game, and I came up with quite a nice little mechanic, I thought, to try and widen the hobby. I mean, it's not a heavy game at all. It's a very light game, but it's quite amusing. You have to go.
Dude, I have to say, for its time, in particular, even for now, the Judge Dredd board game is genius. I love that game so much. I had the same experience. Like, me and my friends used to play it all the time, and that mechanic Judge Death, teabagging, and all the rest of it. The card play between it is something that we've tried to replicate when we did the tabletop game, because it left such a seared memory in our brains. Synthy Flakes, oh my God. It really does. To this day, I've not played that game in over 30 years, I don't think, but I still remember the cards from it.
The cards were great. I mean, that was the production value was also great. That was down to Albie Fiore, sadly no longer with us, but he was great at visualization and trying to capture the essence of whatever IP we were trying to put into a board game. So I did the design of the game, the mechanic, the fact that you could find Judge Death littering, and that made it great. A lot of people laugh. But then he worked. I mean, we ended up scanning just every comic available to get the artwork, so we could create. I don't know if you remember Jack Caldwell's old-fashioned card album. I can't remember how many cards were in it, but it's like a collector's. Like when you collect football cards, it's like
the sort of Panini style sticker albums and stuff like that. It had such a strong resonance for a game. For that time in particular, because you look at other board games, and it's SPI, Chit and Hex games, and all very serious business. And so
I've been brought up on Avalon Hill and SPI, but I thought there was more to life than grinding your way across a hex board, and you wanted a lot more fun. And I like social interaction and that sort of camaraderie and fun of like-minded people sitting around a table, just trying to stab each other in the butt back and having a great time at the same time. So it seemed to play into that. And
I have to say, having played it a bit more recently, like it does a great job, and it does a particularly amazing job for its time of not just the kind of flavor of the like kind of character interactions and the art on the cards and stuff, but the flavor of the tone of the comic, if you know what I mean. Like the real feeling of particularly in that kind of early 80s era of the comic, where the grit of it rubs up alongside the absolute ridiculousness of it.
And twists and turns as well, of like, oh, you think you've got it all under control, but boingers, here we come, boing on the head, or no, it's Edwin Parsi. And so it really was a slice of life for the Big Meg. It was fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it was. Even though it was a light game, with some nice little moments that would kind of defeat you or enhance you or help you catch up or make you lose. So it was a big talking point, and we were delighted also to be able to get Brian Bolland to do the cover and Ian Gibson to do the board. I mean, that was quite a coup at the time to get them to do that. And I still have the cover on my wall at home.
Fantastic. I am so jealous. So are we to imply that there's going to be a remake of this coming out? Or is it already out? Am I completely ignorant and there is a Judge Dredd board game out there reprinted from this marvel from the 70s? Tell us, Duncan, tell us.
Well, there are several Judge Dredd board games out there, but the Judge Dredd board game in the year of its 40th anniversary, we are putting together a new edition of it, working with Ian. So that's I suppose this is the informal announcement ahead of formal announcement later in the year. But yeah,
you heard it here first, folks. Yeah, brilliant.
Awesome. I'm looking to do something with it similar to what we did when I re-released Escape from Colditz back a few years ago, back in past life, where the kind of I want to make it like just a tiny handful of updates to it, but stuff that makes it play like we remember it playing, if you know what I mean. So just like keep exactly that spirit of the kind of irreverence of it and the back and forth between the players, but hopefully try and slightly shorten the playtime, to be completely frank, and just keep the level of excitement that it kind of generates. So I'm really, really looking forward to it.
You did Blockmania as well.
Caldwell's old-fashioned Umpty Candy album in it.
Yes, we are absolutely keeping the Umpty Candy album. Have no fear. We did, we re-released Blockmania a few years ago as a straight reprint, whereas this will be similar, but we'll have a little more meat in the bone, so to speak, on this one. So for this particular one of the things we're working on internally and kind of consulting with Ian on is some small expansions content and creating new content for it that's still in the spirit of the original game. So that kind of buying the box, you will have the experience exactly as played before, but you can.
What about the
kind of modules you can play around with as well?
Maybe this is not the right forum to discuss it. I have to ask anyway. I mean, clearly the characters we had in the board game 40 years ago do not appear in today's comics. So you're not going to see Gestapo Bob Harris or Mar Green Fingers McAfee. I mean, are you going to have to still keep those in the album, or in a card, so you replace them with modern day adversaries?
I reserve the right to change my mind on this, but I think part of what's beautiful about it is the sense in which it's a time capsule, not just of an era of games, but of an era of Dredd, particularly as well. Yeah. That particular tone comes and goes, but I think I certainly wouldn't want to replace any of it, whether or not we supplement it with more of the new stuff we may do.
Because obviously the fans of old will want to see, Fink Angel and Ratty and all these other people.
Yeah. Long dead crims, basically.
Yeah.
But today's audience will say, who are they? So it wouldn't have the same resonance. So I'm just wondering.
I don't know. I think like the image of Gestapo Bob Harris kind of being arrested for jaywalking has a resonance all of its own that you don't need to necessarily pick up on the fact that it's a reference to really get into it. But we will be looking at a few select highlights from down the years and ways we can maybe kind of hold it in, particularly looking at some of the more modern judges and having actual recognizable judge characters and some of the playable characters, that kind of thing.
Ian, I want to ask about the original game and its kind of wider impact, not just beyond 2000 AD fans, but on kind of Games Workshop and the evolution of the kind of games that you were producing. Was it a game that had a lasting impact, that you looked at what you'd created and like, oh, actually, this changes the kind of games that we're producing? Has it had a legacy in games beyond just fond memories?
I honestly can't remember how long we kept it in production, but it was at a period in Workshop where we were desperately trying to find a big IP that could scale ultimately globally. Because when we started Workshop, we ordered 6 copies of D&D from Gary Gygax, and on the back of that order, we got a 3-year exclusive distribution agreement for the whole of Europe. Because he was working out a flat, we were working out a flat, and we were kind of making up as we went along. At the end of that 3-year period, Gygax came over and said he wanted to merge TSR with Games Workshop. And Steve and I, being kind of independent, strong-minded young Brits at the time, said no to the merger opportunity because we didn't want to spend half our time in 100 miles west of Chicago and half the time in the UK. So we said no. So of course, then we lost the exclusivity of D&D, although we remained the largest distributor because we had all the customers. And we knew ultimately that we had to find something to replace that. So we started publishing our own range of board games. First Forward, Apocalypse, Doctor Who, Warlock, and Valley of the Four Winds. And then we added to the range over time. But ultimately, at the same time, we were still looking for that big thing in the kind of role-playing or fantasy area that's going to use a lot of miniatures, because half of Workshop was Citadel miniatures, and that's really what gave rise to Warhammer. Rick Priestley and Brian Ansell and Richard Halliwell set about creating the first Warhammer, which came out in '83, and obviously that iterated, become role play and ultimately 40k, and then everything else kind of took second place as Warhammer grew to build the big intellectual property that the company needed to expand. And as you see where it is today. Yeah.
I have a question about that, if you don't mind, Ian. Did a word like intellectual property actually exist back then?
No idea.
Because I didn't hear it until like the late 90s, I think, after I'd been working at Games Workshop at that point for at least 8 to 9 years.
I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty certain it did, yeah. IP has always been a big thing. We used to probably talk about copyright more, perhaps, and trademarks than IP.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there wasn't a concept of that, of, something belonging to someone else.
We wanted something that we own, because that's you determine your own destiny. with D&D, you realize that you're just not parcel forwarders, but you really rely on somebody else for your very existence. And we wanted something where we could determine our own existence and build a company on the back of that. So the whole value of Workshop is underpinned by the intellectual property of Warhammer, not just direct sales from retailing miniatures and rule books, but the licensing revenue, the incremental revenue from merchandise and licensing. I mean, I don't know how many video game licenses there are out now on 40k. It must be over 50. And merchandising rights, and ultimately the film rights, etc. So earning that IP value is absolutely vital if you want to scale a big business. Same with Judge Dredd. I mean, that's Rebellion owns a very important IP in Judge Dredd and 2000 AD in general.
Can I ask regarding the formation of Games Workshop's kind of worlds generally, right, and then kind of Warhammer specifically, right? The sense I have, and I'm Irish, Southern Irish, so I'm both like very, very adjacent to British culture of a certain era, but also kind of half a step removed. The sense I have of kind of British fantasy and sci-fi culture has kind of two strands, so to speak. You have your kind of like respectable Lord of the Rings strand of kind of like classic high fantasy, and to what extent Doctor Who and kind of BBC style stuff on the one stream. And then on the other stream, you have your Warhammer and 2000 AD influence things, maybe Bundlehammer Horror in there as well. To what extent were you guys just living out that kind of sense of, did you have a sense of being counterculture? Or was it just you guys making the things you were into making?
We didn't have any sense of counterculture. We wanted to make games that we wanted to play ourselves, basically. But we didn't go just orcs and goblins. We wanted, we were influenced by another British influence was at the time was Michael Moorcock and Elric and the comics we used to read, and we wanted it to be grim and dark and threatening, sort of medieval. I've always liked medieval worlds. I mean, one of my most popular Final Fantasy game books was City of Thieves, because the Port Blacksand is this just disgusting place littered with danger at every corner, and robbers and thieves and pirates and vagabonds, and it's that sense of dread and foreboding, and that's the kind of worlds we want to create. That really stimulates kids' minds. They don't need this sort of nice fantasy, because they can compartmentalize fantasy danger and the real world, and they're not really scared by it. They're actually thrilled and excited by it. So that was where we wanted to go with our art direction and our games direction to make games really exciting.
It's something you can notice about D&D, isn't it? Particularly in the early years, it tends to be a very kind of high fantasy picture of like medieval Europe. It's all castles and princesses and knights and so on. And the kind of contrast you get to that coming through, particularly in early Games Workshop, of like, no, we know Europe, we're right next to it. It's got this long and quite bloody history a lot of the time. It is very dark. 30 years war, 7 years war, 100 years war, and so forth as more of a backdrop rather than this somewhat sanitized Disney-like version of fantasy that you tend to get in the New World. So, yeah, I think certainly when I was at Workshop from 1990 through to 2004, there was a strong sense of counterculture to that, because American media at that point was so overwhelming that it was in the vein of 2000 AD. It was far more sort of like punk attitude of no, we'll show how it really is, and all this sort of stuff.
Just looking back to things like the Judge Dredd game, of course, there was a Road Trooper game as well that came out in 87, I think it was.
Road Trooper and Block Mania, and of course the Judge Dredd role-playing game that written by Mark Gascoigne and Rick Priestley.
It seems very much like 2000 AD is exactly the thing that you're you were just describing, that kind of a little bit threatening, but also a lot of fun, very imaginative. Were there plans to continue doing 2000 AD games, or once Warhammer started up, was that it, and that became your primary focus?
Definitely became a primary focus, but I think we were of the belief at the time that Judge Dredd was definitely the strongest IP in the 2000 AD catalogue. I mean, we talked about Strontium Dog, I think, and maybe a couple of others, but we didn't think it'd have the impact or the kind of total addressable market when I go a bit corporate that Judge Dredd would have. And as soon as Warhammer started to kick in, everything was in support of that. And as you know, then White Dwarf became pretty much a Warhammer magazine, and all the miniatures were therefore focused on that. And after all, workshops about selling miniatures. And whilst we did make a few Judge Dredd miniatures, there was never going to be enough to justify, a Citadel miniatures factory. So if you want to produce miniatures at scale, it have to be around a game that required lots of miniatures, and that was Warhammer.
One thing I'm very keen to touch on is just how you adapt. We've talked about just some of the games, and for people who aren't necessarily part of kind of the games ecosphere, it can seem kind of quite daunting just how many types of games and titles there are. But I'm very keen to get into the heart of how one adapts something like 2008. You've already spoken, Ian, of translating that kind of black humor, a little bit kind of threatening violence and things like that from 2000 AD. But what are the mechanics of that? Particularly when you're dealing with different kind of games. So not just board games, but RPGs, miniatures games, things like that. And this is a question for you all, really. What's the key to a good adaptation of something like 2000 AD?
Well, you've got to capture the soul. I was a big Judge Dredd fan, and you have to distill the essence into some sort of game mechanics, so you feel that you're actually living in Mega City 1. And whilst it's fun and lighthearted and everyone have a good time, you've got to feel that it's actually the world from the comic is being portrayed. So many games in particular have taken IPs, and it's just become a marketing tool. It has the game itself hasn't got much to do with the title on the box. So we wanted to make sure, well, I did, because I was a fan, really capture the essence of Mega City 1 and all who sailed in it.
Yeah, it's okay. Some very fancy words here. A friend of mine likes the word verisimilitude, which is kind of truthiness, which is feeling true to the background you're drawing from. And really, as a games designer, just like any other creative, you're trying to do that. You're trying to distill truth. What is the truth about Mega City 1 and what it's like to be a judge there? What kind of, allies do you find along the way? What kind of threats do you face? And those are the things you kind of draw into the game that you're making, which is all just expanding on exactly what Ian just said, which is, yes, you if you've got any heart and soul at all, and you like the intellectual property, the story that you're working with, then you do everything in your power to make sure that you convey that to the players so they feel a little slice of that while they're playing the game. What mechanics you use can help to lead that, but it's not all about that. It's about content as well, and detail and emphasis within the game itself. What are you doing? What are you spending your time making decisions about?
At the same time, I didn't want to make it kind of turgid simulation.
This is exactly what I say. It's because the Judge Dredd board game is a fantastic example of that, because you're not counting how many lawgiver rounds you've got left or anything like that. You're responding to crimes on the streets of Mega City 1, and you don't know what it's going to be until you get there. And that was kind of the genius of it. Is like you had no clue. You just knew there was a crime reported, but it could be Judge Death, it could be Gestapo Bob Harris, or any one of a number of other criminals there, or just some.
I think that's what I've always tried to do in games production. I mean, I did in Final Fantasy game books as well. It was to capture the essence of a role-playing game. Obviously, I played D&D for 7 years before I wrote the first Final Fantasy game book, Wall of Firetop Mountain. But that was, some people said, "Oh, it's too light," but it really still gave you the feeling that you were in a fantasy world. And even though the combat system was just 3 attributes: skill, stamina, and luck, there's still a kind of feeling that you were gaming, and that the numbers gave you a visual idea of how strong the opponents you were meeting. And then the branching narrative was empowering for kids at the time, because they gave them the agency to explore these worlds. So you replace the dungeon master with a book and give them effectively multiple choice, but they talk about their adventures in the I form rather than they form, which is great. And it's trying to capture the essence without overcomplicating, is what I've always tried to do.
Yeah, I think, like, for my own part, I think it's exactly that essence. And for me, it's almost the detail of the world, right, is almost secondary in terms of the way in which I try to approach adapting something like any of the 2080 projects, right? Because they're all of a particular type and a particular tone and a particular level of detail and texture. And I think the thing that I try to do whenever I'm adapting something to a board game is in looking at the original thing, what experience is that giving the person who's reading it or playing it or experiencing it or whatever? Like, what are the kind of feelings that the people who made the original are trying to generate in the person who's experiencing it, and what are the feelings that the people who respond to it really well and who kind of love it so much and make it part of their own identity are responding to, and trying to find a way to replicate that feeling first, or that emotion, or that response, and then going, okay, well, once we have that mechanic or whatever that method is, then going, well, it's in this world, so we found the kind of on-ramp, so to speak, and then using then all of the detail and texture that already exists in something like Mega City 1 or whatever to branch that out in different directions, which I realize sounds horrendously abstract, but it's the
hey, we're highfalutin games designers. What do you want from us? This is the way we think about things on that meta level. But yeah, it's about evoking the feeling more than the detail, because this is the thing with a comic-based title like Judge Dredd. You've got all this fantastic art behind it. You've got all these fantastic stories behind it. That bit's sorted, really. And it'd be very easy to make a game that just sort of goes through the numbers and so on, and then you've got loads of great illustration, got loads of Brian Bolland art or what have you to go through all the rest of it. And it'll look like a Judge Dredd game. But will it actually play like one? Or will it just play like another miscellaneous board or card or game or miniatures game? It's trying to get into the fabric of it a little bit more. In the miniatures game, the tabletop miniatures game that we did for it, cards has a big play, as I say, inspired by the Judge Dredd board game. Because one of the things that we had to confront, tabletop miniatures games are very they're very wargamery. I have this gun, you have that amount of armor and so forth. And if it's Tiger tanks and Shermans, that's one thing, because you can go to historical numbers and go like, oh, this is how it should work out. And you can extrapolate that into doing science fiction as well. It's not too hard. When it comes to trying to portray a comic book, however, it's not that easy either. Because lo and behold, the lawgiver is like a living example of a variable gun that can do anything from maybe put down a perp with a shot through the leg to blowing up a spaceship. And how do you actually cover that in a game, in a sort of a fairly kind of like numbers crunchy sort of like tabletop game? And cards was the answer to that. It's Synthy-Flakes in a different fashion. Do you have a high X round for your lawgiver? Oh, no, you don't, because you don't have the card for it. How did you get the cards? You were dealt them randomly at the start of the scenario. Well, there you go. It starts to give that sort of like comic book unevenness to it, where it's not just like, it's not predictable what weapons or tactics you'll be able to use on the day. It depends on what the writer's got in mind for you for this particular comic strip, which for a tabletop war game, they're based on being sort of like fairly fair to start with. And it's not fair, but it's been delightful. We did this with Strontium Dog as well. We get time bombs and stuff like that. And because it's in the context of a comic book based game, a tabletop gamers are quite happy to accept that, because that's what happens in the comics. At the last moment, Johnny Alpha pulls out his time bomb and sends the bad guy off to another dimension or something like that. Not something you can usually get away with tabletop games, but it really works for 2000 AD based titles, I can tell you.
I think one of the things that sets 2000 AD apart as well from other, fantasy or sci-fi is the fact that it's not necessarily about heroism, right? Even the most like quote unquote heroic of the 2000 AD protagonists, like Slane, for example, is more into, you know, occasionally hard drinking, just doing what he's personally interested in rather than, you know, necessarily following the hero's journey or whatever else. So in adapting it for a game, I think it's about not making it into a power trip necessarily, which a lot of games and a lot of D&D often can become as well. It's very much about like, how can I feel like the most powerful version of myself and the most heroic version of myself and the most noble version of myself, but instead going like, how can I react to complex problems in a way that is gritty but also just tremendously fun, you know?
Yes, and feels like the comics. This is the biggest thing. Even if you're doing something that's not necessarily the most optimum solution, as long as it feels like the comic book solution to it, then you feel right about it, because it's, you know, because it's just Dredd or it's Slane or it's Strontium Dog or what have you. All fits together that way.
I want to explore a little bit, just kind of beyond 2000 AD's page and beyond its you know, adaptations of its game. Do you think 2000 AD, having been part of this kind of punky countercultural movement through the 70s and 80s, do you think it had an effect on games beyond the direct adaptations? Do you think, you know, Ian, you know, you said you were a fan, and do you think there was inspiration there for other kind of games that people might not necessarily notice?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can't pinpoint it to anything in particular, but you're certainly influenced by what you see and read and absorb. Therefore, that goes into your brain and might come out in a different format, different shape, and distilled into something else. But it definitely plays a big influence. The way D&D played an influence on Final Fantasy, the way I'm sure Lord of the Rings had an influence on Gary Gygax. And you can't pinpoint anything precisely, but there's definitely an influence from all culture and subculture that you absorb along your life's journey. So for me, it was comics and science fiction books. And that's led to me wanting to do science fiction fantasy games.
Mm-hmm. When you guys moved into the more sci-fi end of stuff, 40K, was there any like direct influences, or was it again just that it was kind of like it felt like it was in the air, if you know what I mean?
I don't know. I can speak to this because I say I started just after Rogue Trader came out for Warhammer 40,000, and I did the adaptation to its second edition, where it kind of became a box game rather than a series of books. And there was a lot of 2000 AD influence in there, I must admit. For everyone around the studio, we all read it. And we all had it as a common touchstone. And you'd see this when a movie came out, where we'd all go and see the movie, you know, whether it be Starship Troopers or what have you. And then we'd all be able to reference the same points and say, like that. And that was very much the case with 2000 AD. It was very much in the DNA for all the guys working at the studio, along with stuff like Michael Moorcock books as well. That was another good touchstone, which, you know, clearly, especially when you look at earlier Warhammer, you can see so much of the influence of Michael Moorcock coming through in that as well. But other fantasy authors as well, and other sci-fi authors as well. And it is grist to the mill, really. It all becomes this vast melange of common tropes, common touchstones in terms of ideas. But for me, certainly working on 40K, I always had 2000 AD strips in the back of my head, whether it was Judge Dredd or Rogue Trooper or Strontium Dog or VCs or what have you, because that's what I'd grown up with. ABC Warriors was another huge one. Nemesis the Warlock was another huge one, because I'd literally grew up, you know, in the playground at school reading 2000 AD. So the stuff like the Knights Marshals, Great Satellite coming down and so forth was seared into my memory at that point. And I'd sit there counting the number of backgliders in a block war and stuff like that, you know, absolutely fascinated by it all. So naturally, when you get to do something yourself creative, all that comes flowing out of it. Oh, this was cool. You know, I'll try and use this in some way.
I mean, it's impossible to have a totally original idea that's never been done before. I mean, just about everything has been done before in creative terms. It's just a metamorphosis of loads of people's previous stuff. Yeah. Dog barking for no reason.
keeping you safe from the dreadful birds or whatever is out there.
I'm just always fascinated by the kind of extent to which this kind of stuff is secular, in the sense that, like, you know, D&D, for example, kind of archetypes that are heavily influenced by, say, Jack Vance or Tolkien or whoever, you know, in turn then become the thing that influences, you know, the next Jack Vance type or Tolkien type, and the extent to which there's the kind of cross-pollination of from one medium into the other and then back again is always really fascinating to me, in the sense that, like, the ways in which something like, for the sake of the argument, like 2000 AD might have influenced Games Workshop, and then Games Workshop might in turn have influenced 2000 AD, in the way in which those kind of cultural touchstones pull the tide of a culture in a particular direction. So it's not that there's necessarily any lifting of anything so much as a generation of excitement about particular scopes or ideas or tones or whatever that just pulls everything along with it. It's always really fascinating to me.
Yeah, I think people get excited by stuff and want to do something similar, don't they? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. We shouldn't. It's not ripping anybody off. It's
not at all. No, the opposite, I think.
Playing influence, but I mean, you talked about Jack Vance. You know, Gary Gygax said "The Dying Earth" was a big influence on him for D&D, and you know, and Final Fantasy game books. I'm told all the time that they influenced a lot of people's careers and paths, and, you know, want to become writers, artists, etc., which is great. I mean, that's how the world works, isn't it? We're probably more influenced by Greek culture from millennia ago, ultimately.
One of the things that always strikes me, I don't play 40k, but several of my friends do, and it's always so noticeable to me. I look at their figures, I look at the game book, and I go, you know, I can see the influence. You know, we've talked about Moorcock, we've talked about medieval history. Some of these figures are, to my untrained eye, are basically Kevin O'Neill's Terminators from Nemesis the Warlock. You know, made flesh. You know, you can kind of see that direct line. Not that anybody's being ripped off here, but that clearly there is that confluence of ideas and inspiration. So, you know, that kind of Gothic, quasi-religious, you know, imagery. It's right there, and it's amazing to see that, you know, it's one of the influences on a game that's gone global. One of the little details I'd love when I was looking at research for this was that Andy, you mentioned that the original rule book for 40k was called Rogue Trader, because it was subtitled Warhammer 40k to differentiate itself from the Rogue Trooper game that was at the same time. Was that something that was, you kind of consciously went, oh right, yes, actually we need to make sure that
that was slightly before my time. I say Rogue Trader had already been published in, I think it was 88 that it came out, and Rogue Trooper, I think, was out just before that. So, because Rogue Trader was always intended more as a role-playing sort of a game. It was more like Warhammer Fantasy in space, I think, was the conceptualization behind it. But that's not really what people used it for. It was more of a Warhammer in space, as it turned out. So yeah, the name being Rogue Trader, I think that was basically used because it had been used in an advert in some Citadel fanzine at some point, and that was like, oh, we better stick with it. But I do know that there was a bit of cross messaging. But at that point, you know, as Ian touched on, Games Workshop was starting to sort of pull away from using 2000 AD based IPs and moving into generating its own. So I don't know, when was the Rogue Trooper board game?
They were both 87, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely sort of like, oh crap, we've got 2 Rogue something games coming out this year. We better stick a tagline on the other one to make sure that they don't get confused. So is that one on the cards as well? Rogue Trooper, I should say. You can't possibly say, but we'll.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, one of the things is, like, I I love those games, right? But everything has an opportunity cost, and I don't want to just be looking backwards all the time as well. Like I love those titles and I'm really excited about bringing them back, but I don't want to do them all at once. I want to start looking at what the future of so I'm not like running the board game division of 2000 AD, right? I'm running a board game company owned by the same owners as 2000 AD. And it would be ludicrous not to try and use some of the kind of IP I have access to, because it's fascinating and it's deep and it's it gets people excited. Mm-hmm. But I think what I'm trying to be consciously, right, whether or not explicitly, is like a board game company with the spirit of 2080 and everything we put out, in the sense of like just picking it up and being able to get into it straight away and being kind of fascinated by it and excited by it, and giving people the sense that we've all been talking about, right? That when you pick something up and it's like, you know, you're talking about the background characters in the panel Block Mania, and being like fascinated and excited enough by the experience you were having that it was kind of formative to you, and that it was not that it needed to be counterculture, because at a certain point I think both Games Workshop and 2080 were popular enough that I don't think they can count as counter anymore.
No! Punk will never die. You can't say that.
Okay,
yeah, maybe you can.
Of buzz, do you know what I mean? The sense of like trying to remove the barriers to access that a lot of tabletop games have, and give them that same kind of like sharpness, I suppose, that 2080 has, but not the cynicism that could sometimes be misinterpreted as, if you know what I mean. Like I've always, even when 2080 was at its darkest, I never felt like any of it was hopeless, you know.
No.
So that seems like an odd thing to be comparing as regards a tabletop game. But be it in an RPG or in a board game or whatever else, I want people to be having like engaging with narratives and worlds in a way that they find really approachable, in a way that they find really exciting, and even if it's, as we say, a bit sharp, in a way that they find kind of uplifting to an extent as well.
I think it's a narrow path that you have to walk to a certain extent between having a challenge, having threat, grimness, whatever it is, and your ability to counter that as a player is always something you've got to balance carefully, because, as you say, a lot of playing games is all about a power trip at the end of the day. I am powerful, I am mighty, I can do something about this. That becomes meaningless if the threat isn't strong enough. In that case, you're just a bully, you know. If you're beating up all the rabbits and that's your special ability, then that doesn't make you strong and powerful. You have to make them the bad guys. But at the same time, you can't make the bad guys so overwhelming and so crushing and so unstoppable that they can't be stopped unless you break the verisimilitude of your IP. So it can be a bit of a fine line. You see movies run up against it all the time because they're sort of like tend to be one and done. So they tend to be like, this is the biggest threat ever. This is the most badass person ever. And it can be hard to do when you're telling something longer, like a game or a role-playing game or a series of comic strips. I think you've got a little bit more elbow room to examine that.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's a case of exactly as you say, not to necessarily feel like create power fantasies that are around having power over other people, but necessarily that, like, I think a lot of 2000 AD, regardless of be it Nemesis, be it Rogue, be it Dredd, be it Slain, is about power fantasies of resistance to some extent. And in Dredd specifically, it's like it's almost the inversion of that in some ways. Yes. But it's about like going up against something bigger than yourself, celebrating the act of going up against it, even if you're not capable of taking it down. And that in and of itself is something worth celebrating, I think is something that is if not uniquely 2000 AD, then kind of definitively 2000 AD to my mind. And that's the kind of thing that's the kind of game experience that I want to create. That's the thing that I want to take from it. Like I want to have Satanas in a game. I want to have, or whatever kind of mad Kevin O'Neill art I can get. But more than that, I want to have the spirit of that energy and that drive that people really responded to.
Yeah, absolutely. To inspire. It's always the desire to inspire people through your game.
And what about production values? How key are they? I think today's baseball games are, everyone gets excited about the bits, don't they?
Yeah.
And since meeples became a thing, everyone wants loads of great production bits, and you see games going on Kickstarter for £100 plus just because people want glorious components. So not sure if a Judge Dredd board game's coming out anytime this year, but if it were, what kind of production value would it have, and what kind of components would the Dredd pieces in your mind, just theoretical of course, be in kind of abstract pawns, or would there be real Judge Dredd miniatures and the like?
I think you go one direction or the other in some ways. Like I think abstract pawns are right for a particular type of game, but I think like something like Warlord's Line at the moment, I have a handful in here actually. I don't know because I've got the camera setup I've got right. You're not going to be able to tell, but the level of detail they've got in their minis is absolutely beautiful. I've got the Wally Squad judges here. They just permanently live on my desk because I love them. I think you put the bling in the areas where it most.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
That's a workshop.
Yeah.
Collector's item.
Lovely.
I love how also it was perfectly framed by that shaft of light that's been chasing me.
Someone's killing me.
To my mind, you put the bling in the areas where it most adds to the experience. So, like your Judge Dredd game, Ian, for example, I think the particular target for that is, as you were saying, something kind of accessible, something really, really welcoming and playable. And one of the things we want to do is have like alternative player characters. But one of the original core hooks of that was that the art captured so many people's imaginations between the cards and, as you say, Ian Gibson on the board and Brian on the box. So what I'm explicitly doing by choice with that is I'm going to do standees, but I'm going to have standees from some of the classic artists included in the game to really underline that connection to the kind of the world of those characters as defined by those artists, because that to me seems like a core part of what that game is about and what the experience of playing that game is about. Whereas for something like Warlord's Dredd game, where it's very much about kind of a larger battle and a large group of characters, and like spending a lot of time in a particular game and spending a lot of detail and like putting the time into painting those miniatures and whatever, that's the place where the chrome being the plastics and where people can add their own levels of detail on top of it really gets the benefit of those types of kind of figures. So it's not necessarily just about flat production values, because it's going to be made really nicely.
Yeah.
The point is more about the fitting the manufacturing processes to the tone of the game as much as the mechanics of the IP,
I just remember when we first launched Judge Dredd, we had pawns in it rather than Judge Dredd characters, miniatures. And when we did a subsequent editions, we did introduce plastic Judge Dredd characters, and there's a huge noise around that because people started painting them and saying, "Oh, these are now collectible." But if it's just abstract, it's not meaningless, but it doesn't have that wow factor.
Yeah, I think when you're dealing with an IP with a set image, it's incumbent on you to use that. wherever you can. And yeah, classic case in point, people respond an awful lot better to little plastic judge miniatures than pawns in a game about Judge Dredd. Of course they do. Not such an easy thing when you're starting out with a game, and you may not have the option to tool components like that. But certainly for tabletop miniatures game, yeah, it's all about the miniatures. At the end of the day, the rules are always a vehicle for actually making the miniatures available, and they are very much collectible items as far as people are concerned. They want to know when such and such characters are coming out and things like that.
But one thing I wanted to touch on, particularly considering how. For certainly some of my friends, things like the Judge Dredd game were their gateway to becoming gamers, to the bigger, more complex games. I want to talk about accessibility and being able, how you kind of get people as quickly as possible into this sandbox, because, based on what you were all saying earlier, it's about sparking the imagination and feeling like you are being immersed in this world. How do you do that without overcomplicating things? How do you keep it accessible? How do you make it the kind of game that somebody plays when they're 13 years old and it sparks a lifelong interest?
13-year-olds are actually a lot easier to get to play a bad game than 30-year-olds. I can tell you that much. Because you've got no discernment when you're young. You just play what's put in front of you. I played dreadful games when I was 13 years old. Awful. Just appalling. Wouldn't be publishable today. But that was all there was. So all my career as a games designer has been trying to make games better than those because of exactly what you're talking about, the inaccessibility of them. Games from that era tend to be very long. 3 hours, 6 hours minimum, stuff like that. No one plays that kind of game anymore. When it comes to accessibility, you got to be able to explain it in 5 to 10, play it within an hour and a half at most. With the opportunity, with expandability, hopefully, that if people do want to have an all-day game, get the pizza in and all the rest of it, that you can do that. That touches again on what you were saying earlier, Duncan, about Judge Dredd and maybe doing some expansion maps. We've seen this sort of thing a lot from Fantasy Flight Games with Arkham Horror and stuff like that, where you've got the core game and then you've got a whole lot of extra boards that you can add into it. If you want to have a giant game, you can, or if you just want to play on one of those boards, you can. As the games industry has got bigger and more diverse, and God help us, digital publishing has made all this sort of thing possible, that's more viable. Back in the day when it was a few mimeograph sheets and some basic pawns, you couldn't do that kind of thing. So you got what you got, which was generally the most mad, dedicated designers out there producing a simulator of some description.
The thing about games is that, particularly with something like Judge Dredd, which is quite a light game, is that you have to be able to... No one likes reading rules. The reason why Monopoly is so successful is because no one's ever read the rule in their lives. It's been passed down from mother and father to their children and down the line. So that's why it survived the test of time. Whatever game group I'm in, nobody wants to volunteer to read the rules because you kind of start reading them and you gloss over and what was that? And then no one's paying attention when you explain it. So if you've got a game like Judge Dredd board game, which has the potential to go beyond the core market because of its light
accessibility,
it has to be able to be learned very quickly. So you're talking about 1 or 2 pages of rules most, and a game which is probably, in my mind, is easy to get into but hard to master. So because that creates a replayability factor. So it's really important. That's the rules are very, very simple to understand.
I meant to ask you actually, in Apocalypse, that was the one out of those. Judge Dredd and Apocalypse are the 2 that I played out of those early Games Workshop games. Where did that come from? Because that's also beautifully simple as a game.
It's great. It's just a fantastic game. It was invented by Mike Hayes, who was a lecturer at Sheffield University, and it was previously self-published by him under the name The Warlord on this big silk screen board. And as you say, the Apocalypse is just like 1/4 of the actual original game. And that's what Risk should have been in my mind. Risk is picking up a great handful of dice and dropping them and see what happens. And whereas this is that deduction thing about combat, and area expansion is really good. And then the extra bit of the
nukes,
and the
nukes
threat they
as
are.
well. Oof, yeah.
They are.
Amazing
It's a
game.
Great game.
Amazing
the only
game.
problem with it, it's very difficult to finish because as soon as you kind of move over to one side and then you're being attacked on the other side, then you come back and then the other person builds up there. It's got they should be done on a time basis and then count up the number of areas you own. Otherwise it can go on forever. But it's a really great game. It's definitely top 10 for me.
Yeah, the original Warlord that you talked about there, where it was actually 4 boards, so it was the whole world. Back when I was a nipper and I used to go down to the Asgard War Games Club, we used to play that with 6 or 8
on my
players.
shelf. I've got one.
Oh man, so many hours of, and what you say basically, like tides going around the world one way or another.
Yeah.
And by the time somebody had like exhausted all their forces, somebody else has built up behind them and takes it all off them. And oh man, the back and forth, just endless. Terrific games, really.
We are running out of time. So I just wanted to have a quick plenary and just touch on we've talked about the past, we've talked about the fantastic games from the 1980s, and we've talked about the future as well. And I just wanted to get your final thoughts on, we're celebrating 45 years of 2000 AD. Is the influence of 2000 AD as strong in games as it once was? Is there an opportunity for a renaissance that kind of puts it back there as part of gaming culture? Ian, what are your thoughts?
I like to think it is. I mean, there are so many other board games around now. I mean, the whole board games industry has boomed. I think at Essen last year, there was something like 1,800 new games released, which is extraordinary. So there's an awful lot of competition out there. So games have to be good and have the potential to scale. I mean, obviously the big sellers, Ticket to Ride, Carcassonne, Catan, they're very accessible games. And they built up an enormous following and sold millions of copies, literally, because of that accessibility and player engagement and fun. But getting back to your question, there's so much rich content in 2000 AD. I'm absolutely convinced that it's still having a very big influence on game design in principle, albeit more of a niche influence because the board games market is so rich and varied these days on a global scale. But those who are messing around designing science fiction and fantasy games, I'm sure they're still being influenced by 2000 AD.
I think so, even if they're not conscious that they are, actually, because of what you said. Because now we've got to a whole generation of people making movies, making games, making comics of their own, writing books, who've all been influenced by, even if not 2000 AD directly, by things like Games Workshop, who were influenced by 2000 AD and still influence 2000 AD. So the great swirl of it continues, I do believe, as an inspirational force. And there are some solid touchstones now in 2000 AD that have been around for 45 years. We're talking about Judge Dredd. It's had 2 movies made out of it. And when you look at things like the MCU, it's tapping into that similar thing of like, there's actually such a body of work there now that of course they can produce 24 movies or whatever the hell it is over a short period of time because they have that already like on the shelf in comic book form. 2000 AD's got the same thing going on for it in a far more sort of scattershot way, but that's part of the glory of it. There's so many different ideas of exploration, of future war, of self-examination, of body horror, all the rest of it that you can find through the pages of 2000 AD over the years. I still have a subscription to this day because I consider it to be an essential ingredient, really, to see what's going on, what different artists around the world want to draw pictures of, what different writers want to write about. I think it's remarkable we still have an organ around to do that, to share those ideas on a weekly basis, man, on a weekly basis. That strips away so much pretension. I've worked in publishing where we had to publish a monthly magazine. I know what that's like. You have to go with the best you've got without too many prejudgments or like, I don't know, maybe we could polish this up another 3% and all the rest of it. You don't. You go with things out. You put ideas out there raw, and that's very Darwinian in its own way. And this is why we know Just Dredd is a strong IP, because it's survived for 45 years in a weekly magazine. I challenge you to come up with many other examples like that. Spider-Man is the sort of stuff you're looking at. Superman, Batman. So we're right in there.
So yes, unfortunately, we are completely out of time. So I want to thank our amazing guests. Thank you so much. That was absolutely as a complete newbie to games. That was absolutely fascinating. So thank you to Andy, Duncan, and to Ian for chatting away. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
A pleasure. Thanks.
Good talk, guys.
Thanks a lot for having us.
Great. Take care now.
Bye-bye.
Gotta go. Bye.
Well, we're coming to the end of the galaxy's greatest Earthlets, and thank you to everyone who stuck with us over the past 2 days. I hope you've been enjoying the panels, and there's so much more to savour over on the Fringe, which is available as a playlist on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/2000AD online. So unfortunately, we're coming to the end, but we thought we would round off with something special rather than just, do a panel and then be done with it. We wanted to play a game, hence the previous panel about games. Some of you may have heard of a game called Dredd. That's Dredd with an E and an A as opposed to an E and an extra D. This was developed by Epidiah Ravachol and Nathaniel Barmore, and the mechanic of this game was a Jenga tower. For those of you who've played it, it's an incredibly fun game. Really recommend it. The Epidiah has done us the great privilege of adapting Dredd for Dredd. And so over the next hour and a half or so, we're going to be playing a game of Dredd. I will allow the Games Master to introduce our special guests on this, but this will be available from 2000 AD online over the next little while. It's definitely a game that I think you should pick up, whether it's the original or this special adaptation where yeah, you know what? I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to let them explain it because it's fantastic to have a live role-playing game as part of the Galaxy's Greatest. So that's going to be the last bit from this show. Thank you, Earthlets everywhere, for watching. We hope you've enjoyed it. We hope that you've gained an appreciation of 2000 AD if you didn't have one before, and learned something a little bit about not just its history but also its creators and its influence. 2000 AD continues to be published every week. It's still the Galaxy's greatest comic, so do go along to 2000AD.com and subscribe so that you can get an injection of thrill power every single week. I guess I have to say thank you to my co-host, Walter the Wobot.
Hooray!
So, Walter, you've been my chaperone. Have you enjoyed yourself?
It's been thrilling. It's been really good. I'm going to report to Fog that all went well and hopefully not be dismantled.
Well, that would be an awful shame if you were. If you want to keep up with what's happening with 2000 AD, then do go along to 2000AD.com/newsletter and sign up to the Thrill Mail, which goes out every week. And as a reward for signing up, you get more than 450 pages of free thrill power sent direct to your inbox. And every week we'll update you on the latest news, the latest merchandise, and the latest collections. Don't forget also to subscribe to the 2000 AD podcast. Go along to your favourite podcast app and search for 2000 AD Thrillcast. And yeah, here's to another 45 years, Earthlets. Enjoy Dredd. Splundig Verthrig. Well, welcome to the final panel of the Galaxy's Greatest Earthlets. And this is a really special one. This is a Zoom role-playing game, and we have one Games Master and 3 contestants who are going to be delving into a brand new game based on the world of Judge Dredd. I will leave the games master to explain a little bit more about it. But before we get cracking, I will say hello to PJ Holden, Jen Vaughan, the mechanical spirit of Al Ewing, and pass you over to our games master for this evening, Grant Howard.
Hello. Welcome, Mega City 1. Welcome, adventurers. Welcome, perps, to this, The Power of the Crowd. This is a brand new scenario which has been written for, from what I can tell, this, which takes a popular Jenga-bothering role-playing game, Dredd, and adapts it to Dredd. It's called Dredd, which is really funny and works really well in text, but not in speech. My name's Grant Howard. I write role-playing games for a living, and Rebellion asked me to steer these reprobates through the crime of their lives. I think first up, we should explain how this is all going to work. Well, I'm going to do my best to explain the rules. Now, thankfully, all of my players have read the PDF, but for you, beautiful audience, you won't know this. So, Jenga is played with two, count them, that's 4, 2. No, Dredd is played with 2 tumbling tower blocks. Michael, can you spin your camera around, please? Everyone remember what Michael looked like, because we won't be seeing him for a while. These are our 2 blocks. We have one representing justice, labeled justice, and one representing liberty, labeled liberty. Players can choose which of these to pick from, which to pull from. I will ask them for a number of draws. Basically, anytime that they want to, in this role-playing game, anytime they want to do something challenging or tricky or dangerous, I will ask them to pull a brick from the tower. Now, you may have noticed we're playing over Zoom. So we're having Michael all be our hands. He is going to, yes, there we are. And the other one? Oh! Beautiful. So Michael will be simulating the. Michael will be holding our hopes and dreams in his visible hands. So he'll be drawing instead of us. Now, this is a game set in the 2000 AD universe. It is set in Mega City 1. It is the dawning of a brand new day. Aeroball is coming back on the airwaves, back on the beating heart of Mega City 1. They've promised with this brand new overhauled Aeroball, it's going to be more exciting, more violent, less predictable, and even more dangerous than its previous incarnation. The details have been kept understandably vague for security reasons, but there's rumblings of at least one cloned dinosaur running around on the pitch near the dune buggies and rocket launchers. But not everyone's so happy about this. We have 3 Democrats. These insurgents, these terrorists, these people who believe that the judges should not rule Mega City 1 with an iron fist. And they have decided to spill the beans on those dirty and corrupt judges on live TV. This is the biggest event of the decade in sporting terms, and therefore in human terms. There is. Mm-hmm. Sorry?
And the terms. And
apes, yes. PJ's playing an ape. We're getting there. Don't worry. Also, there's a robot in the game. The robot likes football too. This is the greatest televisual event of the decade. The cameras could never cut away from this for fear of wide-scale riots. And our brave heroes, these terrorist insurgents, these dangerous rogue elements, have managed to capture a robot by the name of Walter. Walter is a classic 1980s looking vending machine. He looks a little bit like the dorky younger brother of the robot out of Lost in Space, and he talks like this all the time. But Walter has been, having been owned by Judge Dredd, the biggest, baddest judge. By the way, can we swear on this stream, Michael? Thumbs up if we can swear.
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, cool. Okay, great. Thanks. Brilliant. The biggest, baddest mum lover on all of Mega City 1, Judge Dredd, owned Walter And Walter has some dirty little secrets about the judges in total, but also in Dredd specifically. So our three heroes have, our three treasonous dogs have decided to sneak Walter the robot on the pitch for the brand new relaunch of this sport. And they are going to get him to spill his little robot guts all over the camera and show people how corrupt the judges really are. Now, there are three conditions for winning this game. And unlike most role-playing games, you can win and lose. Condition 1, justice must be higher. Nope. Liberty must be higher than justice. You'll note that there's two blocks here, one representing liberty and one representing justice. Unless the Liberty Tower is higher than justice, and you'll note that justice is currently higher, the populace of Megacity won't care about corrupt judges. They just want to watch the football. So, on the baseball, it's really confusing as to what sport it is. They just want to watch the sport. Unless we can convince them. And in a sort of Spider-Man 2, when all the kids are like, "Hey, gee, Spider-Man, come here!" And they put the hat back on him, the mask back on him, and no one says anything. That's the kind of goodwill you have to earn over the next 2 hours. They have infiltrated the support staff of the infamous Harlem Heroes team. Veterans of the previous, campaign, the previous incident. They are roughy tufty. They are sworn underdogs, and they are ready to show their rivals. I don't know who their rivals are. Al, who are their rivals?
They've all got weird names.
Melchester Rovers. Melchester Rovers.
Yeah, that'll do it.
The Melchester.
Melchester Rovers. Yes.
Got to boost it up a bit, PJ. It's the Melchester Maniacs.
Yes, there we are. Yeah.
Alliterative.
Melchester to remember Maniacs. Like a real team.
Oh, that's fine. I really want you to come up with a new one because that's content.
Well, we did.
Melchester Maniacs. Playing the Melchester Maniacs. The Harlem Heroes are really beloved by the fans, and you've managed to insinuate yourselves. You managed to sneak your way aboard their personal staff in their brand new giant Skyliner. I think it's called a Skyliner. It's like a bus crossed with a Zeppelin. It's really cool.
A Zeppelin?
A what now?
A Zeppelin?
No. So
a Z-bus.
A Z-bus.
Well, they're all good. We are going to meet our brave Democrats as they reveal to ourselves, as they reveal to us their identities. Maybe a little soupçon about their past and why they decided to come on this mission, and also how they managed to infiltrate and what sort of cover identities they've got on board the Zeppelin. Let's start with PJ. You can see you champing at the bit.
Okay, what do you need to know? Need to know who I am? That name I just made up there now? I'm Dodge Ford Buick. I'm a wheel ape. I'm the guy. I'm the ape that you want if you want to get from A to B very, very fast in a vehicle. That's me. I also am a taxi driver on the side. When work's light. Not many ape taxi drivers. I'm very proud of that fact. Very proud of being an ape taxi driver because not many. But do I have a mysterious past? Well, I'll probably not tell you.
Give us a little clue. Give us a little sort of if there's a shot of Dodge's taxi when he's folded down the little sunblocker. What's the picture he's got stored up on there?
It's a picture of an ape that looks very, very similar to me, but might not be.
Okay.
Might, you know.
A mysterious ape.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. All
the
right.
Nice thing is, apes very hard to tell apart anyway. So,
That's racist.
Does the
well,
other does the other ape have like a beard, a goatee beard?
I think there are very clear signs that I have had some work done.
Oh,
I see.
I don't know what work done an ape would get done. I don't know.
Just like clearly painted, like darker hair, but like not done
No,
well.
no, no. I
Doesn't
mean,
it?
I'm not talking about cosmetic work done. I'm talking about,
Inserts?
is that, that's kind of
So you can speak human.
like it's something. He's had some work done that is
Okay.
Is it his identity? Is it a change of I do
I like how you said, as if we know what ape non-cosmetic surgery would be. I love it.
Well, yeah, I mean, everyone's familiar with non-cosmetic
Of
ape
course,
surgery,
yeah.
surely.
Plastic but non-cosmetic ape surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
Structural-
Yeah.
It's you've got a
I mean,
buttress.
it's not Botox. It's more than Botox. It's
Right.
the whole thing.
PJ, a very haggard-looking ape is going to appear in Act 2, I imagine. What's your cover ID? How have you snuck aboard?
Well, I think probably I am the bus driver. I'm because that's what I do. I drive vehicles, so I would imagine it'd be very sensible for us if we have a plan at all to get me driving that vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely. They are so the size of the Skyliner, it is it's more like there's a bridge than a cockpit.
Yeah.
So you are one of the three people who steers it. And like I like to imagine that like a bit like a Stegosaurus, it's got or like a fire engine. It's got a second steering wheel in the back, and I don't know what it does.
Yeah.
In fact, let's have you as the guy on the back who steers the ass.
Okay, I steer the ass of it.
You're crucial.
I would point out, as an ape driver, I do have four usable hands. So in comes to the crunch, I think I could drive most of the vehicle.
Stretch out.
Pretty stretched out.
From the front to the back.
Yeah.
All right, cool. The team organizers and support staff are flitting around. Everyone's really excited. A few of the captain of the heroes is standing on the bridge, definitely where he shouldn't be. He's got a towel wrapped around his shoulders, and he's looking splendidly out of the front windows. Everyone's very excited. Next up, Jen, who are you? What are you doing?
Hello, I will be playing Camilla Knight, a silver-haired psychic celebrity from the midnight to 3 a.m. section of the television. And I have been brought on to this Zebus Beplin TM, PJ, Dredd Holden. I have been brought on as myself. So there's no hiding a face like this. Actually, I was brought on because the Harlem heroes, they if they're not entertained every second, they'll spit loogies off the Zeppelin at the people below. So I'm telling them how their next season will go. I've been also paid a little extra to lie to them about how their season will go. I've been telling fortunes, basically. Yes. What else do you need to know?
Just perhaps a mysterious hint from your past equal to a picture of a similar but worse looking ape in your car.
Oh, well, so not something like I'm more of a fan of the Chelsea grilled cheeses team or something, a little bit more.
That's fine. I mean, that works. I can definitely put in the Chelsea grilled cheeses. That's fine.
I have, one could say, I have definitely lied to a judge before and gotten away with it because I gave them a bigger catch, a bigger mouse to feed on, the cat they are. So I just hope it, never comes back to haunt me. So.
Oh, it won't.
Won't, yeah.
Not at all.
Definitely not.
Not a chance.
I should tell the audience I don't know the answers to these questions. The players haven't shared them, so I am learning as you. We are seeing this with brand new eyes. Yes, Camilla, you've been lying to various high-paid Harlem heroes, they've got a real public image to maintain. And if they're just hawking loogies off the side of the Skyliner into the crowd, well, there's kind of a gamer girl bathwater element to it. So, like, some of the fans like it, but it's not a great look, and you're ending up in a sort of Dave Matthews Band situation where you don't want bodily fluids slopping out of a tour van.
No, they do keep saying, "Please let us baptize the crowd," and Camilla's like, "No, come here, sit down, child." Like,
how many people? No, it's 6. I'm going to 6. It's 12. It's 12-ish people
12
are on a team, and you like 6 active. And you have been, but there's probably like a multi-ball rule. But you've been pretty worn out trying to juggle all these guys and keep them and keep them convinced.
right. Also, while being haunted by, yes, I will say that also the person that I lied about that got caught, I took over their apartment. I used it to expand my apartment, theirs. So it was more of like a. Sorry, I just wanted to give you a little more.
Your neighbor.
Yeah, a neighbor. Yes.
Right.
Neighbor.
Okay. And
I was playing all my cards close to my chest, but if we're all going to just hang them all out there.
No, that's great. That's brilliant.
I gave a pretty vague one. So I knocked down the wall. I expanded the conservatory. All that good stuff. So
I killed the judge, for God's sake. All right.
He's in the back of the taxi.
I'm not even an ape.
You're not actually an ape. You just stretched skin over. Yeah.
You went for facial surgery and they made you a less sexy ape first.
We've only been talking about his face, though. We got no idea what below the neck.
You know how hard it is to find an ape plastic surgeon?
Full limbs. Anyway, finally, the last member of this cadre is played by Al Ewing. Al, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're up to.
Well, I will be playing a man called Drem Tomeat.
One more time?
Drem Tomeat.
Drem Tomeat.
Drem short for Dremel.
As in the meat of a toe?
As in the meat of a toe. That's how you spell it. And I'm very sensitive about it, so don't bring it up. It's a perfectly good name. I'm from the Mega City 2 Tomeats. So noble family. No. Actually,
you're from the proud Tomeat clan.
Well, you say that, but I was actually the illegitimate child of a high-ranking judge before I ended up on the wrong side of the law. But I've done my time. I'm out of the slammer. I'm an ex-con. It's all fine. I'm sure the judges would be quite happy to have me around. In fact, I think that's one of my special abilities.
Yes, everyone has a special ability which will be pushing them to behave in a certain dangerous manner in order to collect blocks, which they can then use instead of pulling blocks. I believe, Jen, you want to try and attract attention with celebrity. You want to be seen doing your thing. Is that right? And you also want to strike back at the judges.
Oh yes, I've got a little bit of a grudge, but I was holding that one.
Okay.
To my chest for now.
Okay. Well, like character-wise, you can all be completely you can all be a complete mystery to each other, but it's probably a bit more fun if if you're at least interested in one another. Al, what are you up to on board the Skyliner? What's your cover story?
My cover story is that I'm in charge of fireworks. Because one of the things I got put away for was blowing the doors on an almond car in a heist that went bad. Because somebody turned us in. No.
When the tarot cards don't work at stopping the loogies off, go the fireworks.
They're post-game forwards.
Of course.
If we win. But I mean, you gotta have a fireworks. Like, gotta have fireworks. It's my job to let them on.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. Sure. We smash cut to a regional hiring manager for the Harlem Heroes who's being summarily fired for employing for employing, admittedly, a pyrotechnics expert, but maybe not in the most reliable of manners. He's being fired. Everything's being swept under the rug. He's being moved to the Bronx Botherers, a real like a third tier team. But you are thankfully still employed. It hasn't reached you yet. Please remember that you have some fireworks. I think you should have fireworks if you're in charge of fireworks.
Yeah, sure. I have loads of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a whole backstory.
Your father was a fire. Oh wait, no, your father was a judge.
No, father was.
The mother was a firework.
Mother was a
Judge
firework.
Just like a Roman candle with the badge. Right. The Skyliner pulls in. The Skyliner docks at the stadium. You can see. You're getting radio coming in from the front. Steer the ass, Betty, you crazy ape. Says the two guys driving the left and right hand side of the front. It's like a Pacific Rim. Yeah, they're in sync. They're in the drift
Like
up there.
Pacific Rim, but with a Robin Reliant.
Yeah, but in reverse. Yeah, it's like Pacific Rim, Robin Reliant in reverse going down a hill.
Yeah.
The Skyliner docks. You can see this is a tremendous situation that they've built here. The stadium is rebuilt and bigger and better than ever. The sky above is thankfully a no-fly zone, so you can see like the occasional sort of hovering kind of moped-looking thing, which the judges are zooting around on and looking out for anyone who's causing trouble. But you can see there's bursts of fireworks and smoke and lasers in the air, and the excitement is starting to blot out the sun. There is so much verve inside here. The three of you, having pulled into the docking bay, secretly meet with Walter in the entirely unoccupied storage cabinet. Storage room, in the entirely unoccupied storage room where you agreed to meet. From what you can see, there are three rough options you've got how to infiltrate the stadium. You can go through the Astroport, which is heavily security patrolled, but you are in the right disguises, so no one will stop you. Fortunately, it's really blocked, so it's going to take a little while to wait until it clears, or you have to do something clever. You could go via street level. You are employees, so you'd have no problems getting in that way. Or option 3, the crane. There's a whacking great crane. The Hellcat Memorial Stadium is like 97% finished, like maybe 95 in a strong wind. And so the cranes are still there and still sort of putting things together. But there are an awful lot of cranes and forming kind of a network of gantries across the top of the stadium. But yes, as you meet in the little sort of back room, Walter the robot powers on, and you, in character, can discuss how best to tackle this challenge.
What is Walter's demeanor to us? Have we just put him up in a dark room and he has no idea what's going on, or
Hello, Democrats. It's me, Walter.
Walter, so good to see you again. How was your nap?
It was most refreshing.
Excellent.
I must say, I'm a little bit nervous about about betraying all of my judge masters, but I'm excited and ready. He does a salute like, and there's a radio static noise. Walter opens his mouth wide, and instead of his normal, soft, gentle, lisping voice, mispronouncing voice, the sound of judge radio comms comes through. Possible action at the Hellcat Memorial Stadium. Be advised, Dredd inbound, ETA 48 minutes.
Oh, we don't have long. So we've got to get him into the stadium where the cameras are. That's the gist of it, isn't it?
Got to get him. You got to get him on. Never mind in the stadium, on the pitch.
On the pitch, yeah.
Well,
on the pitch.
First of all, while we're planning, Graham told me wants a chicken soup. So rustle it up, Walter.
Not a problem. Would you like spicy or plain?
Extra hot chicken noodle soup.
No problem, Drum.
Goodness.
Shit that out.
Walt, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Where does it? Yeah, please paint us a word picture, Grant. Where does the soup come from?
Yeah, he's not like shitting it out. Walter has a vending machine style body.
Oh, that's right. That's
so
right.
at the base of his little tummy, there's kind of like there's a rumbling. And Walter is like.
He's pissing it out. Okay, that's better.
Okay.
Belly button tufting it out.
If you want to get technical with it, it's leaking out of his stomach into his ass.
Okay.
Oh, great.
I didn't want to. It's just there's a little flap.
Yum Drum.
Down there.
When I drink that soup, we'll be soup brothers, Walter.
There is a his tummy flap comes open and almost like a printer, like an open bowl of soup comes out. It's got a little sort of spoon you can break off the side and use it if you want.
I feel that might have wasted some time for us, but should we proceed?
We gotta eat while we plan.
Well, I mean, in time-honored tradition of all of these things, we should think about a diversion to get everyone to one end of the stadium while we get Walter to the thing. I think
there are like in terms of diversions.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've got all those fireworks.
There's a couple of million people here.
Yeah.
There are a huge amount of people in terms of like emptying parts of the stadium.
Yeah, it's not
moving it around. Like that's the thing. Walter isn't wanted. You aren't currently wanted, so you can just walk around. That's okay. Like he's expected to perform a role, and some people might recognize him, but he's like you don't like you can operate clandestinely in here.
Okay, so we could just start walking towards the stage, then, couldn't we? With Walter?
Well, Camilla turns to you.
He's going to blow the whole thing when he opens his mouth to someone, though. The first opportunity he'll get, he'll tell someone what he's doing. I just know it. I can sense it.
I mean, we should probably work out what our plan is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like quickly. Like, is there a jumbo? I'm not going to do the voice. Is there a jumbotron or something?
There are many jumbotrons. You can't see them from out here, unfortunately. You're very much on the outskirts of this giant construction, but you can see like sort of just hovering around. Like there's a couple of hovering screens and some skyboxes where people are watching the game.
I think we go the staff entryway, because the longer we keep ourselves on the down low, the further in we can get without having to pull something out of a hat. I think so. I feel we should proceed as if we're supposed to be going to the stage and just walking in the most sensible way to get there that will get us past security without a problem. I think.
Yeah.
What do you think? Because we all have kind of reason to be there. I mean, sort of.
I've got one further question. This is like a big time sporting event. Is anybody going to be singing the national anthem of Mega City 1 before this begins?
Yes.
Could that celebrity somebody not be one of the most famous robots?
I feel.
Do people know who that is going to be? Was it pre-announced beforehand, or
absolutely not? No, not at all. However, if you can break into the broadcast area and sort of back up your fiction that this lisping automaton is going to sing the Mega City 1 national anthem, then you can get away with bringing him directly on stage. They may or may not stop the game. The other thing about one thing I should make clear: the start and end of a match is very woolly. So, it's not like you hear occasional barks coming from within the stadium, like skirmish 3 activates, and so it's almost like there's opening acts that are murdering each other. It's going to be pretty chaotic whenever you go out there.
That could be turned to our advantage
Absolutely.
if we're going in the staff room and getting into all the inner workings.
Is it worthwhile for someone to head towards wherever the broadcast things are while other people take Walter to the stage?
Yeah, I suppose so. Could do that.
Let's split the party.
Let's get in first. Let's get in. Are you going? So you're going through the tunnel, which unfortunately, with your fake credentials, you can only get access to the auxiliary maintenance tunnels, which are jam packed full of roadies and other.
That's good. That's good for us. No one will notice us.
No one will notice you. Unfortunately, it's going to take 10 ticks. So it's going to take about half an hour of game time.
Okay, what's the quicker way?
Camilla would like to use her celebrity to try to push into a different set of tunnels for everyone.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to spend. I'd like to pull up a brick. Let's go.
Let's pull some bricks, baby.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Check to see if Michael's fallen asleep first of all.
Yeah.
His hand.
It's good. It's good. Give me a pull. It's going to be unless you. I'm going to say you're going to be. It's going to be 2 draws if you want to make a show of it and get everyone's attention to make sure that you're treated seriously. And I'm also going to make you go for a 3rd pull because you have to pull a block from Liberty. Otherwise, it's not dignified and you make a scene. So it's the difference between, excuse me, and do you know who I am?
I mean, that is a little bit more of Camilla's speed, but
it's entirely up to you. That's sorry. You know what? You do not have to do it dignified.
Not dignified at all. She's going to start wailing a little bit, not just at one of the guards, security guards.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, She starts reaching for their hand that's not touching a gun. I don't know if both hands are on 2 guns. Are there guns here? I don't know.
Yeah, stun guns. There's a mix. Most of it is arena security who have stun guns and shock batons, and there's private security who have whacking great guns and are ready to murder people, but they are less prevalent.
All right. So she's sort of doing a little bit of her psychic meandering around, she's noticing a little pulled thread here, a little ink on the finger, and she's sort of is
everything okay, Miss Knight?
Oh, I was drawn to you as I can tell that you are one of those spirits who I feel like you are a writer who has not yet seen your time.
Michael, make the pull. So Jen,
he's just gonna.
We're gonna do for 6 up, middle.
He's destroyed the game, folks. You can only have one hand touching the tower. I'm sorry, Michael. You fucked it. That's a fail.
All right. So failed. Okay. So she. Okay.
I ain't never read or written a book in my life. What is this crazy broad?
I'm so sorry. I meant you will be the subject of a book.
I ain't got no time for this. Why don't you get back to the auxiliary cables where you belong?
I'm sorry, Camilla drops it. Do you know who I am? I have the prestige hour of midnight to 3 a.m. People call in, I read their futures, and I could read yours now, but no one wants to hear it.
Give me a pull, Michael.
Okay, 11, go all the way up to the top, maybe middle. Why do I keep doing middle? Yeah, there we go. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you baby, Michael.
Very quickly double check. what the rules are for Jenga. It's only one hand touched the tower at the time. There we go. Okay, cool.
So yeah, Michael can switch hands, but yeah, just only one.
It's there. Brilliant. Okay, cool. Hang on. It's a midnight hour?
Yes, yes.
My wives is always watching that.
Spend your night. Yes, yes. Spend your night with Camilla Knight, the Nighty Night program.
Oh, what are you doing? Working maintenance for the heroes?
I am not. They just forgot to upgrade us. I was helping out the Harlem heroes. I was giving little talks, giving them helping out their girlfriends. I could help out your wife possibly after the game.
And now here you are with a monkey and some kind of criminal.
We don't judge people based on appearances here.
No, I'm just stating the facts for comedy value. And a robot.
Yes, and indeed a criminal. So please, if you could just let us through to one of the middling tunnels, that would be wonderful.
I'll see what I can do as a favor to you, because my wives love your show so much. But I guess you knew I was going to do that already. He turns around. He turns around and opens up. It's not a great tunnel, folks. It's okay. Like this guy isn't like the shit hot tunnel man. He's very much like a sort of lower level lieutenant, regional administrator for tunnels, but he manages
it's not a 30-minute walk tunnel though, right?
Yeah, it's more like 15.
Well, I can actually speed us up a little bit.
Oh yeah,
with I don't know by lighting a large firework behind us.
Fuck me, man!
We have to get away.
Okay,
we have to get away. So a little incentive to move fast.
I feel like that's
do you know how tunnels work though?
Yeah, great question, Jen. Al, do you know about tunnels?
What? Do they? Are they open to the sky? I don't see why they would not be.
That's not. I mean, that's only part of the issue. Which is like again, you can go for this, Jem. It will be an excellent distraction. Unfortunately, it will be an explosive inside a tunnel that you are in. And then quite aside from that, the crushing.
I forgot there were other people.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I mean,
sorry, Al. Sorry. Hang on. You forgot there are other people here, so you were going to carry around a firework for incentive.
That was the thing I want to.
Jumping pyrotechnics.
No,
speed us up with a little incentive behind.
Al, does Drem have like those little the snaps, the little pop rock things that sort of sound like little guns? A lesser,
Yeah. But also, if you imagine like the Mad Bomber from the Muppets, it's basically that, but a person. He's just covered in explosives.
Okay.
So what I'm saying, you have some lesser explosives that can make some noise, but not necessarily blow up.
Given that we're in a large crowd, I've got a better idea, which is to speed us up by elbowing some people aside.
Brilliant, excellent. Please make me a check. Tell Michael which deck to pull from.
Before that happens, I have a thing here that says stash opportunist. If someone makes 2 drawers, I can make a draw on the basis that I'm slightly opportunistic and
this seems perfect.
I wanted to draw 2 and take 2 ticks off it, so with the double quick power.
Yeah, absolutely, double quick. You can do double quick. I'm gonna need you to provide safety as well. Otherwise, you are gonna.
Okay.
Because what you're doing is these are a bunch of real muscular teamsters. Some of them with robot parts. Okay, so it's quite a dangerous act.
Look at the lurking hand of justice.
I could make a pull to take a tick off and then a pull to safety. How's that?
Yeah, that is. So yes, that's 3 pulls.
Okay, and there's 1 for Liberty.
Based on Michael's track record so far, 3 is a dangerous game.
That's okay. I've got this.
It's 12 levels tall. So
right. So I'm gonna go 8 up, and then pull out the right block.
Where's it? 13.
Oof. Nice.
There we go.
Oh, it's 13 tall. I'm sorry.
And then, okay, I'm going to go 10 up and then pull out the left block.
I really hope that, like, when this is broadcast, there's just like a smash zoom to the tower every time Michael's hand goes near it.
I'm sorry. Now that we have pulled from below, are we allowed to pull from the top or never from the top?
You have to pull from below the complete layer.
And then I've got to take one more out.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to take 3 and left. That's a fail.
There you go. 2 finger that, Michael.
I have absolute faith in you.
Best part is if it falls, it'll be in the shadow. No, you got it. You got it.
Yeah, I should have put it on the side. Hold on,
We can maybe let Michael pick in future, but I do like forcing him to contort himself around. Jesus,
Michael, you oh my god!
Bloody hell, guys! Oh, amazing. Okay, cool. So that's 3. Now, PJ, you want him to pull another one, right?
I know. Well, yeah. I've an opportunity. I'm sort of opportunist. I've got to do something while there's a lot of chaos going on.
Really?
So I'm going to see if I can yank something off that guy who's letting us through here. Maybe a pass or something that might.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like
or
there's loads of people going past. You can hustle your way through. So yeah, go for a tell Michael which tower.
So
please.
I will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and that one your fingers pointing at is great. Look at that! How great!
That's the full
one. Smooth as a snake.
Yeah. I mean, I really want him to do Joffrey, the little mouse from Finger Mouse now, but yeah, there we go.
Yes.
I don't know if it's coming across on camera. This is already quite precarious. So
yeah, no, it does look like, and I've done the math again, and one of us has to die because then we have to rebuild the Justice Tower, so that way we can make Liberty twice as tall. I've just realized at least one of us, possibly 2 of us, have to die.
Inspiring, confusing words.
Sorry.
One of us has to die. 2 of us must die so we can build the Tower of Liberty twice as tall.
I'm just saying, isn't it worth the truth?
Jen, I'd follow you into hell right now.
I will say the margin of error for the number of people who have to die is quite slim.
Yeah, we've got an upper limit. Okay.
1 to 2 to 3. I don't. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Cool.
So we're barreling down that tunnel. Then
you're barreling down the tunnel. You managed to grab the key cards here. Rather than having like physical locking keys, they have fobs. Yeah, they have fobs. They are awkwardly large and all branded with Hellcat Memorial Stadium.
Okay.
And you can load keys onto them and load them off. You're not sure quite what's on here, but
give them a go.
Yeah, you can just walk along every door, slamming
every door we get near. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
You masterfully, and again because you didn't draw to make it look dignified, pettily charge your way through this group of Teamsters as you hustle your way through the corridor. It is you are 20 minutes in, and you are doing pretty well.
Okay.
Doing all right.
Clock is ticking. So do we know where we're going down this tunnel? Because I'm feeling we've ran down a tunnel and not have a clue where it ends.
They all lead towards the pitch, though, right? We're not
yeah.
right or left.
All roads lead towards pitch. Where you're going to be going into the outer stadium. So you're outside, you're going into outer, and then in inner, that's where all the fun stuff happens.
Okay.
So you manage to shoulder your way through, barging through, carrying not carrying a robot, with a robot trailing behind you. I'm imagining Walter's legs don't bend. He's got like little coasters, sort of going along like that.
Like those little wind-up robots you used to get.
Yeah, absolutely. if it wouldn't break something that was already established, I would have to have that you pull him back before he'll go forwards. So you managed to break in to the inner stadium, as it was. Sorry, to the Hellcat Memorial Stadium. There is a wash of noise everywhere you're in here. You can see that there are crowds of people pushing and shoving, trying to get to their seats ready for the main game. Security looks absolutely overwhelmed. Like there is a mix of people who are too old for this shit and don't care, and a mix of people who are too young for this shit and have itchy trigger fingers, which is probably going to go wrong if one of us decides it does. Basically, if you wish to exploit it, or I wish to murder you with it. There are you can see occasionally walking along towards an area marked VIP. There are private security around like noteworthy people. So old players, old commentators, the inventor of the robot dinosaur head. He's here. Sorry, no, they're here. It's the new millennium. The non-binary inventor of the robot dinosaur head is here.
What about the Harlem Heroes mascot? Where are they? No reason.
The Harlem Heroes mascot. Canonically, of course, they changed it for this new one, which is their mascot is. My offer is the Harlem Hero, a giant sort of sandwich with legs. But what was your offer for the mascot?
Oh, Camilla doesn't care what it looks like. She just knows who's inside, and she wants to find them at some point.
All right, yeah. So there's an awful lot of people dressed as big sandwiches. Hero's an American term for sandwich, right?
Hero sub.
Yeah, cool. Okay. There's quite a few people dressed as this. Like, you figured the higher quality of the costume, by the time you get to the inner field, you'll be able to find the actual mascot. But
the trick of a mascot is always the official mascot is looking out to the audience, whereas unofficial mascots are looking into the game.
Yeah, that's how you can tell.
Yeah.
That's a mascot fact. Thank you, PJ. All right. Thank you.
All entrances lead to a giant lobby that spans the remaining 4 floors, the top and bottom floors of. I'm just reading aloud from the book now. From the area are locked off to the public and honestly to people like you, even in your fake jobs. It is a labyrinth of open air walkways, escalators, and flying trams, shuttling people from entrances along the ground floor, docking balconies, and various pedestrian bridges to the ticketing booths.
I think we need 4 tickets to get into the thing. I think we've gone as far as we can as maintenance whatnots, but at this point, maybe
that's the thing. Like you can. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're going to need to try and get some sort of ticket. It is going to be tricky to get an official ticket. Let me just sort of run down.
Well, I'm guessing there's people walking around with their tickets in their hand, buying drinks and
burgers
and things.
There's a
matter of finding a chimpanzee, psychic lady,
sticky fingers, Dodge Ford Buick over here. Yeah,
a thief and a robot.
Yeah, sure.
Almost exactly like us.
Yeah, sure. You're in one of the so very much the main attraction of the outer stadium is the Hall of Merch. Which is like it's like having paintball lasers shot directly into your mouth. It's this incredible, vibrant, over the top cavalcade of noise. You're not quite there yet. You can hear it in the distance and see the lasers like spinning Jean-Michel Jarre style through the smoke. But you there are some of the outlying regions of the Hall of Merch. And here you can see there is a tourist family. Hey kids, get over here and get your beer. Buying a big family bucket of beer, like a KFC bucket of chicken, and all the kids would come around and you'd spoon out some beer for them, just like the old days. you can see the father is he's wearing like 4 bomb bags. He's come in from the megacity 1 equivalent of Utah. He's spent all of his creds to get here. He's very excited. He's like, oh geez, hang on a minute. Let me get my wallet sorted out. Oh, these tickets, I better be sure they don't blow away. Or no ape steals them. And he's currently paying for a bucket of beer and like a sort of like a bundle of pretzels. PJ, it seemed like you were going to try and half-inch a ticket from him.
I think so. I think and also I have like a double quick thing. This is when you have an opportunity to do something double quick, you may treat that as a free pool. And I think trying to lift some tickets, nimbly lift some tickets and nip them away is kind of a double. I mean, I'm doing that. I'm just sort of walking past and just yank them out of the hand so he doesn't even notice they're gone.
I will say, double quick is a game mechanic thing. So rather than doing something quickly, it means I mark down less time. That it takes. It's pretty instantaneous already.
Yeah. It's more that it says it's a free pool. In other words, I don't have to put one of those deadly blocks of doom. I don't have to rely on Michael's nifty fingers there for it.
Okay.
I mean, are there judges present? Because
there are. So, as I mentioned, hovering above the arena. You can see there's the occasional like dudes in mopeds, but like sky mopeds, and you can see down the you know what, you Drem, you alone will be able to tell us. You can see the space in a crowd. You can see the space in the crowd that forms around 2 judges walking. About 2 minutes of pushing down that way. So. There definitely are judges around.
Well, one of my special powers is that as an ex-con, I've learned how to be invisible to judges, kind of.
Okay.
To the tune of, instead of pulling a block out of the deadly Tower of Doom, I can use one out of my reserves.
Great.
Do we have reserves? I know we said there was reserves.
Yeah, how many are in our reserves?
Michael, you should be keeping track of this.
Michael,
I don't think we started with any reserves.
You have none in reserve.
No.
Perfect. We're poor. We're brick poor.
We did skip a part in step up. Sorry, we did skip a step in setup.
Okay.
Everyone gets 3 pulls from the towers, and you can choose which tower to pick from.
Oh, I see.
So that we should have had Michael simulate that at the start.
But we're just made it even more.
Yeah. So Michael, you got to pull 9 bricks. Hello. You might be wondering why the towers have changed size. That's because we forgot a rule, but we've put it back in now, which it's made the game much easier. Now our players have access to some reserves, so some blocks which they can place without having to pull. They can also top up their reserves, I think as I mentioned back ages ago at the start of this, by performing certain actions which tie in with their drives, as it were. So I believe the last thing we were going to do is that the ape driver was going to try and steal some passes, a family ticket. Yeah, I like that. A family ticket. From this guy who's just trying to buy some beer for his kids. Give me a pull, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in there. The middle one. Any middle. No, the other middle. Oh, okay.
You mean
the
7?
Other middle.
You mean 7?
Yeah.
Like one more?
7 middle. 7
okay,
middle.
sorry.
Yeah, go on. No, this is not going to work. Oh no, I should have not.
This Utah ugly American dad is going to take you down.
Oh my God, his arms!
He's been waiting for this.
The end for Dodge.
Oh, Michael, that is beautiful what you're doing right there. Is
that lied?
Walter produces some more spicy chicken soup.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, we're instead of eating popcorn, Dram and I are just like
Yeah, we're
eating
eating
soup.
soup. Okay. There it is.
Now I will say, Michael, you have been playing it wrong. Is the other terrible news? Is that not every brick should go from justice to liberty. It's only if they make an extra pull when they pull from the justice tower. Then you place that block and all of the blocks you pull after it for this action atop the Liberty Tower instead.
So where does that one go then? Does it go to my reserve?
That goes on top. Oh, sorry.
It goes back on top, so you're building the thing back up.
That's the thing. If this ties in with your reserve situation, yes, you can keep it. Otherwise, it does go back on top.
Okay. Goes on top then.
That's
yeah.
why we have 3 pulls per.
Oh no, that's made justice higher. No,
Yeah.
just when we thought we were getting somewhere.
In fact, actually, Michael, can you take the top 2 blocks off Liberty and stick them on Justice, please? Thank you.
See, this is why I said multiple people had to die.
There we go. There we go. Now those judges are getting gun hungry. Right. So, however, you pull the block, it goes on top of Justice. You manage to get a family ticket.
Hot diggity dog.
Hot diggity dog. Oh, Paul, I can't wait to see the Harlem Heroes. They're my favorite team. I hope no. Hey, where's the ticket gone? Hey, it must be in one of my many bum bags. He spills the beer on himself like in an infomercial, like in the before part of an infomercial.
The black and white, yeah. Does this happen to you?
Try 5 bum bags, or fanny packs, I guess you'd call them.
Yeah.
He slips and spills some beer. Everyone around is hey, don't spill your beer on me. There's general commotion, and those judges start shouldering their way through the crowd to find out what's what. It's time to get moving, folks.
Yeah, let's go through the entrance then, wherever the nearest entrance into the thing is. With our tickets.
As I said, there are huge numbers of people knocking around
still a
here.
lot of people there, right?
So it's not like if you want to get out of the way of those judges, it's not as simple. Like you can't just wait it out. You have to do something about it.
Me and Walter are kind of short, so maybe I'll try and drag him through the bottom of the crowd. I don't know.
Hello, that's right. I'm in this game. I'm in this game. I'm Walter, and I'm kind of short. How tall is Walter canonically? I had him about 5 foot, 4 foot.
Yeah, he's about 4 foot something.
Yeah,
and,
okay.
and an ape would be about the same sort of height.
Yeah, sure. Hello.
Come on, Walter. Let's go. Quick. We'll race ahead. I'll just rely on those two to do something.
Make me a pull, please. It can be from Liberty or just that you can pull from Liberty, which is a safer one. If you want.
And then that block would go on top of Liberty?
Or does it go into Justice?
Mhm.
Oh, in that case, let's pull from Liberty. Right in the middle. Anything right in the middle.
Anything?
Yeah, anything right in the middle. They're always
Oh,
watching. That'll do. That'll do.
What's the attraction of the middle?
Are they statically? I mean, is there a lot of static in that room or something? What's going on?
Yes, what you cannot see is Michael has actually been rubbing his feet back and forth on the carpet for the last hour.
He's so excited to be playing Dredd Online.
This
is
the
gonna
friction
set-
that's surrounded on both sides.
Yeah. He's actually going to set the Justice
Have
Tower
you
on
glued
fire
them
in the second
together?
hour.
What has happened?
This is genuinely horrific.
Now, see, this tension is great though when you're playing the Dredd in any form, but especially Dredd.
What are you doing? You're tapping every single one.
There we go. We'll pretend I just took that one, yeah?
Oh, you can cut it. Yeah, it'd be fine.
There you go. So we can take from Liberty to make Liberty taller. Right. Okay. Okay. All right. Well,
we only need to make it taller by one full layer, or
at a time.
Like just by one brick.
No, yeah, to win, PJ is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Just one brick will count. That's all it takes. And nobody has to die, Jam.
Cool. The awakened ape pulls Walter through the feet. Now Walter's quite wide, but you're doing okay. Everyone's definitely aware of what's going on here. It's pretty much Walter is not built for stealth or speed. He's built for dispensing chicken soup at a reasonable cost. and he's like, oh, I'm very sorry, and accidentally smacking a kid over a balcony.
I feel like all that's doing is clearing a nice path for you two to come up behind us, though.
It's drawing a lot of attention. However, you are managing to sort of hustle through the crowd. And as everyone knows, the easiest way to move through a crowd without being harmed is to be small. No, wait. Yeah. That's not true. You're small and you're trying to drag what amounts to a fridge. Please make me a pull to not get hurt.
Okay. Let's go for justice.
Is this called provide safety?
Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Sorry.
Let's go for.
In fact, give me provide safety and go unnoticed, because otherwise the judges are gonna pay attention to you.
And I can actually pull the provide safety in their stead, and it's considered a free pull for me.
Ah.
Ooh. Oh, shoot.
Oh,
and then
right
it's called it's my dodge for precog move.
Ah.
So I can also see. Okay. I don't know what's always in store for me, but lately the warnings have left me a precious little time. So I guess it's just the dodge move, though. So yeah, I can see what's the worst that's about to happen as we're walking through, I guess. So
is that like if your character helps someone, they get a free provide safety?
If someone is doing provide safety, yes, that's what it seems like.
Okay.
Whenever anyone has to provide safety while near you, you can opt to pull in their stead, and that pull is considered a free one for me.
Okay.
And it's the dodge action. So
yay!
Maybe that means then that we all get through safely, if depending on.
No. The monkey and the robot get through safely.
Okay, gotcha.
So the monkey still has to make a pull to go unnoticed.
We're breaking the waves like a boat, though, surely. And
you're breaking the shins like a fridge. Like again, your main issue is not getting in at this point. It's not getting arrested, and getting this crucial R2D2 style fridge into the middle. Yeah, so please make me a pull to go unnoticed. Otherwise, you will get in, but those judges are going to be interested in you.
Right.
Also, Jen, Al, you're more than welcome to create a distraction as well.
I mean, I've got these explosives.
Yeah, you're a walking distraction. At least you're not in a tunnel anymore.
Yeah, you could shoot them. You know what? You can end that father's misery now that he's lost those tickets.
I mean, I was thinking that father who spilled all the beer is like he's already drawn some attention. If I were to,
we turn back. The camera turns back, and the two judges, Judge Ramirez and Judge Double Hard, are there with their day sticks poking down at the sky. Gonna have to arrest you for illegally distributing alcohol to minors. Any kid could come here and lick this up.
They seem pretty distracted. I could sort of distract them.
Oh no! Somebody took my tickets. I was just trying to pay for my big old family beer. Yeah, family beer. We all know what that is. Yeah, I was trying to pay for my big family beer, and it was a monkey and some kind of French boy with a list.
I'm gonna go up and make a show of it. Grab the attention of the judges away from Walter's entrance by saying, "He's a liar, Judge. I saw him eat that ticket."
Cool.
I saw him feed that ticket to his child.
You'll be pulling from justice because judges are involved.
That's fine.
Search his bowels. Yeah.
even if they shoot me in the face. Mike, can I ask you to move the camera around slightly so I can get a look?
I mean, I'm hoping the judges don't have their birdie operation.
Watch your elbow with the Liberty Wheel.
Okay. I mean, I'm feeling like, man, this is going to be extremely dangerous. But
no matter what,
1, 2, 3, 4. Can you point at 6, Mike?
It looks like there's one that's already. Okay.
And then if you move across The other one. Yep, that side.
Mm.
And you get it out there. I like how I'm filling my screen.
Yes.
Oh, like butter.
Oh, lovely.
Oh!
So I'm immediately killed.
Oh, this is what happens when you
I tap the judges on the wrong shoulder pads, and they take it as a threat. And a bullet enters my cranium.
It's like the judge doesn't even look. The judge is busy arresting this guy for illegally distributing alcohol to children that he didn't have. This guy comes up, oh hey judge, and there's an element of like it fires off, does the heat-seeking thing, and just sprays all of his brains over the floor.
Wow.
That's why they call him Judge Doublehard.
Judge Doublehard.
Yeah.
No, let me write you up. Everyone's like a lot.
That's got to draw some attention.
Oh yeah, it definitely draws some attention. But like a lot of people are trying to move away and just trying to pretend they didn't see this, or just trying to sort of.
If he
So-
clearly doesn't pay to say anything to a judge, so
What happens now? Michael, please rebuild the tower and then take 2 pulls from it and put 1 in reserve for the 2 surviving players. Al, you can affect from beyond the grave.
Ooh.
Oh, you've got a reserve still.
Yeah. How many blocks are in that?
3.
So I can use those 3 blocks in place of.
You can wish to whenever you wish to help a living character, you share a memory the living would have of their dead character and place the living characters and hand the living character's player a block. The dead tell
martyrdom.
Yeah.
Can I also share my big bag of explosives? Or has that been taken away with the corpse?
Jen, sorry, Camilla, you're left quite literally holding the bag of explosives as your fellow Democrat just got executed in plain sight.
Yep. She just slowly turns and just like hooks the bag over. It's probably very heavy. Just like, I'm sorry, Drem. I must admit. And then she says quietly, only to herself, I did not see that coming.
Now,
how many pulls do I make?
1 for each of the surviving players. The awakened ape Dodge. Sorry, what was the full name, BJ?
Dodge Ford Buick, because I have no imagination.
Dodge Ford Buick. The awakened ape is dragging mission critical character Walter the robot through a crowd and emerges out into the stands. Everything is crazy here. We can see you are very much in the cheap seats here. You're in the nosebleeds. There's almost a vertical sensation, and like some of the seats start to sort of like come back in over the top, so they can see. It's pretty grim. There are various floating jumbotrons and big screens displaying the action on the field. The action is chaotic, to say the least. There is it seems like each
Al's background. Sorry. Sorry.
I'm now in the land of the dead.
It seems like the team captain is riding the team captain of the Harlem Heroes, who now it seems like their B team have taken to the stage, is riding a Triceratops with a robot head. And
They've really changed the rules since the early
Absolutely.
2020s.
Yeah, things have really turned around. We can see like all the technical specs and number of gorings this season, and a lot of it's saying 0 because it's the first game, but it's all very exciting, flashing up on stage. The actual game is so far away as to make it largely invisible. It is happening somewhere down there in the chaos. You can see it pretty clearly on the screens, and around you, hovering through the air, are these special viewing boxes. So very important people get to watch. Basically, get to watch the game from a floating. Well, it's a bit like a tour bus, but with a balcony. So they're equipped with kitchens, there's entertainers, and like proper fancy, but they are also vehicles if you wanted to try and get one, which might be a bit tricky.
They're floating around.
Yeah. They're sort of flying around, and like you can see that like whenever one comes near the stands, they block the view of the cheap seats a lot, and people throw their garbage at it, but it just sort of dinks off the side. They can't really, they barely notice.
So a particularly strong-limbed, I've got one of God's many wonderful creatures who is quite adept at climbing and leaping and jumping and swinging from thing to thing.
Are you talking about Walter?
No.
Walter's not one of God's creatures. You've gotten turned around.
No. I'm thinking, I as an ape, I'd be quite adept at getting onto one of those vehicles as it comes past.
That sounds like a plan. You get in position.
It only sounds like a plan. I mean, I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, absolutely. Jen.
Yes.
Your ally's dead. The judges seem to be largely happy with arresting people for either illegally distributing beer or drinking beer illegally. And a monkey took your ticket.
Oh, right. So I can't get in anymore.
It was a family ticket. As we referenced, the monkey charged off with nary a robot. Well, with a robot in tow. So you've got.
There'd be a line of people with broken shins all the way down towards the entrance, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of very upset people. Oh, my ankle! Oh no! I was planning on walking later. One of them says.
Mm-hmm. What a bunch of complainers, Camilla thinks. As she can she start walking down with her heavy bag of explosives now?
Absolutely, yeah. What I'd like to do, Camilla, you pass kind of you pass a map. And I'm just going to run down like the locations that you can sort of fuck with. So there is a hall of merch, as mentioned, massive, huge, noisy, very easy to sort of lose people in there or get lost.
That's roughly where you are, isn't it? That's just outside
You're on the outskirts of the hall of merch. You managed to bypass it because I described it wrong. We also have the executive suites, the top floor of the outer stadium, which is very much where business is going on in the Aero Ball League. And then we have the maintenance basement, which is a complete jumble, but from what you can tell, largely unoccupied. And you can see you can see it somehow. You can draw a line of sight. Perhaps you can see sort of like there's glass roofs. Yeah, there's glass roofs, and you can see there's various like broadcast drones and comms drones circling around a place in the upper executive suites, which you figure must be the broadcast center. Those are some routes in. You don't have a ticket. You do have a bag full of fireworks. Use your imagination.
All right. Yeah, she as she makes her way at least through this group of people in this little tunnel up to where they would get her tickets taken. She reminds everyone that they can free shins in the medics lounge for everyone who was it's thanks to the judges actually. She starts lying.
Oh boy, I need shins. Yeah. Can I get a pull, please?
Oh, damn yeah.
And you're trying to make a show of it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, 2 pulls.
2 pulls.
From Justice or Liberty?
From the second one would be a placeable one on, or no, both of them would be, excuse me. All right, I'm gonna do 1 for Liberty, so let's do that now.
Now, I want to say, like, do you want to make this inspiring? Like, do you want to actually, rather than say, oh, it's on behalf of the judges, do you want to kind of rile up these people and get them a bit miffed? Because that means you can place all of these on top of Liberty.
And then would you say that gives me at least a free path into the stadium, or I would need to then? Because I could save that inspiration for my next move, I feel like.
Okay, yeah, sure. Save the inspiration for your next move. So yes, right. 2 pulls.
We're gonna do 4 and then the middle. boy, when your hand blocks it, Michael, it's just anybody's game, huh? No, I'm teasing. It's okay. You don't have to.
I mean, someone should get Michael like some sandpaper for the next.
Can I change my block? Or no,
Yeah,
after I've said it.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's do
I believe so.
4A, the one that's already, yeah.
Or I guess that is it 4? Yeah, you know, we'll say you can.
Okay. Okay, and then from the Tower of Justice, I'll do 3 from the bottom and then the back one. Sorry, I went from the top, yeah. Oh, no, sorry. The 3rd from the top. Sorry. So yeah, I just didn't want to count. I was being really lazy. All right.
Feels like those outer ones are a bit safer.
But then you start adding more on top. It's kind of like all over is, I think, might be. Whoa, what is happening? What can I not see?
Sometimes Michael just sort of nudges the other ones back in this place with the block that he's got in his hand.
Bit of free drama.
Okay.
That's not why is that going on Liberty?
Oh, no. Yeah, it has to go back on Justice. I'm only drawing 2. Sorry. Thank you.
I thought the second one of the 2 that, or was that only for?
No, we're saving the inspiring thing. So that was the first draw, right? Was that the second?
I think that was
second draw. Okay, cool. I need new shins. What was this you said about judges?
Oh, it's on behalf of the judges. They're giving away free titanium shins to you have to go to the medics hall, but you can thank them. They never get thanked enough, so yeah, take your little bloody messes, don't slip. Skippity doo.
Love it. The people with bloody messes of shins efficiently move out of the way past you. Yeah, crawl out the way. You're starting to corral the crowd, and also the fact that you're wearing a uniform of some kind helps you sort of move people around and get through. You are now up at the front where there is a snotty teen with one hand on his stun gun, saying, "Tickets, please."
Oh my god. All right. She looks at her bag of fireworks and just goes, "How much is this job really worth to you?"
I'd say at least 7 or 8 fireworks.
Well, you're in luck because I'm going to give you 8. If you turn your head. And I promise not to shoot anything off other than my mouth.
You can tell that he's having a good think about it. He really wants these 8 fireworks, but also he could get in trouble, and also it really seems like this is precisely the sort of thing he's paid to stop.
Yeah, but did they even give him did they even do a training video, or did they just throw him in with a stun gun?
Fireworks and you.
Yeah. With
fireworks, the silent killer.
With Sparky, the lit.
Yeah.
The mascot
Yeah. Oh, about to go off. Yeah. Okay. This is definitely a pull. And I think that there is an option here to be inspiring, and you can be like, "Hey man, smash the steak. Do you want some fireworks, or do you want to do what the man tells you?"
Yeah. This doesn't count for judge though, or vengeance, because that's only when it's directly with a judge. Okay. Yeah. Let's we'll make a show. We'll go with that anarchist streak that's in all teens and the throwing of authority. So would that be 2 pulls?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And also, if somehow I feel a ghostly spirit next to me, guiding my pulls.
Is it time to?
I'm no. But I'm saying if you wanted to help me choose too, you can totally do that. You don't have to use your reserves for this, but if you want to help me choose.
I mean, I'd be very worried about those bottom ones with the middle already out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, last time I picked one, it didn't go well for anybody.
Yeah, Al's possibly the worst person to ask.
Yeah, so but I want Al to feel involved.
Oh, yeah, that's good of you. Yeah.
Well,
this is the very definition of survivor's bias. Asking Al what to do. Surely,
if you have a look at that, there's one that's almost out already, up to the top.
Yeah. Let's do that one. Great eye. Thank you. And she Yeah, Camilla's humming as this teen is thinking.
Mm.
I know if you wanted a bit of ghostly assistance.
That one goes on top of
the other
Justice.
Goes on top of Justice. Can you
Justice, not Liberty?
And the
Yes,
second one goes on top of Liberty.
correct placement of it, though, I was about to say.
That one could be from my reserves if you felt like.
Okay, that would be wonderful.
What a great
Okay,
idea.
well, a ghostly memory of the best fireworks. Because you have a memory of in an earlier planning session when I was telling you all about the great explosives I have. So you're able to like really sell them.
Yeah, I bet one of them makes a really cool shape that the teen likes. What's that shape?
Yeah, like a bum.
A bum?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's like
and she goes, oh,
bigger ass.
have you heard of Gentleman Vagrant fireworks?
Oh, shit. Surely they're illegal.
Indeed they are, but when I was last train hopping, mind you, I happened to find a few. So this one, it features a gentleman on the go, if you will, smoking. Get it? A double firework.
I get it. Hang on, sorry. Just real quick. When you said bums, Al, did you mean like buttocks?
I meant the human anus.
Oh my god!
And Jen, did you think he meant hobos?
Yes, that's why I said gentleman. I'm so sorry. That's a little bit.
I thought you were.
I thought he said buns.
I thought the Gentleman Vagrant is this sort of bespoke line of erotic fireworks.
Yeah, so she goes, not only does he smoke, this Gentleman Vagrant is smoking, and he drops trow. It's actually it's an ongoing show. But we can turn it into a lady as well. There's actually, it depends on which end you light it. If you light both, non-binary. There you go. Everyone gets something.
What time to be alive?
That's the future.
Yeah.
Fork him over, Miss Knight, he says.
Oh, we know. Oh, you know me. Thank you.
It's on the name tag. And then takes 8, 3 Gentleman Vagrant,
Of course, yes.
and 5 miscellaneous grot.
Yeah, thank you, Al. I'm so sorry I got that wrong. All right, so we.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Fireworks that display a homeless man dropping his trousers.
No, more like a Dapper Dan. He's not actually homeless. He's just.
Okay, right.
It's George Clooney's anus.
Yeah.
Oh, his most famous role.
He's just taking the long way home.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Cool. You're through. You can see a monkey, an ape, clutching a stunned-looking robot in its lower feet, I guess would be the name, and getting ready to vault onto a skybox. PJ, what are you up to?
So I'm going to try and jump on and I suspect kick the guy off who's already on there, so I can then swing it down to put Walter onto it. And then
Brilliant, yes,
away.
and Camilla as well.
And Camilla, obviously. And that's my plan. So, so how we do that? I don't know.
Okay, well then you're definitely going to have to. Do you want to go unnoticed, or do you want people to see this happen?
I don't think I've got an option to go unnoticed. I think it's going to be very hard to.
Well, like mechanically, you can pull it off. Yeah,
okay.
Like you just sort of time it so you look like you're a particularly large bit of rubbish.
Yeah, I actually think if I go unnoticed, it means the guy that I kick off won't notice that he's been kicked off, or will he notice?
No, it's the theft, because you're jumping out of a crowd into a booth. So are you going to try and sneak around that, or is it for? Yeah, okay, cool. And do you want to be inspiring? Do you want to do you want people to see this as like smash the stage?
It's time to be inspiring. Also, hopefully my good friend Al will reach from beyond the grave with a memory that I mean,
sure,
my mates died. I'm probably thinking of something that we did together.
I mean, I was only interesting enough to have 2 more memories. Drem told me it was a very dull person. He only inspired 3 memories during his entire life.
I doubt it. But also, what's our time at, Grant? I'm sorry, I meant to ask that.
Let's call it.
Okay, that's just so everyone knows what's happening. Oh, is it 45 minutes or something? Are we like 3 minutes away from the judge?
I'm gonna say, we've been playing for an hour and 20, and we've taken some time. So I'm gonna say that we are at 1:45. 1 hour 45. So you have about half an hour remaining.
I thought we only had 48 minutes.
It was 45 minutes, I thought, before Dredd turned up.
Sorry.
You mean half an hour real time?
Yes, half an hour
Gotcha,
real
gotcha,
time.
gotcha,
Sorry,
gotcha.
I'm translating between the things.
Like 10 minutes.
Yeah, every 3 minutes, I'm supposed to be checking off one of these boxes. Instead, what I'm doing is making jokes about erotic fireworks. So,
Absolutely.
you know.
That's the again, it's the future.
Yeah.
You're a fool to yourself. That's all that you've done there.
I could have just run through this and read off the random encounters that Duncan has put together for us, but no, here I am. So,
So I've got to make a leap onto the thing.
Yeah.
In an inspiring way. Hang on, I don't think I can be inspiring and do it unnoticed. I feel like those two
that's
things
very
are
true. Yeah, okay. Which one do you want?
I think it will be
Oh, inspire.
do it unnoticed because we're too far away from the thing to. So I'm going to
Okay.
try and do it unnoticed. I think.
2 pulls.
2 pulls. Wait a minute. Hang on, I'm getting something from beyond. What was that? Al?
Well, I'm getting a signal from beyond the grave that you need to build that Liberty Tower up a bit higher. And I feel like are the rules that you need to be inspiring to do that?
Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm going to make an inspiring leap, a ape-like leap that would inspire the populace to think, what is that ape up to? He looks like he has purpose.
That ape smashing the state. I love when apes smash the state.
Do you want both pulls from the Ghost Reserves, or are you willing to do one with
I'm
Vultures?
willing to do one.
Okay.
I might take a gamble, which might be the one below the top layer, to the far. So, I got to take it from Liberty first of all, do I?
If we want to build on Liberty.
If so you have to. Sorry. If you want to place. So the first one can come from either.
Okay.
The second one has to come from Justice, and then you take that from Justice and put it on top of Liberty.
Okay, so let's go with first one from Liberty. So the one that is 1, 2 up, and on the left hand side, my left at the edge. So 1, 2, 3 up.
I'll also say that this counts as a free pull for you, PJ, because it's to do with driving.
Okay, so I do. Yeah.
So you don't have to pull a second one.
You can place one if you want from that, but yeah.
That'll do.
Nice.
I was hoping to get a memory from Al as well that would allow me to put one of Al's things on there.
Yeah, okay.
We don't have time, and then things are.
Al? What was Dodger's favorite firework that you had?
Oh, it was the firework of my amazing backstory that spelt out my entire backstory.
The Bayou Tapestry
It was
fire.
Yeah.
Was there any
It was like the
inspiring
opening
things
of the
about
Star
your
Wars.
past that you told me, Al, that maybe we haven't got a hearing yet of?
I mean, I could mention that, I don't know. Oh yeah, no, I did mention to you that, on that job I did that got me put in prison for in the ISO cubes for so many times. I got taken in because my next door neighbor turned me in. And I never
That's
knew.
really inspired me.
Bum, bum,
No,
bum.
it doesn't inspire you. It doesn't inspire you because the feelers of the judges are everywhere.
That's what's inspired me. So
you got to make that leap. You got to leap out of their clutches because anybody could be a traitor to the cause.
Yeah,
that's what I said while I was still alive. I said I don't know who it is. I think the name rhymed with lights or blights or something, but it's like all I know is that the second I went into the ISO cubes, she knocked through my wall to make a gigantic comment.
So we take one from Al's stash and
Yeah.
stick it on Liberty then?
Yeah.
Ah, nice. And I've made the leap into the vehicle,
Yeah.
which I am so proficient at. I'll just swoop down and pick up those other two.
Have you made the leap of putting 2 and 2 together? We shall see.
You
Probably not.
you land in what is like, you land in a hovering rich person's living room and balcony. There's the fancy music, you know, from TV is playing. And there are various stuff in sort of like 3D printed couture. So there's lots of like fine, almost like web work around the neck and the shoulder.
Is this a bigger? I was imagining a tiny vehicle, but this is quite a big vehicle then.
Oh no, yeah, good. Like this is like this is like the size of a flat.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. Not a massive flat, but big enough. You know, it's a box. It's a viewing box.
Not quite the plan I had in mind, but we'll work with it.
Still works.
It's a vehicle. I'm good with vehicles.
You scramble through the living room, through the box, and into the cockpit, where one of these guys in 3D printed uniform goes, and I'm a monkey. What do you do?
I'm an ape, and then I bop on one just because I'm
cool.
quite strong. Apes are quite strong.
Make a pull.
And then make a pull then. So it's from Justice, isn't it? Got to be one from Justice. So
it can be from either. That's fine.
Oh, can it? Okay. Well,
you only have to pull Justice if a judge is on the scene.
Okay, let's pull from Liberty then. So the 1, 2, 3, third one up on the far right hand side. We must have a different definition of right hand side.
The one that's facing the camera.
The one that's facing the camera. I mean it.
Nice.
Oh, yes.
Daddy's home.
Yeah, nice.
Good.
So now I'm piloting the thing.
Yeah. What? You suck the guy out with your big powerful 8 arms.
Is it a big open? It's a big open air thing, isn't it? So it's kind of.
So it's like what you imagine. It's got a minibus.
Yeah.
About here, we'll go with a not a minibus, a single decker bus from towns that you have, and then off the side of that, not like aerodynamically sound or anything, is built like a balcony coming off one side.
Okay.
And so like the driver's up there, and then all the people are in here drinking their champagne and being posh and going, and like fucking a piano or something. The driver is knocked out. He slumps forward onto the wheel, onto the what's it called in planes?
The yoke.
Yoke.
I think it's the yoke.
Yoke.
Control
Cool.
stick or yoke.
Controls. He slumps forward onto the controls, and thankfully it's stuck in slow. It's like basically anchored at the moment.
Yeah.
So there's no, it's not. It's still stuck in slow. But there's the vehicle
downwards.
Everyone's you roll forward into the cockpit, and everyone's champagne. Sorry, wait, it's Judge Dredd, isn't it? Neo piss spills out of their glasses. I said, no, I've got neo piss all over my couture.
Myself.
More
you're
drugs.
pissed. Yeah.
They all do some more drugs.
They eat the glass, and it's made out of drugs.
Nothing on this box is drugs. You managed to pull this back up. You can see Walter the Wobot waving at you excitedly. And Jen. No, that's Jen's real name. Camilla Knight. Holding a
also
bag full of
waving?
fireworks.
No, she just like.
So I'm going to try and pull a maneuver that allows me to kind of tilt everyone out of it and also go down to pick them up. So
Walter gets pretty sad. Go ahead.
Delightfully is a spend on my part of a driver, which means I get to put one of my reserves on there.
Okay.
So I get to my reserves, Michael. One to Liberty, please.
Is Liberty now taller than Justice?
It's getting there. I think it's equal height.
I have to say, I
now
played
equal
a
height.
very skillful go there.
Equal height. Okay, cool.
And could I use my celebrity to have people push, like, crowd surf me up to the
You and Walter, you're nice and easy.
You've got to really hope that you've just come out into the one part of psychic fans and football fans where that Venn diagram overlaps.
Yeah. Well, it is the cheap seats you mentioned, so that makes sense.
Hey, it's that lady of all of our lives watch. Yeah, okay. Give me a it's gonna be 3 pulls, Jen, because you have to make a real show of it.
Real pulls. Okay, and at least
I could offer a ghostly assistance.
save it.
Oh, one of the
please.
last memories. The very last memory.
No, save it. You can save it for our safety, I would hope, because
Okay.
we're gonna actually have to get to the pitch. But
Okay.
because I'm spending celebrity, I can spend my reserve blocks.
Excellent.
And I have 3. No, we started 3. Put them all on.
You can only do one at a time. I don't
Oh,
know.
damn it.
Oh, I don't know. You know what? I'm probably wrong.
No, that probably makes sense. You can't just have like a huge block fest at the end of the game when you're. Well, let's do one of them now, and we'll put it on the other opposite side, not the middle, but the other side. So yeah, we can balance it out a little bit. Beautiful. Okay, and then
Oh, no, sorry, you can spend blocks out of your reserve to cover any pulls you must make.
okay,
So that's
perfect.
fine. There we go.
All right, we'll do that middle one next, please, Michael, and then the last one. I'm just blowing all my reserves now. And
Nice.
will we then be one taller?
I think so. Hang on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Oh.
8, 9, 10, 11.
Now we just have to make sure nobody dies.
On that subject, Jen, Camilla is born up on the backs of excitable psychic fans.
Thank you. Yes.
Don't forget the robot.
hey!
Don't forget the robot.
It's the lady off the it's the lady off the TV. It's the lady off the mid screens late at night when we call in to see what the future is. And then sort of, hey, it looks like she looks like she wants to be hefted up towards that box.
Yes, please.
Walter is waving and looking increasingly concerned as you.
Him too. My vending machine chalet. Yes, please. And Walter, please make some soup for them.
Yes, Mom.
While they're hefting you, and so they're just getting sprayed by hot soup as they're
soup for everyone.
Walter's happy to be dispensing soup. He's a bit worried about the fact that you're tipping all these people out. Dodge, can you make me a check to empty the hang on a sec. We've already done that check for you to tip people out, right?
Well, I took it as
did we
part
pull
of
for
the
that?
driving.
Yeah, okay, cool. That works for me.
As it's like a skillful driving move, so I took that all as one.
They're tumbling, I'm gonna say between 12 and 3 feet, depending on depending on where they're standing and your approach velocity.
Yeah. And how many people are already on the ground when they fall?
Yeah, like there's definitely some cushioning there.
Chaos
as it's
going on.
like everyone's dressed like a chandelier and they're falling at quite a rate into and just as breakable into the crowd of cheap seats. This would be a perfect time to do inspiring. As you thumb your nose at the wealthy. However, I understand that maybe you want to wait and maybe you don't want to do anything too dangerous. On.
Well, so I mean, what inspiring thing could we really do? We're going to swoop down to the center where the game is. Where
you've emptied all the poshos out of their box, which is pretty good.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you want to do that, however, you know what? You managed to pull around Camilla. You are sort of tossed up onto the balcony, and Walter is also. Hello.
Good boy.
Hello. He trundles around Dodge, I'm quite upset that you tipped out all of those citizens. They didn't do anything wrong. We're not supposed to harm citizens. I've been meaning to ask you about the shins as well.
Walter, they're fine. They're all fine. Nobody was hurt. They all landed.
That lady's leg came off.
Can I inspire Walter? Can I persuade Walter?
Oh, absolutely. That's part of the game. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, let's try and persuade Walter then. Let's try and charm him and say, look, Walter, everyone's going to be fine. They're all mega rich. Any limbs they break can be replaced. In fact, that's one of the problems with the society is that they can have they can lose a leg and have it replaced the next day.
Rich people got too many fucking limbs.
That's what. Yeah. Well, and Camilla turns
have three legs.
Walter, I was born to be an organ replacement. Okay, I broke out of there.
Whoa.
Is it?
Yes.
Wow.
Story.
Wow. Please make me a pull then to bring Walter back on side. As you well, either of you.
I'll make a pull with well, I've got what's in my stash, Michael? 2, I think. Or is there 1? 2. I will use one of my stash and shove it on Liberty as a instead of making a pull. Does that seem reasonable? That seem reasonable and fair?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Because time is ticking. I'm aware.
Yeah, definitely still ticking.
I do appreciate that we are resolving Walter's feelings though instead of just going forward. I'm serious. I appreciate it as like a game designer. I'm like,
oh, okay. So it's okay to dismember the rich as long as they've got enough money for replacement arms and legs like that poor lady down there.
She'll be fine.
Okay.
Remember,
You'll be fine, lady. Stop shouting. It's
Dredd
okay.
Never coming back, but those people can.
Don't make a habit of it, Walter. That's all. But we're saying it's okay in this dire emergency time.
The staff are like there's like a smattering of people left aboard this thing. You can't, like, they're not designed to be shook out like like a box of dice. There are a smattering of injured poshos and bothered staff sort of hustling around trying to get things all sorted. I imagine you just close the door to the cockpit, which is probably the easiest way to do things. But a couple of them are waving out the window. Excuse me, sir, excuse me. Like trying to draw the attention of the judges as you steer us down towards the pitch.
Okay. I swing us down towards the pitch. I might ask Camilla if she can calm those people down who are, maybe go and persuade them or try and inspire them to realize that they, in fact, are part of the problem. That would be a useful thing to do.
The one tool we've established, one tool in this whole game, and it's a bag full of fucking fireworks, and that's what you've got, Jen.
Yeah. Camilla will inspire them.
As I'm landing the thing in the center of wherever the gameplay is, I think.
Because
you can pull down to the to ground level. There is a stomping and a rustling as the tree line. Yeah, there's trees now. The tree line is broken by one of those aforementioned robot triceratopses, riderless, stomping around.
Now.
Sorry.
I think you're describing Jurassic Park now.
It was not a robot. It was a me.
Part of Aeroball. Did you not get the new handbook, PJ?
No,
I
didn't get that.
Okay.
Maybe it's time to let off some fireworks too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So Jen, let's calm them down.
Let's calm them down with a show of, and so I'd love for each of the players to also name a firework, but I will start with one that is actually the reason they did not announce who would be singing Metro City 1's anthem is because one of the fireworks will be doing it. So shoots it off, and it's
those are some clever fireworks.
A large mouth. It's the future, man.
It's stacked, all about it, stacked very delicately.
Yeah, very delicately, and it starts singing, beautifully, and they're just like, some of them, I assume, depending on the poll, feel compelled to stand or do whatever they do during this anthem. Handstands, maybe? I'm not sure. And so while that's going off, then she will then let off another two. And Al, please, or I'm sorry, Drem, please let me know what the next firework looks like.
I mean, I think if you're attempting to calm down, to inspire a crowd of drug-fueled maniacs, then it's
and their butlers.
And their butlers. It's what it no, it's a cocaine forward. It just rains down. Somehow this is legal.
A what firework? Sorry,
cocaine, crack,
whatever legal drug is allowed.
You've got like a cocaine Roman candle you can have.
Yeah. I think there's probably some flower or herb that cocaine originally part of it comes from, and so it makes the shape of that.
Al,
and then the petals
it's a real.
Al, I have another quick question because it seems you misunderstood tunnels earlier. Do you know what cocaine does?
I'm aware.
It doesn't usually have a calming effect.
But it's too late.
I thought we were inspiring them.
Well, they're definitely inspired. PJ, what's the third flavor of firework?
Yeah, is there a meth firework you'd like me to set off, or something that makes them for a roofie one?
This one's just scorpions.
Let's make them forget the news we're trying to tell them. It's easy.
I really a nice serene one that kind of is like a nice calm firework. There's a lovely, like it's beautiful tinkly noises.
Yeah, like a chill out firework. Yeah,
I understand. It's like one of those paintings in a restaurant that has like light, it's lit, and then there's just like one boat slowly moving. It's a paint. Okay, great. So that's going on.
Okay,
it's a very
cool.
Coked up, patriotic.
Been a real
Jen, please
quite the
pull
journey.
for me. Like this is gonna require.
How many is this? 15?
I'm gonna say it's at least 3, and if you want, so 1 provides safety because you're letting off fireworks inside. 2, make a show of it, and 3, inspiring.
Jen, I would say if they all came from justice and you died, this would be a good time to die.
Yes, it would.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I agree, unfortunately. So, speaking of death.
Luckily, Michael's very good at this.
Also, very inspiring words. Don't laugh. Michael, you're great. Did you moisturize your hands? Or perhaps you could throw some like agave or honey on. Okay, all right. All right. From the bottom, 1, 2, 3.
We have some climbers chalk.
6, and then the back one. Yeah. Looks like it's a little. Oh, you got it, bro.
Come on, baby. Come on, Daddy. Come home.
God.
Father. Come on.
I feel like the slower it is, the worse it is.
Oh.
Like a flick would get that out fast.
Like a magician taking the tablecloth.
Yeah.
I've had teeth come out easier than this.
Jesus Christ.
This is exciting.
Oh. What did I say? It would take 2 deaths. Okay.
What do you know? As it turns out, laying off a load of fireworks inside a bus was a bad idea. The first firework goes off, and the Mega City 1 theme tune, national anthem plays. I'm going to presume it's a combination of the Stars and the Stripes and God Save the Queen.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like, let's get it started.
Yes, of course. Sorry. God, yeah, I'm so sorry. You're right.
Terrible club tune.
Yeah. As before, it's not even one of the good Black Eyed Peas songs.
There is actually a terrible song that was made specifically for Judge Dredd by a couple of madness.
I had to find that.
The Fink Brothers.
Okay.
PJ, you remember?
The 2 of the group Madness.
Great. Okay, then cool.
Right, I need to find it because I love that ephemera. I have the songs from the Witchblade. Like I'm into that.
So
it's a whole thing. But
is it ska
for later? It's like, do you remember when people wrote songs entirely on Casios in garages? It's very
great.
It's
Love
of that era.
It already sounds
cool.
cooler than what
Cool.
we're thinking of. But
Now,
yes.
yeah, it is. However, it is being performed via explosion.
Yeah.
So,
Right, with the mouth.